Hello and a very warm welcome to Pembrey in South Wales for this, the first visit by the 750 Motor Club to the circuit in 4 seasons. And we've got a full day and a half of racing to come for you during the course of the next 2 days. I've got Josh Barrett and Johnny Palmer with myself, Ian Soman, for commentary on this event at the circuit that's just under 1.5 miles in length. It's a very flat circuit. It's a former airfield layout, and it's celebrated its 30th anniversary just a few years ago. What's the weather looking like? Well, it's been raining on and off all morning here at Pembrey, and the forecast for the next couple of hours is for that to continue, maybe drying up a little bit later on. For the moment, looking out of our commentary box window, it's not raining right now, but I think that could well change as the afternoon goes on. So what have we got for you today here at Pembrey? We've got, coming up in just a few moments' time, the first race of the day for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. We've also got the Demons Week's Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship, the Race Part 750 Formula, the Demons Week's Yokohama Low Cost Championship, Mighty Minis guesting on the 750 Motor Club bill this weekend. We've got the latest rounds of the Takiwa Type R Trophy, the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship, and the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship will round out a varied 9-race programme today. Tomorrow, all of those have at least one more race, plus we have 2 races, a sprint and an enduro race for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy as well. So Josh Barrett alongside me here in the commentary box at the moment. It's a great day's racing in prospect.
Yeah, that's right, and it usually is, isn't it, with a 750 Motor Club race meeting. Unusually, there's not many class races this weekend, so a lot of focus just for the one class, the overall victories. We'll be focusing on a bit more perhaps one-make racing than sometimes we see, but nevertheless, like you say, a varied meeting here. We've got historic cars, like you say, we've got saloon cars, and we've got sports cars as well. And it's going to be a tricky day today, isn't it? Well, you mentioned it's wet. It's perhaps not as wet as we might have expected, but it's going to be tricky. Everybody knows what the conditions are like because everybody's qualified this morning in the rain. And some of the grids are mixed up in some of the categories as well. And as you say, it's going to be an interesting day of racing, I'm sure.
Especially, I think, because, Josh, a lot of the drivers will be here for the first time, because as we said, it's 4 years since 750 Motor Club have been here. Some of the championships that we've got today didn't exist 4 years ago.
And some of the commentators have not been here either. Absolutely. So, yeah, talking to some drivers this morning, saying even in qualifying, it was difficult to overtake somebody that you were quite a bit quicker than. Really, they say in turn 1, the hairpin at Hatchett's there is probably the best place to pass. But in the wet, how much grip have you got? You don't want to lock up because, one, you either don't want to hit somebody else or go off the road yourself. And the rest of the lap, perhaps not quite as easy to overtake as some drivers were expected in the damp, in the wet qualifying. And you'd kind of think that would carry on into the race. But it's a bit more important perhaps to overtake during the course of the race, isn't it? So there might be some experiments where the grip is and how you can overtake, and I'm sure over the course of the day we'll find that out.
We certainly will. Well, coming up very shortly then, our first race of the day here at Pembrey is the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. So the cars will be heading onto the grid very shortly indeed for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. A relatively small field. Let's tell you how they line up. On pole position, it's number 55, Simon Court, and alongside him is 77, which is Eddie Moyer. The second row is 37, Ben Powney, and number 7, Daniel Court. Row 3 has 71, Jonathan Lissitor, and 27 is Danny Andrew. On the fourth row of the grid, it's 35 David Winter and 43 David Mason, 63 James Millman and 47 Lewis Penstone Smith are on row 5, with Lucas Batt, number 66, rounding out the field. He has a 2-place grid penalty served from a previous race meeting. So I can see now from our commentary box window that the cars are forming up on the grid for this first of 24 races this weekend that we have, 9 of them coming up for you this afternoon, and there you can see them on the left hand side. On pole position is number 55 Simon Court, that's the car with the blue roll cage, and beside him is number 77, Eddie Moyer, who was a revelation really on his first meeting at Croft at the beginning of the season. The 24-year-old farmer from Lincolnshire made his debut there and went well in that TSR prepared car. Then on the second row you can see the orange number 37 of Ben Powney. Beside him is number 7, and that is Daniel Court. The green flag has already waved at the back of the grid, so we're very shortly going to be going into racing. And we'll wait for the 5-second board to be shown, which it is now. So the race about to get underway. The red lights go on, and a bit of creeping there, but the lights go out. Away we go. Looks like a pretty good start by Ben Powney in the number 37 car from the second row of the grid, but it's from pole position number 55 Simon Court that leads the way. Then Powney up to second, but Moyer, no, that's the 7 car of Daniel Court trying to go around the outside of everyone into Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. Very tight hairpin indeed, a real challenge. Now they head into that little right-hander at Spitfires there, and then they'll sweep into the left-hander at DeBenny. But it is the car from pole position that's leading them. Number 55, Simon Court has the advantage, but it's Ben Powney that's made up one position, and he's gone second.
Yeah, that's right, Ian. Ben Powney, the driver who won all 3 races on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit a month ago, had a terrible time though at Croft at the opening meeting, so he's well down in the championship. There's Danny Andrew, who's been a winner in the past. He was the champion, I think, last year, wasn't he, Danny Andrew? But he's just there behind the championship leader this year. That's Jonathan Lisseter. There's a few cars just dropped a little way behind, but there's 8 really quick drivers here this weekend in the Mazda 7 Championship. They're the 8 in shot now, pretty much together, being led by Simon Court, who's just had the 1 podium so far this season. I think that came at Brands. And there he's sideways, Daniel Court coming through the final corner. He's spun and he's been collected by a couple of cars.
Yeah, that's 3 of them that were involved, including the 35 car of David Winter, the 43 car of David Mason as well.
Eddie Moyer went off in front of them. I thought I saw a car shoot to the left. Danny Andrews spun on the exit of the corner, but it's Eddie Moyer who's ended up in the Tyrrell, has he there? I know he had a bit of an accident at Brands as well. 4 cars off there altogether, and red lights now on. The race being stopped already just at the end of the first lap of the race, but with 3 cars off and stranded with damage, you can see at the exit of the final corner of the lap, which is Honda. Then there's little alternative really there for the officials with 3 cars stranded there. So we saw Lewis Penstone Smith there. He came through in 4th position. He was 10th, I think, before. So I think 6 cars got involved in that instant up at Honda.
Yeah, and it was just that spin for Daniel Court really that seemed to start.
But I think in front of them, Eddie Moyer must have went off. So he shot off in shot to the left.
Yes.
So he went.
I think his was a sort of separate thing though, wasn't it? To what involved the next 3.
Yeah, the next 3 were like you say. I think those 2 cars we've got off up there. The 2 Davids, isn't it? I think Mason and Winter that collected the spinning car, which was Daniel Court. And and Danny Andrew, I think, must have lost it on the exit of the corner because he was further down, wasn't he, when he spun?
Yes. So we only had 7 cross the finish line at the end of the first lap, which was Simon Court leading the way in number 55 from Ben Powney in second and Jonathan Lister in third place. The grid will go back to the original lineup, albeit it's going to be without at least 3 cars, isn't it? Because I can see that each of them does seem to be sporting damage.
Eddie Moore is trying to pull his car out of the Tyrrell, is he, by the looks of things? I can see out of the commentary box window here.
Yeah. So we'll wait for the recovery vehicles to get there. We'd had a relatively smooth run during qualifying this morning, but straight away a red flag.
Yeah, it must be a lot more slippery at that particular corner than anywhere else, because we didn't see much going on, did we, around the rest of the lap?
That's right.
And all of a sudden, about half of the grid went off at the final corner. Okay, a few were caused by trying to avoid a car that had gone off.
Yeah, I think it's worth saying all the drivers are out of the cars, and they are, unless they're Eddie Moyer, on the safe side of the barriers.
Yeah, he looked like he's keen to see if he can get that car back out, isn't he?
Yes, he is, and he will do what he can to get back into the race, one would think. But a shame from a grid that was a little bit on the smaller side than usual to start with. We have lost a few. Hopefully those that can't make it back out for the restart will at least be able to go tomorrow, Josh.
Yeah, because at least those two cars have had sort of a corner damaged on them, haven't they? The Mason and Winter cars. So they will need some repairing, but you got, I'm sure there's some spares in the paddock, maybe not what the particular drivers have brought, but you got the Team Sellers racing crew that run a lot of these Master 7s. I'm sure there are parts in the paddock that, and I'm sure they'll will help out to try and get those cars out, as you say, for tomorrow's race.
So the left-hand side of the grid is going to be relatively thin, isn't it? Because there's going to be no Eddie Moyer there, and no David Mason there.
Yeah, so as you say, Daniel Court, who spun originally, I think he did get back going, didn't he?
Yes, but he's not come back round onto the grid. So whether his car has damage and he's headed back to the paddock or not, I'm not quite sure. But he's not one of the 7 cars that was restarted. Have you spotted him?
I think there's a car parked up at the end of the pit lane.
Yes, there is, just hidden from our view by the fire tender out of our commentary box window.
So yeah, like you say, that side of the grid is limited, isn't it?
It is going to be a very odd looking grid that we have for the restart, which I suspect might be a little while away, because there's several cars to recover, and the recovery teams are swinging into action. We can see down there.
There's a car coming. Is that Eddie Moyer? He has got himself out of the tyre wall.
Well, it's probably the kind of thing he does every day on the farm, pulling tractors out of ditches, that kind of thing. So very much what he's used to. So he's going to go back to the front row of the grid, isn't he, alongside Simon Court?
Looks that way. Yeah, so I understand in qualifying at Brands he had quite a big shunt, because that car's in a different livery to what we saw at Croft at the opening round, where he went really well, like you said. He led the race, and he took third in the opening race there, so he got a podium in his first ever car race, the former Carter. So he's very quick, like we say. So Simon Court getting his first pole. That was a good effort from him this morning. He was on the podium there at Brands Hatch last month. And then you got third on the grid, the triple race winner from Brands, Ben Powney, dominated that weekend, which was a great experience for everyone to be on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, a fantastic circuit that I think everybody enjoyed. There, particularly Ben, as he won all 3 races. And then directly behind him on the grid is the current championship leader, Jonathan Lisseter, who won one of the races at Croft, the second race at Croft. And he's had a couple of seconds, he's had a third and a 6th, which puts him in the championship lead by 14 points from the driver who's alongside him on the grid, which is Danny Andrew, last year's champion. But he hasn't finished better than third so far this season, and those third positions both come in the last 2 races at Brands Hatch.
Absolutely. So we are watching beneath us the 43 car being towed away of David Mason. That's the front right corner that's been done on that one, and so that just leaves the one car over there at the exit of Honda to be recovered. Hopefully that will be done fairly shortly. For those that haven't seen Mazda 7s before, it's a relatively new category introduced in 2019, and it's really an offshoot of Low Cost, which has been running with the 750 Motor Club for over 20 years now. Principle very much the same, in that it's very close slipstreaming racing. It's the same chassis effectively, but they run with a Mazda MX-5 1.8 VVT engine and powertrain. They also run Yokohama A048 tyres, which are a little bit more track focused, if you like, and deal well with the slightly more high performance of the 1.8 compared to the 1.3 crossflow that the low costs have. But we've seen some really good Mazda 7 races over the years, as we have with low cost. They're still not that powerful, not very aerodynamic, and that usually makes Josh for very good racing.
Yeah, that's right. Croft, that was particularly good, I seem to remember, at the beginning of the season. In the wet conditions, that would probably be a little bit less of a factor, you would think. But qualifying was pretty close, wasn't it? You had 5 cars within a second, which in wet conditions, with a grid of what was 11, actually, half the grid separated by a second, is very good going. So it's a very competitive grid here. And with the good vast of the drivers here who have progressed from the low-cost championship, haven't they? Certainly Ben Powney and Danny Andrew and Jonathan Lisseter were all race winners in the low cost before moving to Mazda 7s, and I understand there are more drivers thinking about that. And since Brands Hatch, there have been 4 drivers, I understand, have brought cars. So 4 drivers have brought Mazda 7 since the last round. So those cars are getting prepared, ready for later on during the course of the season. So one more car still to be picked up down here at the Honda corner. So it'll be a few moments before we get this race back underway, Ian.
Yeah, certainly will. So we're just waiting for the, as you say, Josh, for that final car to be recovered. Once the circuit, of course, is clear, we'll be able to get racing back underway. But I think we can now go to a short break. We have a red flag interruption to the Yokohama Mazda 7 race. How are we getting on with the recovery? That's well underway. The final car, we had 3 cars for time stranded on the exit of Honda after an incident at the start of the end of the first lap. Daniel Court had a spin, and he was collected by really 2 other cars. David Mason and David Winter were the cars involved. I think it's David Winter's car that's now being recovered, isn't it, from the grass, wet grass, of course, we have here at Pembrey. The wet rain here today has been on and off all morning long. I think we're in a dry window at the moment. We don't know if that's going to last for too long, but it looks like the circuit's clear, and because these cars don't have a green flag lap, Josh, we shouldn't be too far away from going racing again. No,
we'll probably see some of the fastest 750 Club minutes of the day, won't we, very shortly, once the countdown can begin. So you can see the Pembrey recovery team bringing that Mazda 7 down at the start line. That'll peel off at the end of the pit lane, and then it shouldn't be too much longer for racing to get back underway, which everybody might be a little bit more cautious this time of Honda corner, because they know it's slippery there. There's the damage, unfortunately, for David Winter, which is a real shame to see. And just wonder if there's a bit of damage perhaps to the chassis, which if that's the case, that will be probably rather more problematic than what the front right corner would be.
That's a car that David built himself in 2017 and originally raced that in Class B of Sports Specials. Before moving into Mazda 7s.
Green flag at the back.
Yep, so we should be going racing again
Everyone's
very shortly.
See there, the marshals signalling for the drivers to start their engines. Jonathan Lissett has just moved forward and now is reverting back again.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars surviving to take this restarts. We've lost Daniel Court, we've lost the 2 Davids, Winter and Mason. The 1 minute board is shown.
One thing to notice here, Ian, which in other tracks, it's a 1x1 staggered start, isn't it,
yes,
at Pembrey,
right,
compared to the 2x2 that we would see at most other race circuits.
That's right, so some of the bigger grids will go almost round Honda Curve. 5 second board has been shown, so we're watching for the lights. They've gone on. And they go out, and away we go. And who makes the best of the starts this time? Well, it looks like a pretty good start by Simon Court from pole position. Eddie Moore wasn't very fast away in the first start, was he? And again, he's dropped back to 5th place this time. So it is as they head down to Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. Jonathan Lissiter trying to make a move on the outside line, but he can't do it. There's one that's gone more or less straight on at Hatchett's, but will recover. So in the lead of the race at the moment, it is Simon Court leading, and then in second place at the moment it's the number 27 car of Danny Andrew.
Yeah, so he started down on the third row of the grid, so that was a good start from him. But Simon Court's strong start has given himself a little bit of an advantage halfway through this first lap, and Powney there in third, under pressure from Lisseter. So two of the drivers have won races over the course of this season. Lisseter, who usually goes well in the wet, that's where he won his first ever car race in low cost a few seasons ago. He's right there underneath the car there of Ben Powney, third and fourth positions, being chased by Eddie Moyer. Now here comes Lisseter out the toe, up the inside, and he will get the move done. He's up into third. Will Moyle follow him? It looks that way. Yes. So Ben Powney loses a couple of spots there.
It is interesting. I was just talking to Ben Powney not long before the race, and he was saying he was surprised how much grip there was out there in these wet conditions. He said he's almost had as much grip as he ever has. Now here comes Eddie Moore to the right-hand side of Jonathan Lisseter, down the Cowell Straight into Hatchett's Hairpin for the second time in this race. 77 car looks like it's going to go through on the inside, and certainly a bold move that from Moyer to get up into third.
Yeah, the lap times weren't that far off sort of test and dry lap times. Like you say about the grip there is. It's quite an abrasive surface, the drivers were telling me yesterday, but that does kind of usually then translate into a grippy wet circuit. Different lines being used here by the top two, so by Simon Court and Danny Andrew. Here they are, Andrew's right now with the race leader, Simon Court. Neither of these drivers have won so far this season. Danny Andrew had, of course, won races over the years in the Mazda 7 Championship. Off the road again goes Eddie Moy. He's gone straight on again. Not sure how far he reached towards the scenery there, but he's well off the road. So out of third position. There he is, Eddie Moy, obviously able to rejoin, but this time he's going to lose positions. Here's the top two, though, coming towards the end of the second lap.
Absolutely right. So they're through Honda and on to the Cowell Straight once again. This is to complete lap number 2, then start lap number 3. Probably going to be a slightly reduced distance from the original 15-minute race, of course, because we had that red flag. So you've got Simon Court, 10th in this year's championship, against Danny Andrew, who's 2nd in this year's championship, won it last year, of course. And it looks like Andrew's going to take the lead there. He's just set the fastest lap as well. No, he can't quite do it. But certainly Simon Court went probably more deep into the corner than he really wanted to, Josh.
Yeah, but is he trying to find the grip on the wider lines, perhaps? Because he hadn't lost the lead, so it wasn't a disaster for him. So he manages to hang on ahead of Andrew, like you say. They're a couple of seconds ahead of the rest, which is now headed by Jonathan Lisseter after that off for Eddie Moore. They actually only lost him a couple of places because he's still there in 5th position. So here is Danny Andrew with new front bodywork on that car. That doesn't match the rest of the colour scheme. Again, Simon Court's using much wider lines than Danny Andrew is here, and it's certainly not making him go any slower.
Yeah, that's out of Brooklands onto the Speedway Straight towards that right-hand kink at Carter's, which I imagine is pretty much flat, and then on towards the right-hand at Honda as they pass the paddock and the pit lane entrance there. Be interesting to see if Simon Court here takes the same line as he did into Hatchett's on the previous lap. We've got Jonathan Lisseter in 3rd, and that time through, just waiting for the timing screen to update itself. No, Andrew it was that's done another best lap of the race, a 1:11.08, as you can just see on screen now. And on that lap, Simon Court did take the more orthodox line at Hatchett's.
Yeah, that's right. So, and a big slide there from Danny Andrew. He saved it. You can really see with these open cockpit cars, the drivers working at the wheel in these tricky conditions we've got today at Pembrey for this, the 6th round of the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. We've got a two-way battle for the lead. 55 Simon Court and 27 Danny Andrew. And again, you can see drivers having to work their way through here, and a much wider line there taken by Court. You see lots of lock going in there through the Brooklands hairpin there, then up the Speedway Straight towards Carter's curve for these top two, who are nearly 3 seconds clear of Jonathan Lisseter. 4th is Ben Powney. Eddie Moyer after that off is 5th. And 6th is Lucas Batt. Here's 7th and 8th. This is Lewis Pentstone Smith, just ahead of James Millman. And they're making their way through the 4th lap of the race.
Yep, James Millman, the racing presenter on the TV. He's up there with 47 Lewis Pentstone Smith. These two are actually having possibly the best battle of the race at the moment for 7th and 8th positions. We did have that group of 8 quick cars and the 3 not quite as quick. These are 2 of those 3 really, but they're still having a really good scrap coming to the end of the 4th lap of the race. They're lapping about probably 4 seconds off the pace of the quickest cars. And talking about the pace of the quickest cars, Simon Court now with that best lap of the race of 110.85. We did 109.47 for Simon Court in practice this morning.
Yeah, that's right. So I don't think we've seen too much of James Millman so far this season. Lewis Penstone-Smith's doing a full season. He's 13th in the championship, and with a slightly smaller entry and drivers having problems already, that's going to help him just move up the championship standings a little bit this weekend if he can get some finishes. A couple of races for the Mazda 7s here at Pembrey. We've got quite a lot of championships though having triple headers. We'll see more of those though later on today. But there's that battle continuing for 7th position. Lewis Penstone-Smith, who car being helped run by his dad Tim, who we usually see out racing in low cost. And there's James Millman, like you say, who doesn't just compete with motors, but he does horse racing as well, like you said there, Ian. Former jockey, I think.
Yeah, former jockey, but these days sticking to the punditry and the presenting on the four-legged action. As we watch those two come through Carter's and then on towards Honda at the end of the lap. This is lap 5 for them. There's a similar gap really between these two as there are between the two leaders as well. Simon Court and Danny Andrew. Last one through, Andrew did the best lap of the race at 110.82 to get that gap down to just less than half a second, and here they are.
And Danny Andrew drawn alongside here for the lead, but he's on the outside. We know there's decent grip out of there, but Simon Court was able to sort of shut the door, wasn't he, as they went down into Brooklands, I think that was. But the rain starts to fall again here. Here comes Danny Andrew up the inside. He was given about a car width there, and he used it, and they're still side by side. They're almost banging wheels now, Ian.
They are at the very quick part of the circuit. Carter's into Honda, which is the final corner of the lap they go, and it is still Simon Court, number 55, that's holding on here from the very experienced Danny Andrew. He's won low-cost championships as well as the Mazda 7 championship last year. He had a look down the inside, Hatchett's going to try and go around the outside line. This time he gets his car overlapping, but then tucks back in behind, tries to get a better run out of the corner. But it's a funny run really out of this corner, because then you've got another slowish sort of right-hand kink at Spitfires before you can really start to get the power on as you accelerate through the left-hand sweeper at Debenny.
Yeah, well, they're holding each other up. That is bringing Jonathan Lisetta closer to them. He's still a couple of seconds away, but if they paddle as hard as they did the last lap, it could bring him closer. But Simon Court did a good job there to hang on, didn't he? Because it looked pretty much like Danny Andrew was going to take the lead of the race there on the previous lap. But Simon Court, with some aggressive defending at times, was able to hang on ahead of Danny Andrew. So it's the same order in qualifying. Andrew was 1.4 seconds slower than Simon Court. The lap times were about a second and a half slower than they were in qualifying. So, although if anything, I wouldn't say it's any wetter than it was when they were out this morning. But the lap times aren't quite there. Court almost hooks it over the inside. Bit of dirt there through Honda curve, and now they accelerate across the line to complete 7 laps of racing. And Andrew in the tow pulls out to the left hand side of the circuit into the Hatchett's hairpin, brakes later than Court, so draws up alongside him. Court goes in pretty deep. Danny Andrew can't turn into the corner therefore, and therefore they also stay in the same order.
Yeah, nice bit of driving that from Simon really, just to stop Danny attacking in the way that he wanted to. The gap from second to third actually went out a little bit that time, as Ben Powney in 4th place did the best lap of the race. He's done a 1 minute 10.80 seconds now. He's actually closer to Lisetta than Lisetta is to the top 2, so he perhaps watch out for what goes on for 3rd and 4th position as well. We're on lap 8. We're not quite at the sort of 2/3 mark of the scheduled distance, although I'm suspecting that we're going to have lost a few minutes from the original 15-minute allocation.
See Lisetta there, through he went, trying to just dab the brake through the middle of the corner, trying to get the car turned in, and then making their way through lap number 8 towards the end of the lap for Simon Court and for Danny Andrew up towards Honda curve. And there they take pretty similar lines. On the rest of the lap, it seems like Simon Court's happier to go a bit wider than what Danny Andrew is. But across the line this time, not quite as close, I don't think, as we've had on previous laps. Nevertheless, Andrew again pulls out of the tow, brakes a bit later on the outside. And can he get a better exit here?
No.
Not particularly, or certainly not something like you say, with that short run up to Spitfires, which he can make work into a move.
I thought Andrew, though, was anticipating that Simon Court was going to do the same as he did on the previous lap there, but then Simon Court didn't, and he took a much tighter apex than he had done, and that kind of caught Andrew napping a little bit there. So through the left-hand sweeper, that's past the crossing there, and then into the right-hander at Senna S's, almost overlapping there. Then they've got this run to the Brooklands hairpin, as it's called, although it's not really a sort of 180-degree type corner. It's just over a 90-degree right-hander, but still a relatively slow and low-geared corner. There you can see Lister in third, Powney in fourth place. It's behind Powney, it's 12 seconds to Eddie Moore in fifth, but here are the two leaders. They're going wheel to wheel. Andrew on the outside for Carter's curve, and this time he's got his car fully in front, and Danny Andrew has taken the lead here on lap number 9.
That's right, he just about got it done, which he couldn't manage a few laps earlier. So for the first time up across the line, it's 27 Danny Andrew that lead from 55 Simon Court. So now it's Court's turn to try and come through. He goes diving down the inside into Hatchett's. Can he get the car stopped? He can. So Danny Andrew's lead there didn't last very long, and Simon Court back up the inside at the start of 10 laps to take the lead.
Yep, so it's a real dogfight between these two. Andrew is going to have another go. Interestingly, you've got Lister there in third, who's usually someone that goes well in the wet. We've seen that in low cost in the past, but today's not quite on a par with the top two. Only 1.6 seconds now behind them. As Andrew, as they come into Senna S's, had us look at the inside. A slightly unsettled moment there, I thought, for the number 55 car of Simon Court. And Andrew's going to have a go into Brooklands hairpin, and he's done it again. So he's now back into the lead for the second time in the space of less than a lap. Can he hold on to it? And is Jonathan Lister going to come into the equation as well?
Well, he's just set the fastest lap at 1:10.36, and he's pretty much with the top two for the first time in this race. Simon Court looks back to the inside into Honda. That's not going to work, and he gets very sideways. He saves it. Is he going to run out too wide? He doesn't, but now he's very much under threat for second.
He is. Lister is going to pull out of the toe here. He's going to go to the left-hand side of the circuit. That's the long way round. But I was going to say, he might get his car in front before he gets to the braking area for Hatchett's. He's not quite done that. He goes out a little bit deeper. Not as deep as Danny Andrew, though, who's going to have lost the lead of the race. They're going to be three abreast on the exit of the corner now. Absolutely fantastic stuff from the Mazda 7. And it's Simon Court that comes out back in front. Danny Andrew second, and Jonathan Lister third. Basically, the same order we've had for most of the race.
But Simon Court's very sideways, and he's held Danny Andrew up on the exit there, so Jonathan Lister might be able to buy back into this. We had more than a third of the cars on circuit side by side there for a split second, and it's still, as you say, the same order, but Ben Powney now is pretty close. So there's a chance at the end of this race, half of the field are going to be as one, but it's Simon Court yet to win a race that leads Danny Andrew, who hasn't won yet this season, there in second, and then it's a championship leader, Jonathan Lister third. Ben Powney, the driver that's won more than anybody else this season, he's there in fourth position. They're 17 seconds ahead of anybody else. It's all about these four as they make their way up towards Honda Curve for the 11th lap in this race. They're not far away from traffic, which could come into it at the end.
I think it might, because we've now had 13 minutes. I imagine we're going to go the full 15 minutes of this race then. Danny Andrew, left-hand side of the circuit, outside line for Hatchett's, goes in very deep because his car's a bit muddy from the escapades of the previous lap there. No change in the order, so it's still the same. Unsurprisingly, no improvements in the fastest lap among the first 3 or 4 cars on that previous lap. They were sort of 1 to 2 seconds slower than they had been. So it's 55 Simon Court leading, 27 Danny Andrew second, a bit of a gap back again now to number 71 Jonathan Lister in third. He must have made a mistake at Hatchett's, and 37 Ben Powney is there in fourth place. They're all a long way clear of the rest.
But they're actually got cars right in front of them, because James Millman and Lewis Penstone Smith's battle are going to get lapped in the next bend or so. So you got, Simon Court goes well out into the dirt, and he manages to get the car back across the circuit, still in the lead, but now under threat from Danny Andrew, who's there on the outside line, and he's done what he did a few laps ago, and he's taken the lead, has he? Yes. And as they get to Honda Curve, they're going to have this traffic to deal with. They dive up the inside of James Millman, who just about gives them room. There will be 1 lap to go at the end of this. Lewis Penstone Smith pulls to the side to allow the 2 leaders that are pretty much alongside one another through. So the final lap of the race begins here for the Yokohama Mazda 7s with the side by side into turn 1, but the inside line for Danny Andrew is good enough to get him back in front, but all 4 together for this last lap.
Yeah, 4 for the lead then, and Court's having a go through Spitfire, trying to attack there, which isn't an obvious place. That compromised him a bit through DeBenny. And then you've got, Lister there in the green car, the orange car of Ben Powney in very close proximity as well. They've got that other car, it's the Lucas Back car that they're just lapping as well. He keeps off to the left-hand side of the circuit. I think they all get through okay. Heading down to Brooklands hairpin for the final time. Any more drama to be had?
Well, let's see. This is where Court run wide on the previous lap, didn't he? And that's where there's still a bit of mud because Danny Andrew got a bit sideways on all of that, but he's got a good exit. We haven't really seen any overtaking at Honda curve during the course of this race. So Danny Andrew second in the championship. His best result so far has been a third place, but it looks, if he can get through this corner okay, that'll be his first win.
Looking like it's going to be that way. So Simon Court is up to the line and he can't quite do it. So Danny Andrew it is that takes the checker flag to win the race by we'll get the final margin in a second, but it's Danny Andrew that takes the win by 0.19 seconds. It is from Simon Court in second place, Jonathan Lister third, and Ben Powney in fourth position. So Danny Andrew gets his first win of the season. For Simon Court, it's his joint best result of the season, and Jonathan Lister is third place. That's his fifth podium of the season. Ben Powney in fourth. Top four covered by just 1.5 seconds at the end, and the only other driver to finish on the lead lap, therefore, has been Eddie Moyer, who's finished about 20 seconds off the pace. I wonder if he did pick up any damage as well with his various offs during the course of that race, Josh.
Yeah, it's quite possible, especially that one on the initial start, because it did look like he just nudged into the tyre wall, but all but one car that finished on the lead lap separated by just 1.5 seconds. Let's take a look at those results.
Yeah, Danny Andrew it was that took the win then by just under 0.2 of a second, so 27 beating number 55, Simon Court in second place. 71, Jonathan Lister was third. Ben Powney, number 37, after his success at the last meeting, he took fourth position, ahead of Eddie Moyer, who had that drama on the original start. He finished in fifth place. In sixth position was Lucas Batt. He was a lap down, though, just ahead of Lewis Penstone Smith in number 47 and James Millman, 63, who enjoyed a very fine battle for 7th and 8th position. Hopefully we'll get some more of the cars back on the grid tomorrow that we didn't have today, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. And those cars that were left a good race, didn't they? We thought it was just going to be those two that battled it out. We got four together at the end, but plenty of place changing in the second half of that race between Simon Court and Danny Andrew in what were tricky conditions. But apart from that moment for a lot of the cars on the first lap at Honda, it was a good race where everybody was close and changing positions, but no contact out there, and just about keeping it on the road. So we'll make our way shortly to Johnny Palmer, where we'll have the top three, Danny Andrew and Simon Court, in a few moments with Jonathan Lister, where we'll get to find out what the drivers' thoughts were. So let's hear it with Johnny Palmer down in the pit lane.
A superb way to kick off the day, was it not, here at Pembrey Circuit for the Master 7 Championship. Dicing for first, second and third positions. We'll have a chat to all three drivers because, well, they'll want to chat amongst themselves initially. But for Danny Andrew, that was a race-long battle, having to deal with a red flag, of course, at first as well, and avoid carnage. You're looking like a relatively cool customer after that, though, Danny. Several times into hatchets, going around the outside of Simon. Didn't quite work. Then you were wide as well. I mean, the stories out of that race are almost endless.
I'm not really sure where Hatchets is, but all right, yeah. Yeah, it was a mega race. Nice to have a good, clean race, which is, I think, the first one out of 5 this year, so 6 this year. And I don't know why. We're normally really good in the wet, but this car just doesn't click. No, it seemed a lot better then, a lot closer in qualifying, considering we haven't done anything. So, all very good.
Superb win, well done. Very quick word with Simon if we can, because, beg your pardon, we'll catch up with Simon later in the day. I have a feeling you've got a very quick car, so we will see you, I'm sure, later on in the weekend. On now, though, to the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship.
Yes, a very fast turnaround with the cars already almost heading out for the second race of the day, the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship. Here's the grid. On pole position is number 8, Pete Morgan, and alongside him is number 47, Robert Campbell. Second row, 88, Martin Kayser, and 93, Ben Bateman. Third row is 46, Chris Deere, and number 90 is Finn Groom. On the fourth row, it's 87, Stuart Place, and 92, Rick Groom. The fifth row, 12, James Hazelhurst, and 89, Titch Kelsall. Row 6 is 41, Jason Wood, and 73, Jason Watkinson. Row 7, 39, Martin Rogers, and 58, Pete Oscopy. 33, Ryan Clark, and 48, Neil Dudman are on row 9. Row 9 is 26, Paul Brock, and 40, Paul Thorpe. So that's the way the grid is going to line up for this one. And we are all set for another 15-minute race. 30-second board is already being shown. So very fast turnaround, Josh.
And a slightly mixed up grid here with Robert Campbell, we haven't seen near the front at all. They're on the front row alongside the championship leader, Pete Morgan, who was over a second quicker than anybody else in quali.
Red lights are on then for the second race of the day. And out they go. And it's a good start from the pole position man, Pete Morgan then. He's made a good getaway. He's got Campbell there, who's further on the grid than we're used to seeing him. We've got a good start being made there by Chris Deere in the 46 car. One on the grass, that's number 89, Titch Kelsall. How's that all going to work out? As he's managed to avoid all of them, because of course he couldn't brake on the very wet grass. How on earth did they all avoid him, Josh?
Well, they seemed, I don't know if they saw them, because everyone seemed to stop, didn't they, going through Hatchet? Yeah, look at Pete Morgan's lead. Up to third is Finn Groom. We haven't seen him near the front before. He's qualified sixth fantastically. He's only scored 9 points in the championship in the 4 races this season. He's still got the novice cross on the back. He gets there, he's sideways, but he's there in third, just ahead of the group. That's Rick Groom, isn't it, there in fourth place, and then the Chris Deere and Robert Campbell cars. So Campbell lost out a bit. There's Paul Thorpe, who struggled in qualifying a bit, so he's trying to gain position, but a dramatic old start to that race. And way up on 2 wheels there was Finn Groom in the distance. He manages to avoid that. He's got Rick right behind him, so third and fourth. 3 of the top 4 here, Ford Fiesta XR2s, which is quite unusual.
It certainly is. The All Group Motorsport car are all together as well in third and fourth positions at the moment, just ahead of that car that was that's the Chris Deere car, isn't it? In fact, the 46 car was next up. The car that was on the front row is a couple of places further back.
A few cars going off it here at Honda, just like we saw in the Mazda 7s, and I think there's been some contact for James Hazelhurst in all of that.
And he's stranded. He's got some damage to the front of the car, I can see as well. That's the number 12 car. The other car is the Pete Osgood car, I think, which is driving away. But I think Ben Bateman's car is moving.
Hazelhurst.
James Hazelhurst, sorry.
Yes, that's right. So, yeah, we lost Ben Bateman after qualifying. He blew an engine after qualifying fourth. There's Titch Kelsall, who's got himself back going. That could have been a big accident, couldn't it? So that's good to see that everyone managed to avoid him at the start. And he's back up to 11th after some other drivers' dramas at the start of this 15-minute race. But it's Pete Morgan that leads by a second over Martin Kayser, who they're first and third in the championship. There's 47. Robert Campbell had that really good qualifying session. He was quite cautious, I think, there at the start. So he's 7th, just behind Jason Wood, who's the best of the Vauxhalls now, the Nova. But here's the leaders. Pete Morgan's gap to Martin Kayser seems to have come down, and he's bringing everybody else with him. The top 6 not separated by very much at all.
Yep, Pete Morgan, very experienced racer in stock hatch, and that's original iteration. He's also raced minis as well in the past. Inside for second place goes Finn Groom there.
Yeah, there's loads of mud on the road, and everyone's getting very sideways.
Very slippery indeed. And look at this then, it's side by side for second, and it's not too far behind the leader, isn't Martin Cage, as they come down. Rick Groom in the 92 car is also getting involved, and he's going very late on the brakes. He's just on the best lap of the race. He's trying to go around the outside of everybody to get the lead. He's got past his lad. He's then run off the road, and he's back on it now, and he's back to fourth place.
Yeah, that's right. So they all work. Finn is getting there. He's sideways. So quite remarkable stuff. So the grid a little bit down here in classic stock hatch, but the racing pretty frenetic after just 2 laps. Feels like a lot longer, doesn't it? So much has happened. But Pete Morgan, who had pulled away, like you say, everybody else is coming back to him at this stage. There's Chris Deere. He is second in the championship, 13 points behind Pete Morgan. Pete Morgan's won a race. Nobody else is here who has won so far this season.
Out of Brooklands for the second time, and look at this, a great pack of cars. You've got Finn Groom there, just using a bit of the curb on the exits of the corner there. So you've got Pete Morgan leading, Martin Kayser in second, third Finn Groom, fourth Rick Groom, and Chris Deere in fifth place, number 46. They're right together, and then a little bit of a gap back to Jason Wood in fifth place.
Finn Groom carries a lot of speed through the final corner, Honda. It looks like it could go wrong at any point, but it didn't. And he's right there behind Martin Kayser, but it's Pete Morgan out front, 1 minute 17.5. So we're 3 seconds away from qualifying pace.
Chris Deere was just having a look up the inside there. I thought he was going to get fourth place away from Rick Groom, but that didn't come to pass as they went into braking for Hatchets. And it's brought Jason Woods closer to them as well, actually.
Yeah, that's right. So Jason Wood, who I think had a bit of an incident yesterday in testing, he's got himself back out there in the PDC Racing Vauxhall Nova. But there's the leader then, Pete Morgan. The fastest lap now is with Paul Thorpe, who's there in 8th position, 1 minute 16.8. So he's lapping almost a second quicker than this lead group.
So watching them come through the Senna S's, we're working lap 4 of this race. Paul Thorpe it is with the best lap of the race, a 1:16.85. He's back in 8th position. He's 4.73 seconds behind the leader. So we'll see if Paul Thorpe becomes more involved in this as the race goes on. As you can see, Pete Morgan with a bit of a gap back to Martin Kayser now as they head into the right-hand kink at Carter's. And then it's to Honda they go, the 90-degree right-hander that ends this 1.456 mile lap of Pembrey Circuit. Good exit from Honda for Finn Groom there. He's taking the fight to the white car of Case, but also a good exit from Chris Deere. He was good on this part of the lap ago as well. This time though he has gone through into 4th position, ahead now of Rick Groom, although as we've seen earlier, Rick Groom very late on the brakes there into Hatchett's.
Yeah, this time he can't get the position back, so that change has happened for 4th place. Chris Deere going through, the former Metro champion. So the cars work their way through. Just in the background they saw Martin Rogers' Peugeot, and he's been caught by Paul Thorpe, who earlier had done the best lap of the race. That's gone back now to the race leader, Pete Morgan. There's the damaged car of James Hazelhurst, so he's going to retire his Peugeot 205 from this race. But there is Paul Thorpe in the number 40 car. Such a passionate driver about this championship is Paul in the ALS Autos backed Ford Fiesta XR2.
Yeah, and just tucked in there behind the 205 of number 39, Martin Rogers. So this is scrap for 7th and 8th position, and you can just see up ahead the leading sextet. So they're not far away. Windscreen wipers on, probably more for the... actually, it is raining again now, I think, isn't it? Looking out the window. I was going to say as much for the spray as the rain, but I think it may well be raining now as well as they work into the 6th lap of the race. Now Finn Groom under pressure from Chris Deere, the former Metro champion. He's also been a champion in midgets in Europe as well. So quite a lot of experience that Chris Deere has, and he did win several races last season, Josh. Yeah,
that's right, particularly towards the end of the year. Chris Deere was really quick. So far this season he's only had the one podium, which was a 2nd place at the opening race at Croft. But Chris Deere looking quick here. He's just set the fastest lap, a 1:15.2. So the lap times are coming down now from earlier in the race, quite significantly actually.
Interestingly, that's only about 2.5 seconds outside the lap record as well.
Really? In quali, the pole lap was a 1:14.2, so that's pretty remarkable, isn't it? Because it's still very damp out there, and as you say, it's still some rain falling here at Pembrey. There's the race leader, that's Pete Morgan. He is the championship leader. He won one of the races at the beginning of the season at Croft Circuit. 2nd, Martin Kayser. Here's 3rd and 4th. This is Finn Groom ahead of Chris Deere. Groom is so quick through this final corner at Honda. He brakes so much later than Chris Deere. He pulls away from him, therefore. Rick Groom's dropped away, though, a little bit in 5th, and he's under pressure as they go up towards Hatchett's from Jason Wood. But in turn, Chris Deere is challenging for 3rd as well, isn't he? Up to the outside of Finn, but Finn's going to hang on to P3. I think what's happening behind, Jason Wood goes through, I think.
Yes, he does. Very deep went Rick Groom into the corner, and just having a look out of our commentary box window, yes, he has also fallen behind Martin Rogers as well, has Rick Groom. There we are, we can see that on screen now. So Paul Thorpe is the red Fiesta just behind the grey one of Rick Groom, number 92.
So Jason Wood, as you say, up to 5th. He's there in the Vauxhall. Then you got the Peugeot. Then you got the Ford. So great variety in this. The Classic Stock Hatch Championship for pre-92 hatchback, 1600cc cars here. And it's there's Martin Rogers in the Peugeot ahead of the XR2 Fiestas of Rick Groom there, who run a little wide but didn't think affected him too much. And then Paul Thorpe, top 2 up front, getting away from the pack now. Pete Morgan and Martin Kayser in the 2 different types of XR2, the injected car for Martin Kayser and the standard car for Pete Morgan. There they are, the top 2 then across the line, 1st and 3rd in the championship. Pete Morgan's had 3 podiums, just the 1 for Martin Kayser. But the Martini liveried car there just sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:15.16. and he's right on the bump. He can't be much closer than that to the back of Pete Morgan's car.
Good to see Martin Kayser doing well, based in Coventry these days, but originally from the northeast of England. He's been racing this car since 2012, and he does all the work on himself with his son James as well. They get the car ready, and he's had some success in it down the years. Martin's been actually racing for 15 years now, but 10 years in this car. These two are getting away then from Chris Deere in third position, as Kayser now attacking Pete Morgan for the lead of the race at the hairpin there. You can see a little bit further back Rick Grimm. There's a red flag's now coming out. The race is being stopped, and we're trying to figure out exactly. Well, I think there's something off at the Debenny, or the crossing maybe, because that's where I can see a yellow flag being waved. So we'll see if we can get a view on that out of our window. But the race being stopped, it won't be restarted, I don't think, because there's only less than 5 minutes to go when the red flags went out. But so it's a slight mystery at the moment as to what's gone on, Josh.
I'm afraid it's Finn Groom that's gone off, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, Rick Groom's back. He's gone into the tyre wall, I'm afraid, up there at Debenny, like you suggested. So that's a real shame. After having such a good race there, the youngster, who hasn't been racing for very long at all.
No, it's not.
He did look quite sideways at times, and the checkered flag now being shown, isn't it? So that should confirm our top three as Pete Morgan, Martin Kayser, and Chris Deere. Not sure if we saw Chris Deere get past Finn Groom before that, did we? Well, not that
he was certainly ahead of Finn Groom. Yeah, I don't know if we saw that.
Yeah, so much happened during the course of that race.
Yes. So I think Johnny Palmer's disappeared downstairs to hopefully speak to the drivers. I think they're going to drive into the pit lane exit. So hopefully Johnny can grab the top three as they head past him and make their way back to the paddock. So that'll be Pete Morgan, Martin Kayser and Chris Deere, as you have said. So we are going to see the Classic Stock Hatch cars again tomorrow. They're out tomorrow morning, bright and early, 9:25. It's a full day of racing that we have for you tomorrow, by the way. Getting underway at 9 o'clock with the second of the races for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. Let's have a look at the results though. Pete Morgan it was that took the win in that reduced race from number 88 Martin Kayser in second, 8th the winner from 88 Martin Kayser in second, 46 Chris Deere was third, 4th went to number 90 Finn Groom, in 5th place was 41 Jason Wood, 6th to number 39 Martin Rogers, 7th was number 92 Rick Groom, then Paul Thorpe, Robert Campbell who started on the front row, he was 9th, and Titch Kelsall rounded out the top 10. Neil Judman was 11th, Pete Osgoody 12th, and James Hazelhurst 13th. He didn't make it to the checkered flag, and I think we'll also have Finn Groom, of course, taken out of the results because he wasn't running when the red flags went out. So that's Classic Stock Hatch. They, as I say, have another race tomorrow, and we've still, as I say, got 7 more races to come this afternoon here at Pembrey, with the Race Part 750 Formula Championship up next. And then after that, we've got the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship as well. With Mighty Minis, the Tiki-Wa Type R Trophy, the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship, and the K-Tech Racing Clear Sport Championship rounding out the day here at Pembrey. So lots more racing to come at this South Wales venue. First time in 4 years that the 750 Motor Club has been here to Pembrey, and it's great to be back. It's a great circuit, produces some really good racing as we've seen already. It is a long way for many competitors to get here. We're just west of Llanelli, as we are now ready to head down to the podium and hear once again from Johnny Palmer.
I have a victory garland ready to go for Pete Morgan, so we need to go and find Pete, and well done as well to Martin Kayser and to Chris Deere, who wasn't actually up in the top 3 in the opening stages of that race, but I think a collection of what happened in the red flag and also then subsequently Chris has managed to nab a podium out of that. Where's Pete? Here we are. Oh, Pete's standing chatting, so let's go and interrupt him first of all. Pete, first of all I need to award you one of these. So congratulations, there's your victory garland. One of those sort of tricky races. I mean, it was frenetic going in through the first few corners through Debenny on that opening lap, but unfortunately we don't get quite the 15 minutes, curtailed at just over 10.
Yeah, it's just basically keep the thing in front and just keep going. That's all you can do, and just keep everybody behind you as much as you can. There's certain parts of the track we were pretty dire, to be quite honest with you, and other tracks we were pretty good. But I mean, all in all, we weren't anywhere near the pace we should have been this morning. But tomorrow's another day, innit? We'll see how we go from there. We've won, that's the main thing.
Do you think had Martin got in front of you, it would have been tricky then to catch up and make the repass?
I'd have certainly had to try a bit, that's for sure.
I mean, these cars are obviously different ages of Fiesta, but they're very evenly matched, and you've got the Peugeot in third as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's the age-old stories, horses for courses. I mean, we'll come here, we'll go to Cadwell, we go to Croft, and we're pretty competitive. We go to Snetton, we're going to struggle a little bit. Brands we're not too bad at. Mallory Park, well, I might not even turn up. It's as easy as that. So you try and get the job done at these sort of tracks. So, yeah, and all in all, it's working out all right today.
Points in the bag, Pete. That's what matters.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm more weight in the car.
True enough. Well, you said that. Pete Morgan winning the race. Let's have a quick word with Martin as well, because Pete felt that maybe had you managed to fashion an overtake, you would have been tricky to catch.
Yeah, it was close. But early on, he got away a little bit. I think the very first corner, I had to back off, because I think it was Richard coming up the inside, tanking up the inside. Now, if I turn in there, it's going to write the car off. So, but unfortunately, I had to back everybody up a little bit. And then I think I got about 20 yards gap, and then slowly managed to pull that in. But I think it was Finn behind me. One of the grooms was right behind us all the way. I managed to get a break. And then I just started to go onto the back of Pete, but I think we were starting to slow ourselves down a little bit, because I think it was Chris, he caught us up within half a lap sort of thing. But I mean, it was slippy out there, it was real tricky conditions, but it was good fun. It was good fun to be.
How did the conditions compare to when you were practicing and qualifying earlier today?
It wasn't. It's funny, because I felt it was a little bit slippy, and I'll tell you why. Because this morning it was really heavy rain. It came as a downpour, whereas it's obviously dried off a little bit. It's clearly not dry, but it's damp, and it's almost like greasy conditions. And I think I'd rather be in the full monsoon that we had this morning. But I still think it went okay, to be honest. Like, you know, I'm happy with second. You know,
I mean, a real shame that it had to be red flagged, of course, because it was a cracking scrap to that point.
Yeah, I think so. But I think I've been lucky, because I've just spotted there's a big hole in the radiator. There's a tiny hole in the radiator, and it's chucking out water. So I'm thinking that they probably wouldn't have restarted me if they'd seen that, because it was literally under pressure. So I think I've been looking. I think there's some debris on. I think it's probably some debris that's come through, because there's a lot of debris on the last corner. I think it's at Honda corner, and a lot of debris there. But no, I'll take second place any day.
Indeed, so glad you made the finish, bearing that in mind. Martin Kayser finishing in second, and let's have a quick word with Chris then, because well, you were behind both of the groom cars. And I mean, can you shed any light as to why the red flag came out? Because we're trying to piece that together.
I think Finn was behind me. I got past him on the back straight, and then he was behind me down the straight. I went around with his left-hander. I think Finn maybe just took too much speed, and I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if he went off by himself. Do you know what? No, I can't. Is the answer to
But Finn was involved somehow.
I think so, yes. I think Finn went off, causing a red flag. We were just on the tail of these boys on the last lap, caught them up fairly quickly because they were battling. I thought, oh, we're on for a bit of a race now, and never mind, we ran out of laps, but send it. The cars are working. We got 3 happy drivers on the podium. What more can you ask for?
That's very true.
A win would have been nice.
Well, that was my next question. Had it run the distance to the 15 minutes, you feel like the result could have been even better than third?
I think I'd have got past Martin, because he seems to have a bit of I saw a bit of smoke from that. He's sort of losing a bit of water. Whether you can get past Pete Morgan around here when he's winning and we're 1-2 in the championship is a very big ask. But I will try again tomorrow and give it the best. Why not?
There's always a Sunday here at Pembrey, isn't there?
Absolutely. It might even be dry and warm. You never know.
Not sure I'd go that far, but we can be ambitious. It might be snowing in South Wales, yes, but nevertheless, Chris Deere finishing in third position. A cracking opening stanza then for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stockhouse Championship. And next, it is the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship.
Yes, first race of the weekend for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. Coming up next, first time we've seen them on the live stream this season. Here's how the grid's going to form. On the front row, it's going to be number 1, Peter Bove, the reigning champion, and beside him, the previous champion, number 4, Mark Glover. On the second row, it's going to be number 6, Simon Bolter, on the inside, and beside him, number 9 is Richard Jenkins in the Shepherd. On the third row, it's 31, Ollie Collett, who's second in the points coming into this weekend, and Chris Goff, last year's runner-up, number 2, next to him. On the fourth row, it's number 17, Richard Rothery in the PRS, and next to him, it's Martin Kemp, number 42. Ian Barley, as he prefers to be known, is number 11 on the inside of row 5, beside 39, which is Matthew Unwin. Row 6 is number 5, Jake Doherty, and 15, Bill Rutter. Further back, on row 7, it's 21, Hugh Davis, and 70, Martin Depper, having switched over from historic 750 formula for this season. And then Alan Bunter, number 28, and number 67, Paul Mason, if he's there, will round out the field for this race part 750 Formula Championship race. And it's going to be another 15-minute race, as the vast majority of them are during the course of this weekend. We have had just the 2 races, haven't we, so far this season for the race part 750 Formula Championship. They were at Silverstone on the national circuit. Josh, you were there. Tell us about what happened.
Yeah, they were quite interesting. We had Peter Bove. I think he qualified quite a long way ahead of anybody else, so he thought, we're going to have another, like we did last year, Peter Bove dominating. But that wasn't the case. He was chased all the way by Ollie Collett, who is returning this year, isn't he, after a few years out, in the Race Kits Falcon. And they were really close, nose to tail, throughout the first race, and he wasn't able to find a way through. The second race, where it was a bit drizzly, but everyone was on slicks, it was still dry really, he spun at the start, I think it was at Brooklands, and he fell about 10 seconds behind. He managed to catch Peter Bove, but never get past him. So this year, going off the Silverstone form book, Peter Bove's got his work cut out, I think, with Oliver Collett. But Collett only qualified 5th this morning in the damp, 3.5 seconds away. So we'll see what he can do in these tricky conditions. But you've got 2 former champions there starting at the front. Peter Bove on the pole and Mark Glover alongside him. But some different drivers behind.
Yes, absolutely. And we should be in for a good couple of races this weekend for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. We're not quite yet in a position to have the cars released out onto the circuit. There is just a little bit of clearing up work being done after that previous race for the Demons Weeks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship. And as soon as that's done, of course, the race will be able to get underway. But in the meantime, we'll take a short break.
So we're here at Pembrey ahead of the 750 Formula race. We've got Jake Doherty here, who had his race debut at Silverstone a month ago. How did that go?
Yeah, it went all right. It's just first time doing any sort of racing. Like, haven't done any karting or nothing like that, so straight into it, and yeah, got 2 finishes out of it, so it was good.
You've been around race paddocks for a long time, though. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I've been about it all my life, really. Obviously, with my granddad doing it, so yeah, just getting into it now and actually doing the driving.
Granddad's here as well, Bob. It's a bit unusual, is it, now to have your grandson out racing?
It doesn't feel too bad, but at Silverstone, you can't really see him racing as such, can you? So I'll let you know after tomorrow's race. And it's going to be wet as well tomorrow, I understand. So we'll have to wait and see how that one goes.
You've obviously been around the club for a very long time. How have you found the championship progressing all through those years?
Progressing, I don't know whether it's progressing, but it's got more expensive to keep up with the front guys, I suppose. So that's about the only issue.
And the car itself, that's a car I think built quite a long time ago originally now.
Yeah, it was, in the early 90s. So it's getting a bit old now, but it's still going, and I'm hoping Jake can get it back to the front. Whereas I was slipping back, I'm hoping he can take it back to the front of the grid again.
Obviously, you've got so much experience. Have you been passing that on to Jake over the last few months?
Well, the last few years, yeah, we keep talking about it. So I'm hoping he's picking things up, and he's got his own ideas anyway. So hopefully we'll get further up the grid.
I presume you're still enjoying coming to the race circuits after all these years?
Yeah, I love it. I love this bit of it. Yeah. I really enjoy the race weekend.
And what's your favourite memories from the championship in the past?
In the past, well, of winning it, obviously. It's just something that I've always wanted to do, and I've enjoyed doing it. All this time. So it's about 53 years at the moment. So,
And you plan to get back in the car at some stage?
Well, that was Plan A at the start of the year, and I'll let you know by the time we get to Cadwell, because I think Cadwell will be my last chance to have a go. So, but while Jake's enjoying it and still progressing, we'll leave him to do it, I think.
Yeah, back to you, Jake. So this weekend at Pembrey, I think you've done a session out in the car. How do you find this circuit compared to Silverstone?
Well, it's definitely a lot more bumpy than Silverstone. The circuit is similar in some ways, but there's a couple of other different areas. The car feels a lot better in terms of than what it was at Silverstone, but that's probably me as well. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully it'll be a good weekend.
And obviously, I think it's 3 races, isn't it, this weekend? So you get to you'll hit 2 this one.
I think it's 2.
Planned on 3.
Yeah, if we're doing 3, I don't know about it. So yeah, I think so.
So 2 races this weekend. We may have different weather, like you say, each day. So that's going to be lots of learning experience this weekend.
Yeah, definitely in the wet. I haven't driven it in the wet. So tomorrow is looking like it's going to be wet all day. So it'll be a big learning thing tomorrow, and then hopefully Sunday can put all the testing from today into Sunday's race.
Obviously, these cars don't have too much power, but they've got lots of grip. It looks like. How are you finding that?
Yeah, it's there's loads of grip in the corners, keeping up with quite a lot more powerful cars than what we've got. But yeah, there's more than enough grip to get around.
Well, best of luck this weekend. Hope all goes well.
Thank you.
So cars forming up now on the grid for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. Good to hear there from one of the drivers that's going to be on the grid, Jake Doherty, and his grandfather Bob Simpson, who's been racing that car since the early 90s and been racing in the championship for more than 50 years. The 750 Formula inaugurated back in 1949. It's the longest continually running race formula in the world, more than 70 years, therefore, and the ethos has remained the same throughout to provide scope for the amateur to design and build and develop their own car, and within a set of regulations that allow for that. On the 3rd different engine during the course of the 70-odd years that the championship has had. Started out with the 7cc Reliant engine, which gave the Formula its name, 750 Formula. Sorry, Austin the 7 engine, I should say. Then they moved on to the 850cc Reliant engine, which they had sort of the 60s and 70s, 80s and 90s, and then in the early 2000s, really, they moved over to the Fiat Fire engine, the 1108cc engine that went into things like the Panda, which they run to this day. And it's really then up to the drivers and constructors to configure that in the way that they choose. Pole position is Peter Bove in number 1, the 65-year-old, in his Derby, the car built originally by Dick Harvey for Ernie Frost many years ago. And it's a car that's actually won the championship on 7 occasions. In 2016, Robin Gearing won the championship in this car, but Peter Bove has also won it 6 times as well. He's won 45 races in all as the green flag lap gets underway. A bit of a delayed start to it, I'm afraid, for number 4, which is the car on the outside of the front row, Mark Glover, 2-time champion.
I think he had gearbox issues in quali at Silverstone, and has he got away well at all now? Well, he's got away before the rest, hasn't he? So hopefully he can pick up his position. He started from the back of the races there at Silverstone, and worked his way up a little bit. So he's 5th in the championship. He got a 5th and a 6th. But yeah, the former champion with new bodywork, I think, on the car for this year. Not going so well at the first round, but obviously second on the grid here is better.
Yeah, you see, the last couple of seasons haven't necessarily gone to plan for him. He won the championship twice in the previous 2 seasons, though. Second round on the inside, you've got number 6, Simon Bolter, in the Derby. We've seen him out previously as well in historic 750 form. Had a 7th place finish, I think, at Silverstone nearly 2 months ago now, I suppose it is, isn't it, in the opening meeting. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do in that Derby. And beside him is number 9, Richard Jenkins, who raced in low cost from 2006 to 2019. He's racing in the Shepherd. Number 67, Paul Mason, is there at the back of the grid in the Derby 92J, by the way, so that's good. But Richard Jenkins out there in the Shepherd, now designated the RR01B, because there's a new engine layout in that car compared to the original sort of Max Shepherd design, with the engine now transversely mounted in a Falcon back end. But there, talking of Falcons, is the car of Mark Glover, which appears to have ground to a halt, Josh.
Yeah, it was struggling to get off the line, wasn't it? And he's got much further in the first corner.
Yeah, it's just between the hairpin, Hatchett's hairpin, and Spitfire, where it stopped on the circuit. So I think we're going to have a delay to the start of this race. Peter Bove is just arriving at the grid now. So hopefully, looking like it's going to need a recovery vehicle to go and tow it away, I think.
Well, I'm hoping things go better when Johnny Palmer takes my seat in.
Yes.
So far it's been...
Absolutely. It's been a little bit disjointed, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
So start delayed. I think we'll get another green flag lap, therefore, because these cars are... ordinarily on slick tyres, of course, but probably not today.
Well, I've noticed there's a few sort of dry-in spots on the circuit as the cars went round, and in qualifying, we were only about 3 seconds off of a dry lap record pace when it was wet. We've seen already today how grippy this circuit can be, even in the wet. So I don't think anybody would have braved slicks, but it's sort of an option that you think, I wonder what it would do.
Yeah, and the longer the cars are out there, of course, waiting for this race to start, the more likely it is that slicks might be a reasonable option. But there you can see the start delayed board.
We had a weird moment in the second race at Silverstone, because it was sort of drizzling a bit, and the only driver who went out on wets was Jake Doherty, and after about 2 laps the wets were done. So it does make you wonder if somebody was brave enough to try the slick option, whether it might work. Well, of course, today it could be possible. It could rain at any point as well.
Well, that's it. I mean, you're looking at the skies. I mean, the clouds are a bit higher, I think, than they were, but there's some grey stuff mixed in with that, so you wouldn't want to bank on a dry race just because it's dry at any given point in time, certainly. So it would be a risky strategy, one would think, to go for slick tyres rather than wets in these conditions.
So there's the Mark Glover car now being towed away by our Pembrey rescue crew, who have been kept busy so far this afternoon. Like you said, when it was wet, everything was going quite smoothly this morning. And obviously this is nothing to do with the conditions, but obviously in the 2 races earlier that was the case.
There's Matthew Unwin, number 39. That's one of the race kit's Falcon cars. There's quite a few of these on the grid that were sort of designed by Martin Kemp, who's also on the grid. Race kit's sort of the business he put together, and brought several cars onto the grid, really. I mean, historically these have always been one-off, but the race kits did offer a sort of kit-based option for these cars. People like Mark Glover, whose car we've just seen towed away, did take that up. But there's the 21 car, which is Hugh Davis, the 48-year-old, as the green flag lap gets underway. A second green flag lap for these cars. We're just looking at Hugh Davis, who's now got his own suspension design on the Phoenix Fire Mark II for the product director from Peterborough, who's the 2013 Class B champion. That's the 31 car of Ollie Collett, who appeared, didn't he, at Silverstone, but and has been quick in previous years, but we've not seen him for a little while before Silverstone, I don't think.
Yeah, I think he had a couple of years off in the COVID years.
Yeah.
It went really well at Silverstone, as I said. Chased Peter Bove in both races. Didn't qualify so well here. He's in the fully bodied race kits Falcon, isn't he, there? So see if he can move forward during the course of this race. The baton is back out this weekend. Don't think we saw that at Silverstone. So Bill Rutter is back.
Yep.
Former championship winning car, that of course. It's a shame we haven't got Conway Dorr here, because he went really well. He was on the podium at Silverstone, and he was out in a different car as well.
Yeah, he's in a new car for this season, isn't he? Because someone else has got his old car now. I think Martin Depper's in the ex-Conway Dorr car now.
Yeah, that's right. So we had some sort of different shapes at the front. Again, we should have that here, because we've got the Derby, the race kits of different sort of shapes, and the Shepherd all at the front there.
Yeah, I say interesting to note the work that they've done on that Shepherd to change the engine configuration with that race kit's Falcon rear end now on the car. I think there is another Shepherd being prepared for racing as well. In due course, so we'll see if that does appear at some point.
Yeah, it was the Star, wasn't it? The SDAR that was used at Silverstone by Conway Dorr.
Ex-Dave Robson car.
Yeah, that's right, and that went really well. The best we've seen it go.
And I know Dave was keen for that to go to someone who was going to race it well and race it at the front of the field, and indeed Conway Dorr. Yeah. They've done that because that's a step forward from where he's been on the grid in the past.
Yeah. I think he was sort of borrowing it just for the weekend. Yeah. So I think he's going to have another car out later. We'll see, though. As he went so well at Silverstone, perhaps he'll be keener to have that on a more regular basis. Anyway, back here at Pembrey, we should be about to get this race underway, which drivers have probably been waiting for a little while, so they'll be pleased about that. With just that one car on the front row, just the Peter Bove car, so we'll see how well he can get off the line. How much grip there is, that's what everybody's going to find out in these first few laps.
Yeah, just looking at the back, I think they're all M2 position now. 5-second board has been shown. Red lights are going on. Oh, and a bit of a jump start there from the number 6 car from the second row of the grid of Simon Bolter. Not a great start from Ollie Collett by the looks of it either, as they head up towards Hatchett's for the first time. So it's Peter Bove leading, Richard Jenkins in second place. That's Chris Goff in the number 2 car, trying to outbrake Simon Bolter and get up into third position. I suspect Simon Bolter might find himself with a penalty come the end of this race, because he did move when the red lights went on rather than when they went out.
But it is Bove up front. Jenkins is up to second now, the former Locos man. But there is the leader, the great big rear wing on the back of the Derby that is driven by Peter Bove. Then Jenkins second. Third is Chris Goff, who had a really good season last year. He, I think, suffered damage at Silverstone in an incident. Martin Kemp has come through from row 4 to run there in 4th position. We certainly see round the back here, Ian, there are some pretty dry lines developing, which I don't think we were expecting to see today, which could add to the remainder of the day's racing.
Yep, yellow flags, and that's the number 11 car that's gone off. That's Ian Barley in his race kits Falcon. He's gone off into the barriers there at the exit of Brooklands Hairpin. So we'll see if that's going to be a problem or not. There we can see the PRS going through, the number 17 car of Richard Rothery. He's got Matt Owen, number 39, next to him. But there are the leaders. They're going over the start and finish line to complete their first lap of the race. They're going to head down to Hatchett's Hairpin now, and it's very close indeed for the lead of the race. So you can see we're just picking up that 17 car of Richard Rothery. We've seen that car win many races in the past in the hands of Ed Pither and David Bartholomew. As we go on to the second lap of the race, then it's still being led by Peter Bove. There he is, with Richard Jenkins in second and Chris Goff in third at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, it's all very close at this point, isn't it, between the front runners. I mean, you can see going through shot there up towards Senna, and this is where Richard Jenkins has really started to put Peter Bove under pressure. Very different design philosophies, but through on the inside line goes Richard Jenkins, but there's yellow flags waving there, and Richard Jenkins acknowledges them and is waving Peter Bove back through. This has got very awkward.
Oh, yes.
Martin Kemp's taken the lead.
Yeah, well, Peter Bove, I think, is going more slowly than he needs to there. What if Peter Bove's safety car is why? So the safety car boards are showing that's why Peter Bove is going slowly. So I think they're going to sort themselves back out into order. But Martin Kemp, meanwhile, he's realised now. He's back. I'm sure he's horrified that he's made that mistake. Now he's realised what has gone on, and we'll see what happens from here. I certainly imagine he'll have a conversation with the clerk of the course after the race. But it looked like some drivers had spotted the safety car flags and others had not. So we'll see what goes on from here.
Yeah, it all got a little bit awkward there, didn't it, for a few moments. Martin Kemp has come across the line as the leader after 2 laps of what should be a 15-minute race. And you see the safety car boards out, and at the front of the queue now will be the 750 Motor Club's safety car.
Yeah, so it's the 11 car of Ian Barley. Right, sort of Martin Kemp's now sort of letting them back through, which to where was he at the previous?
He was 4th.
He was 4th. So okay, that's fine. So that's sort of going to work out. I'm sure he'll still have a word with the clerk of the course, but at least is given those places back, and we are going to sort of go from the order we were before all of that happened. The car that's off, say in Barley, that's the car off at up at Brooklands. Managed to, I imagine, just ran out wide and then found himself into the barriers there. There is the car, and he's gone into the sort of foam blocks there. Looks like there's still some damage to that front right corner, though, doesn't it? I'm afraid that will need to be attended to before he can go racing again. But certainly it's been a busy afternoon so far for the recovery crews that have had to recover cars from all of the races that we've had so far today.
All the different parts of the circuit as well, it feels like. So it's not like one particular part of the track is catching drivers out. And yeah, I don't think that front right corner is really connected to much, is it?
No. And of course this is the part of the circuit that the cars are now approaching, so they're going through that area very sedately to make sure that the recovery can be completed safely. But yeah, that track certainly is drying out a little bit, and it is interesting. I mean, as I said to you earlier on, I think it was Ben Panner said there was so much grip this morning when it was properly wet, and now it is really in those horrible in-betweeny conditions. That's when we're probably seeing more cars going off, more mistakes being made.
Yeah, some drivers saying that they were only lapping sort of a second or so quicker yesterday in the dry test sessions, which is absolutely remarkable to have such little difference between the dry and the wet. Places like Fruxton as well, I think, similar type of thing. Not quite as extreme as that.
Must be a peculiarity of the particular surface that those circuits have, I would think.
I think it's where you've got an aggressive tarmac which wears the tyres, but I guess it also provides lots of grip.
Yeah.
But when it's in this in-between stage, like you say, the lap times haven't been as quick as they were in qualifying, and presumably that's why we're seeing these mistakes made, because at the moment it isn't grippy. Although you think you might be able to carry the speed through when you have those, when you know in qualifying how quickly you're going through the corners in wetter conditions, it must be difficult to think how to drive it. And it's a different part of the track at the minute. It's damper than others. You still see there's puddles out on the circuit in places, and other places there's almost a dry line developing.
There is, but that's not necessarily on the racing line there.
No. But it's a lot damper there, isn't it, than around the back of the track?
It is. It is. The water's just lying a little bit more on the surface, perhaps slightly different there to other parts of the circuit. The water collecting in it.
Guess also
to a greater extent.
It's a slower part of the track there, isn't it? The Hatchett's hairpin, so therefore the tyres aren't dispersing as much water.
No, that's true.
As the fast part of the track.
Well, there's the recovery vehicle. I can't see a car behind it, though, so it may have already towed it to a position of safety.
Somebody that made a good start, we heard from the beginning of the race, before the race, Jake Doherty started a length on the grid. He got up to 7th in only sort of a lap of racing that we had, so that was a good start from him. Here, it does look like a dry line is there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly emerging, isn't it? So, and that is a quicker corner, quicker part of the circuit, so that may account for the difference. Still, we have the safety car at the minute, but I think that might be about to change because the circuit is now clear, and I can see beneath us we've got a green flag being made ready. Safety car has indeed pulled in, and the green flag is going to wave with 8 3/4 minutes of the race left to go. We get back underway here at Pembrey in the race part 750 Formula Championship race. There's Ollie Collett trying to make a place on Simon Bolter. That's for 5th position then as they head down to Hatchett's hairpin for the, what are we on, 5th time in this race.
Yeah, that's right. And I think looking at the window, the rain might be returning after talking about those conditions. But there is Richard Jenkins there in second. Peter Bove's made a good restart here, though, using all the experience he has. And as you mentioned at the beginning of before the race, how many championships Peter Bove has racked up in this category. So probably the most experienced driver we have here this weekend on circuit. There's Jenkins in second in that Shepherd. And then just behind, in third place, the Chris Goff Racing car, driven by the man that designed and built it, Chris Goff, there in third place. So everything's a little bit more spread out, isn't it, after the restart?
It is at the moment, but still more than half of this race left to go. So we'll see if anything develops in the closing laps here. As they're heading through Honda and back onto the Cowles straight, the start and finish straight here at Pembrey Circuit. So that's 5 laps in the books. Now Peter Bove, really the first flying lap of the race, that is, a 1:10.32 that he has done. That's about 6.3 seconds outside Bob Simpson's lap record from 2008.
Ollie Collett across the line in 4th, so he's behind these drivers we're looking at on screen, Jenkins and Goff, but he is 5 seconds further back. And Martin Kemp's lost a number of positions, his 7th, so he's also fallen behind Simon Bolter and Jake Doherty. So I wonder if Martin Kemp had a problem on that lap. As you can see here, the rain's starting to fall again, so track conditions will continue to change. And there's Collett then, up to 4th, ahead of Simon Bolter. Drivers with different background. We mentioned Simon Bolter has raced in the historic division as well, which we'll see a bit later on. We'll see those types of cars, the older cars, later on in the programme. But there is Simon Bolter currently running in 5th place for number 6, and 6th place is number 5, somewhat confusingly. The 2 Class B drivers, for drivers that have got less experience or success in the category. But across the line, with 6 minutes to go, comes the leaders, headed by Peter Bove. And his lap times are going out, actually. So in quali he did a 1:07. He's doing a 1:11 now, and he's got a 1.2 second margin over Richard Jenkins. The pair of them pulling away from Chris Goff. Chris Goff, though, is a second slower than Ollie Collett there in 4th, and he's taking Simon Bolter with him. Here's Martin Kemp, who's back to 6th. He's got himself back ahead of Jake Doherty, who's in 7th. 8th is Richard Rothery. 9th is Matthew Unwin, and Bill Rutter completes the top 10 after 6 laps.
Yeah, and I think it's starting to rain a bit harder even more now as well, as we're watching the top contenders go through. It'd be interesting to know what kind of setup people had put on these cars as well. We talked about the tyres, but of course the setup can play a part as well.
And I wonder if it does rain a lot, whether the grip level will actually increase, bizarrely.
Well, it may well do. It may well do, but we're in these really difficult in-betweeny conditions at the moment. So relatively static up front at the moment. Ollie Collett ahead of Simon Bolter for 4th and 5th. There, those 2 cars are. You've got the Race Kits Falcon, and for Simon Bolter, the Derby Mark 4/5. The driver from... Well, in fact, the checkered flag has now gone out. So the race has come to an end already. That's caught us out. We've got 5 minutes left on the clock. Peter Bove, then, it is that take the checkered flag to win the race, and he's done that by 1.7 seconds from Richard Jenkins in 2nd, and Chris Goff 3rd, and Ollie Collett in 4th position. So I wonder if that's because we did have the sort of delayed start, didn't we? And that could be why we've had to, and an extra green flag lap, which probably took up 5 minutes or so. So probably that's why we've had a slightly shorter race than we were expecting. Peter Bove, it is then that's taken the win from Richard Jenkins in 2nd, and Chris Goff in 3rd place. But it was sort of heading towards that kind of result anyway, I'd have thought, Josh, certainly among the top 3 drivers.
Yeah, you'd think so. The only thing that may have happened was Ollie Collett might have been able to catch those in front. But let's take a look at the full results, Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. So Peter Bove it was that took the win, the reigning champion, as he looks to make it 3 in a row. Number 1, the winner then, from number 9, Richard Jenkins. The gap between them 1.7 seconds. In third place, it was number 2. That's Chris Goff in the CGR 2 Evo. In fourth place, number 31, Ollie Collett. He got ahead of Simon Bolter. Number 6 at the restart, Bolter took 5th. But we do need to keep an eye out if there's any post-race penalty applied to him. 6th went to number 42, Martin Kemp. 7th, number 5, Jake Toerty. After that good start to the race. 8th, number 17, Richard Vothery. Matthew Unwin, number 39, was in 9th place. And Bill Rutter in the baton rounded out the top 10. Martin Depper was 11th, ahead of Hugh Davis and Paul Mason, with the 28 car of Alan Bunter, the final finisher, in 14th position. So rain falling once again here at Pembrey Circuit. Hopefully conditions will be better tomorrow morning when we see the Race Parts 750 Formula cars out for their second and final race of the weekend at around about 10 to 10. Still got plenty of more racing to come this afternoon. Still to come, we've got the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship, the Castle Combe Racing Club Mighty Mini Championship, the Takiwa Type R Trophy, the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, the RLM Racing Sports 1000s, and the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship as well. So lots more to come this afternoon here at a distinctly damp Pembrey circuit. And we will look forward to those races very shortly indeed. Don't forget, you can find out a lot more information about 750 Motor Club on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. You'll also find there a link to the digital programme. If you head to 750mc.co.uk/calendar, scroll to the Pembrey event page, you'll be able to find the programme for this event, and also you'll find the live timing as well. So let's head down once again to the pit lane, and we'll hear from Johnny Palmer talking to our top 3.
Another fascinating race here at Pembrey. You have to be on your toes, I have to say, because for many, the race finished there, coming a lot earlier than expected. Peter Bove is always a man on his toes, the number of years you've been competing in this category. Let me first of all do the honours, because that is yours.
Thank you.
Victory Garland. Tricky race because of the conditions. I mean, many people have been saying it's very slippery, and you didn't quite know when the end was going to come, but you raced to the checkered flag, I suppose.
Yeah, it was a kind of weird race because I didn't know how long the safety car had been out for. There was a big pile of mud right on the apex at Honda, so that made it a bit tricky. But it was good at the end. I don't know what happened to Mark because he was quite close to me in practice this morning, so that would have probably been a closer race. But yeah, you're right. You just race who's there and to the flag.
But a comfortable distance in the end on Richard and of course Chris behind him.
Yeah, I didn't see what the gap between Richard and Chris was, but
closer than it was to you, basically.
I suspect they were probably holding each other up a little bit. So yeah, it was a good race.
And good information to run with tomorrow, although the conditions might change again.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have some dry tomorrow because there's a really old lap record here, which I think everyone's after. And so far, these lucky boots were a Christmas present from my fiance. And so far, I've had 2 poles at Silverstone, 2 wins at Silverstone, 2 poles here and 1 win here. So I need to, keep the clean sweep going.
Putting you on the spot here, but when was that lap record set?
Oh, I don't know, about 2008, I think. Okay. So quite a while ago, by Bob Simpson, whose grandson is racing the car today. Or this weekend. So yeah.
So some bragging rights in the paddock to be had, perhaps, if you can beat that tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously it depends on the conditions, so we'll see.
Indeed so.
It's quite windy this weekend, so that might put a stop to it as well.
Nevertheless, a really good drive, Peter. Congratulations, another win to add to the tally. Let's move across to Richard. Richard Jenkins finishing in second place. Peter's car just that little bit too quick today, but you had a good scrap with Chris.
Yeah, it was a really good race. The sort of track was drying and then it started raining again. But this is a sort of like basically a new rear end on the car that I built over the winter. Spent a lot of time doing it, and so I'm really pleased that it's done. Gone really, really well. So.
You can spend a lot of time rebuilding bits of the car, all of the car, and then you come out the other side and go, no, I've gone the wrong way here. But that is an improvement for you.
It most definitely is. The car felt very quick. I was keeping up with Peter, which was something I couldn't do last year. So yeah, I'm very pleased with it.
Congratulations. It was a good race, second place, Richard Jenkins. So that is it for the 750, the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. But we move forward now with the Yokohamas and Demon Tweaks Low Cost Championship.
the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. It's a big old grid of cars, so let's rattle our way through this. Pole position is number 79 Tom Parker. Beside him is 87 Craig Land. Second row should have been 94 Martin West on the inside, but he's not there. Next to the gap is number 19 Daniel Garrett. Row 3 on the inside is 99 Ryan Garrett. Then it's number 40 David Martin. Row 4 is just coming into position. It's 29 Jeff Peake and 82 Paul Clark should be there. Row 5 is 73 and 9, 73 Rob Apsey and 9 William Wright. Row 6 is 69 and 58. That's Todd Boucher and Bradley Horsnell. The 7th row is 38 and 84, 38 Rob Hardy and 84 Carl Roycenars. He's a bit further back than you might expect to see him. Number 90 is Thor Tuller and 33 is Glenn Boyer. That's on row 8. The 9th row is 96 Jonathan Higgins and 50 Ian Hardy. Row 10, Tony Mole and Glyn Griffiths in 25 and 31. Then it's Daniel Russell 57 and William Ward or Bill Ward number 20 on row 11. And row 12 is 18 Nick Garrett and 41 Jeanette Malpas. That is how the grid is going to line up, but there are some gaps. I think some of them are being filled, and the cars you can see beneath our commentary box window are just about to get themselves all into order. The marshals working hard to get them into their correct grid slots. It's going to be a 15-minute race, as ever with low costs. No green flag lap for this one, Josh. Again, this is a championship that I've not seen at all yet this year. You think you've only seen it, they've had 2 meetings, you've only seen it once.
Yeah.
And that was at Silverstone, but they've been to Brands Hatch as well since then.
Yeah, and every race has been won by Craig Land in different ways. The first race at Silverstone was won by a nose after an incredible battle which involved 11 cars, I think, at one point. Craig Land won there. Then he pulled away. He managed to break the toe somehow in the second race at Silverstone. He did similar things at Brands, I think. Martin West is here. He's making his way through now. I think the cars started to come out in a bit of a random order.
Yes.
So the marshals on the start line have had to work hard, and Martin West is there then, the driver who's second in the championship, who's been on the podium all but one time so far this year. He's 23 points behind Craig Land. On pole, though, is Tom Parker, who was super fast at Silverstone. He got fastest laps there, but didn't finish the races. So watch out for him in the ex-championship winning car when it was in the hands of Mark Burton. So he's there on pole alongside the championship leader Craig Land, then Martin West, the former champion. Then it's Daniel Garrett, who joined low cost recently. So he's there on row 2 after a good quali, just ahead of his brother Ryan. So they're both on the grid together, and we've got cars pretty much in where we expect to, so won't be too much longer. We see there on the screen 69 Todd Boucher, who's sort of in the middle of the grid here in a 24 strong low cost field. I think the biggest grid we've got this weekend, so a good grid of low cost, but as you said, the last round at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, which I think was the first time in the long history of low cost they got to race on that circuit.
Yeah, absolutely, sharing the grid with the Mazda 7s, but a great opportunity that, because opportunities for club drivers to race on the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch are few and far between. That's why we've got a slight delay, and that's because the Ian Barley car from 750 Formula is just being towed into the outer paddock where they're based this weekend. That has held the 1 minute board, now the 30-second board being shown beneath us, and then we will get racing underway very shortly. So it's Tom Parker in the red and black car on the front row, 87 it's the grey car, a 5-time winner this season, Craig Land, beside him on the grid. The red lights are on and out they go, and it's a pretty even start from the 2 on the front row. In fact, it's a better start by Craig Land, and he's going to have the lead, and he might even be overtaken himself on the run down to the first corner. Yes, he has. It's Dan Garrett, number 19, that's come through from the outside of the second row of the grid to lead. Martin West from the outside has also made a good start. There's contact a bit further back, though. That's Jeff Peake. He's been gotten into the side off. He was a winner at Mallory Park last season, I seem to remember, so a bit scrappy through Hatchets on the first lap, but it looks like everyone has probably made it through.
A good start, like you say there, by Dan Garrett. And there's one off here as well, isn't there, that's spinning off at DeBenny, I think that words, but up front it is Garrett that leads. I met him yesterday, he was very enthusiastic about this, and he leads the way, so I'm sure it'll be even more so. Oh, and there's another one that's gone off. This might not end well for number 9, who is spinning, and I think that car is going to be able to not hit anything for William Wright, so that's a good thing, because it didn't look like it was going to end that way at one point. But here's third, I think, Tom Parker, under pressure from Martin West. He's going down the inside here. over the dirt. That isn't really helpful for Martin West as he went through Carter's, and therefore he stays fourth. But there's a change with the lead in front because Craig Land's got himself up ahead of Daniel Garrett into the final bend there. Honda and the top two have got away. There's a big moment in the background. I think that car saved it there. And Daniel Garrett's been given a penalty according to our screen, so we thought he made a good start. Perhaps it was a little too good.
Yeah, jump start penalty for Daniel Garrett is up on the inside. There goes number 79, which is the Tom Parker car from pole position. He gets third place away from number 94, Martin West, last year's champion. I think Parker had a podium during the course of last season, didn't he? I seem to remember. I think possibly at Croft, I want to say, but I may not be completely right about that. Anyway, we've got just over 13 minutes left to go. We're only on the second lap of the race here, and Martin West is not going to give up. He's not only to get back into third place, he would like to catch the top two, but already Landon Garrett 2 seconds ahead of the rest. Garrett, though, with that 10-second penalty that will put him back several places, but we won't know exactly how many places back until we get to the end.
Yeah, that's right. So a few moments on that first lap. I think everyone's been able to continue. So I guess this really is a net battle for second place, which, again, Martin West goes up over the curb on the inside, which really doesn't work out for him. You've got Ryan Garrett now joining in on this as they go into Honda, and a very wide line for Tom Parker here, which means he's going to be under threat all the way down towards Hatchett's, where they're going to be pretty much 3 cars across the circuit. West to the inside there.
He is. Tom Parker's later on the brakes, though. He's going to be on the outside line. And it's up on the inside. It's the 99 car of Ryan Garrett that steals past all of them, and then Parker comes back on the exit because Garrett was not quick out of the corner, was he? So he went from 5th to 3rd, back to 5th again in very short order indeed.
Yeah, that's right. So they all think we're in each position there, weren't they, in the space of about 10 seconds. So they're back in the same order. Now, if they keep battling like this, if Daniel Garrett could just follow Craig Land around, he might be able to pull 10 seconds away at this rate, because they're already 3 seconds clear after 2 laps. So there is West chasing Parker then, and then Ryan Garrett. Then Paul Clark has got himself up there into P6, and Rob Apsley's going with them too. Then there's a bit of a gap, bit of bump drafting going on there, which is potentially dodgy in these conditions. That's Ryan Garrett pushing Martin West past Tom Parker. They've both gone past him, so they worked together there, and it worked out for them, I guess. They've got themselves up ahead then of 79 Parker. Then Paul Clark and Rob Apsley come through, but this group are a long way behind the race leaders.
Big moment for Tom Parker on the way out of Honda. He collected that up nicely though, but it starts to bring Paul Clark back into the equation as well, or into the equation for the first time I should say, and he's going to have a look up the inside as they head into Hatchett's hairpin. They turn in together, and Paul Clark's done it. I think he's going to run wide on the exit of the corner, and can Parker therefore get the better acceleration out of it on the inside line for Spitfires? Yes, he can do. So again, a short-lived place change that. Oh, there's one car out. That's up against the pit wall, I think.
Yeah.
Just down beneath our comms. The driver, thankfully, out of the car very quickly, but the car up against the pit wall beneath us.
Yeah, we can't see what car that is, so tight it is against the wall. But here...
Red flag, race being stopped.
Okay. Well...
It's been one of those days so far, hasn't it, I must say. Jeff Peake waving to acknowledge the flag has gone out and to let other drivers know. I think that's what he's doing anyway. Not some of the drivers not necessarily falling in behind him as you might expect them to do. But red flag out, race being stopped. We've got more than 10 minutes left, so we should get a restart for this race. But I suspect with that car up against the pit wall, there wasn't much choice for race control there.
One person this could help out is Daniel Garrett, because his 10-second penalty should get deleted.
Yes, because it won't apply to the new start.
But will that penalty be applied to a grid? Because we've had more than 2 laps of racing here.
Yes, it could do. So yeah, it could do, which would drop him to 8th, I think, as things stand.
Yeah, so it might work and it might not work for him.
A little bit further back than that, because it'd be 11.32, so it'd be 11th, I think, something like that. We'll wait, but yes, you're right. We'd had more than 2 laps of racing when the red flags came out. So Terry Stevens and the team down in timekeeping. It's the 25 car we can see. So that's Tony Mole, who's started racing only this year in his self-prepared car. That's actually an ex-Tom Parker car, by the way.
Right.
So you can see the scrutineers down there taking a look at what has gone on. Hopefully it's a car that can be recovered fairly quickly. We didn't, of course, see how he managed to get into that position.
He looks fine though, so that's one good bit of news.
Yeah, That's good to see. We've got the recovery vehicle making its way wrong way up the circuit to tow that to a position of safety, and hopefully, other than the time it's going to take to re-grid these cars, of course, we won't be too far away from a restart, 'cause it shouldn't take too long to clear. Let's have a look at an interview that Josh carried out yesterday while waiting for something else to happen. Josh, you spoke to Paul Clark. Let's hear from him now.
We're here at Pembrey, head of the Locals Championship with Paul Clark. Paul, the Locals have had a couple of rounds so far. How's it gone for you?
Could be better, putting it nicely. Yeah, I come in the Silverstone thinking I'll be all right this year, and then got brought back down to earth quite quick. But yeah, no, to be fair, if it weren't for West, I wouldn't be out, I don't think, because most of my cars is. So yeah, so big thanks to West. Good as gold. I wouldn't, like I say, I wouldn't be out here if it weren't for him. So, yeah, just trying to keep up with him now. That's the problem.
The Silverstone round you talked about, the race in there was quite extraordinary, wasn't it? Especially the first one.
Yeah, no, I had a great start in the first one. I started 13th and got into the lead and cut the laps, and then from the lead to about 7th in about 3 corners. So, yeah, no, I made a couple of mistakes which killed my race really, and then yeah, so it was just one of them really.
Then it was quite a special experience for the championship going to the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. Were you at that one?
Yes, yeah, went there. I wish I wasn't, because it wasn't great. So, yeah, that was a learning curve. A good track. I think everyone enjoyed the track, but I didn't really get the grips with it. I was too far off the pace, and that was the end of that, really. It was just trying to get as many points. Made a mistake in the first one and tapped the wall, bent the steering rack, so that was the end of that. And then, yeah, it's just damage limitations after that in the next couple of races, so hoping for a bit better in this one.
Obviously here at Pembrey, it's quite a different circuit and quite a good grid here this weekend. What do you expect from it?
Well, hopefully better than Brands, is put it that way. No, I've been out this morning. It was good. I felt quite good really, but just trying to keep up with the quick ones at the front, and it's hard work, but touch wood, it'll be better than Brands, so we'll go for that.
You've been in the championship now for quite a few years. You're obviously enjoying it, coming back each year.
Yeah, it's time away from the missus, isn't it, really? But no, she's over there. Better not say it too loud. But yeah, no, I love it. I think it doesn't matter where you are on the grid. It's you're always battling someone. Everyone likes to be out the front, but you got to be on it all the time. No, any mistakes and then they're gone. But yeah, all through the grid, everyone will help everyone. Doesn't matter if it's at the front or the back. Everyone seems to help each other. So that's what it's about.
You obviously mentioned there about Martin West helping you out, and like you say, that happens all the way through the paddock.
Yeah, well, like I say, I think I got about the mirrors and the fuel tank on that, and that's about it of mine. The rest is Westy's spare parts, so yeah, I'll be lost without him, to be fair. So it is. Hopefully he'll do it again this year. I know Craig's had a couple of good results. He's running away for it at the minute, but we'll see. A long way to go yet.
Well, best of luck with you this weekend.
Cheers. Thanks, mate. See you soon.
So we're here for the Locals Championship with Dan Garrett. Dan, a new class, you're new to the class here, and it's quite an extraordinary category to be in.
Yeah, it is, mate, yeah, definitely.
Silverstone started off, I think, not great for you, but the race in there was quite an interesting races to be in, loads of overtaken.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was sort of 4th to 14th and back again, and yeah, it was an interesting race, yeah.
Then the championship moved on to the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, which was the first time championship I've ever been there. And how did you find the circuit?
Oh, awesome, absolutely awesome. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to do the GP next year, and yeah, and get back out again. So yeah.
And like we talked about, the racing is quite different really to any other championships. So how have you found getting involved in having to do loads of overtaking throughout a race?
Yeah, actually, I don't know. I find it all right, to be honest. It's good. It's the further up the grid you get, the cleaner the driving. You build a trust up with the other drivers, and yeah, no, it's all right.
You obviously got quite a family outing nowadays. I think there's 3 of you here this weekend.
Brilliant, mate. Absolutely brilliant. It's great to be with both brothers, and my dad come down and watch the last race, which was fantastic. So yeah, it's good.
I guess there's that social element as well as the actual competitive part of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ryan's actually chasing me down this weekend, so I'm going to have to watch myself, but can't have him beat me, so yeah.
First time you've been here to this circuit?
Yeah, it is. I've only actually done Brands and Silverstone and Stetson a couple of times, so Yeah, it's still a learning curve. Yeah, it is. But testing's good. Testing's great.
It sounds like you're enjoying it all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. And it's just good. It's good environment. It's good atmosphere.
Best of luck this weekend.
Fantastic. Cheers. Thank you.
Well, there you can see the 25 car being towed away, and you'll spot that the left rear wheel is missing on Tony Moll's car, so we suspect, we don't know, that's why it ended up against the pit wall, Josh, on the exit of Honda Curve.
It tends not to help, does it? Losing a wheel.
The technical insight that you bring to this commentary team is astonishing. Well, you can come back again. But anyway,
it's lucky it wasn't a bigger crash, so if that was the case.
Yes, absolutely. So Tony's being towed back. Hopefully, whatever the problem was that caused the wheel to come adrift, it will be fixed and he will be out again for tomorrow's action. Well, of course, we're out twice tomorrow, aren't they? So he's got a couple of potential bites of the cherry there. So we will get a restart. The cars have been gridded up again while all of that recovery work has been going on. We've got the 30-second board being shown, so the race about to get underway for a reduced distance, we suspect.
Dan Garrett's got the front row, so things might have worked out for him that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So 5-second board has been shown. Red lights are going to go on. They go out, and away we go. You know, that 10-second penalty might be applied to this race time. You don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens. He's made a good start to this one, though, again. And he's got into the lead of the race. He's got Martin West follow him. Pole position car has gone back to third place. Paul Clark has been very late on the brakes. Let's see where he ends up. Nearly in Pembrokeshire, I think. But he does turn into the hairpin in fourth place. But there's Carl Roysenars, number 84. Be interesting to see what progress he can make. He had made some progress from his original grid slot, though.
Yeah, he'd up to 9th, so he started there on the 5th row. Originally, he started 14th, so that's a bit better. But here come the leaders, with Craig Land, the initial leader, down to 3rd there in 87. But he's behind Daniel Garrett and Martin West. There's Paul Clark ahead of Ryan Garrett, who's run out wide here because there's a lot of dirt being chucked up. It was Craig Land, I think, because he's under a lot of pressure there from Paul Clark, and he's out over the curbs as well as they go out of Brooklands there and up towards the Carter's curve, which is flat out even in these conditions. And up front, Daniel Garrett starting to get away. We just heard from him before this restart occurred. There's Paul Clark, who we also heard from. Both drivers going well here at the start of this restarted race. We haven't got confirmation of how long this may be, so we'll be keeping an eye out again to see if a checkered goes out when it goes out. But we've had one lap. Nothing's being shown on the screen for any kind of penalty for Daniel Garrett, so it looks like he is the leader. 2nd is Martin West, 3rd is Craig Land, Paul Clark 4th. There's Roussenars, he is 8th then, and challenging Rob Apsey. They're just behind Tom Parker, who initially did start from pole position on the first start.
Okay, so we are working our way around the second lap of this restarted Demon Twix Yokohama low-cost championship race. Daniel Garrett leading by 0.6 of a second at the end of lap 1. Watching the battle going on between Ryan Garrett, who's got ahead of Paul Clark, then Paul Clark with that rather dirty green and yellow number 82 car. He's back down into 5th position. Then Tom Park is 6th. Of course, he started on the pole position originally, so he's had a disappointing first few laps across the 2 starts that we've had. Oh, and another car has come to a stop, I'm afraid. That's number 90, Thor Tuller, the driver from Oxford. That car is stationary. Not quite sure how far off the road it is, but the race continues in the meantime. It's Daniel Garrett leading the way then from Martin West in 2nd place. No, it's not, because it's Craig Land that's now come through in 2nd place. So we have had a change, Josh.
Yeah, and the rain's coming down a lot heavier as well now, as we've had 2 laps of racing with Garrett out front, 1.7 seconds clear of Craig Land. There's Paul Clark, who's 5th. In front of him, Ryan Garrett uses lots of road to go through.
Yellow flags down there, though, because that's where Thor Tuller's car's off.
Right, okay. That might be something.
Martin West out of shape there as well.
Yeah, so I think there might be some sorting out at the end of this race, but nevertheless, we call it as it is for now. There is Martin West, who had just lost that position to Ryan Garrett, who's in there behind Craig Land. But remember, Daniel Garrett is a long way ahead of everybody at this point. Here's 7th and 8th, Rob Apsey ahead of Carl Roussenars in 84, with the colourful roll cage on that car, making it very much stand out against the rest. Out over the curve sideways is 99, Ryan Garrett, that was, who is now in third position after getting past Martin West early in the lap.
Yep, so this is lap 3 of this race. There is 87, Craig Land then, the driver that's won all 5 of the races so far this season. He's got his work cut out to do that on the road, at least today.
Yeah, the lead had a big twitch out of Honda curve. You saw him pull right to the inside of the circuit, and that's because he had a big old slide going on.
Tom Parker trying to get 5th place away from Paul Clark there. We can see there's the race leader, Daniel Garrett, arriving at Hatchett's hairpin, but a bit further back it was side by side for 5th and 6th. So we'll see if we can pick that up in a moment. It looks like Tom Parker out of our commentary box window has got ahead of Paul Clark there. You could just see them going through shot there as they head to Spitfires. There is the ring leader, Daniel Garrett. Craig Land in 2nd, Ryan Garrett 3rd. There's Martin West in 4th, and there they are for 5th and 6th, and it is Tom Parker now ahead of Paul Clark.
Yeah, that's right. So fighting back is the initial pole sitter there then. 79, Tom Parker ahead. Also in this you've got Apsey, Roussillons and Peak, so 5 cars all pretty close together on lap 4 of this restarted race. There's Tom Parker though in front, as we were saying, of Paul Clark. You see quite a lot of cars getting plenty of oversteer as they come out of Brooklands and try and get the power down, but there's very little grip to achieve that. But everybody's staying just about on the road in this group. There is Paul Clark then, who has dropped a couple of spots from the opening lap. So he's there in 6th. Here are the leaders. It was 1.86 seconds after 3 laps, but 4 laps are completed with a reduced gap now of 1.02, with a fastest lap from Craig Land, a 1:14.21, which is just a few tenths slower than qualifying this morning.
About 4 seconds outside the lap record as well, which again doesn't seem that much given the conditions. That was a 1:10.12 for Tom Collett 11 years ago. That lap record was set. So 1.02 seconds between the two leads, and I think that's come down already during the course of this lap as well. So Craig Land wanting to make it 6 victories out of 6 at the start of the season in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. He's got Daniel Garrett to try and pass in order to do so. Garrett, who's 4th in the championship coming into this weekend.
Great shots here from Alpha Live. The leader's gone off. That wasn't what I was going to say. Where's he gone?
Onto the that's the Rallycross circuit, I think, rather than the short circuit.
Well, what I was going to say was the Alpha Live shots of, again, you can see it here, the hands at work. Lots are going on inside the cockpit of these open, low-cost cars, and a bit too much going on there for Daniel Garrett, who's had that spin and lost so many places.
Lost a lot of places. We'll see in a minute when they come over the line exactly how many he's lost, but Craig Land now is the leader, and it's Ryan Garrett, number 99, in 2nd place as the checkered flag goes out. So, what a moment to lose the race lead then for Daniel Garrett, because he's lost out on what turned out to be the last lap of the race.
Yeah, his brother's got 2nd out of it though, so Ryan Garrett comes 2nd. But another win for Craig Land. It looked on the initial start it was going to go his way, and then on the restart it didn't look like Craig Land was going to achieve a victory there, but he had. So that's 6 out of 6 for the driver that's won races in the past, but this year going so well.
Yeah, Daniel Garrett 10th in the end over the line, 8.25 seconds off the victory, so a very costly spin up there at Senna, wasn't it really, at the end, the end of the 5th lap of the race, as it proved to be the final lap of the race, with us of course having that restart with the red flag for the car losing its wheel up against the pit wall in the first start of the race. We do get 2 more races tomorrow for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship, but let's have a look at the result of that one. 87 was the race winner. That was Craig Land by 0.8 of a second from number 99, Ryan Garrett. In 3rd place, it was number 94. That was Martin West, so another podium for the reigning champion, ahead of Tom Parker, number 79, in 4th place. Paul Clark was 5th, and Robert Apsey, number 73, was 6th, ahead of Carl Roysenars, up several places from his starting position. In 8th place was number 29, that was Jeff Peak. In 9th place was number 40, David Martin, and Daniel Garrett, after that spin, rounding out the top 10. 11th was number 96, Jonathan Higgins, ahead of William Wright. Glenn Boyer 13th, Todd Boucher 14th, Brad Horsnell 15th, and Ian Hardy, Rob Hardy, with a different spelling, Glenn Griffiths, Daniel Russell and Nick Garrett rounding out the top 20. Bill Ward and Jeanette Malpas did make it to the end, but Thor Tuller were lost after just 1 lap of the race. So as I say, 2 more races this weekend for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. They race tomorrow at about 20 past 10 in the morning, and again at about 20 past 2 in the afternoon. drivers you can see heading down pit lane after that race. 5-lap race as it was in the end. Craig Land did get the best lap, a 1:14.21. No improvements to that on the final lap of the race. Still lots more to come this afternoon. We've got Mighty Minis coming up next. Then we've got the Jaguar Type R Trophy, Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, then the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship, and the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. But all of that to come in just a few minutes' time after we hear from the top three, once again with Johnny Palmer.
Craig Land is the winner of the first Demon Tweaks Yokohama low-cost championship race, perhaps seeming quite unlikely a result going into that final lap. Unfortunately, that very late spin for Daniel Garrett means that he dropped down to, I think, 9th or 10th position. So it'd be interesting to get a word with Craig here, because he's no stranger to the top step of the podium, but I'm sure he wouldn't necessarily like to win a race in that respect, because you'd fallen, Craig, to second, and a spin for Daniel ahead of you. You inherit the win, effectively.
Yeah, I guess after the restart, he's sort of thrown everything into the mix again. Like you said, I went in second, and it was just the chasing game. Then I've seen how many laps I've got left, where there was 3, 2, and then the last lap flag came out, and I thought I could keep trying and keep pushing it, and obviously I pushed him over the limit, obviously trying to remain the gap, trying to stop me from getting the toe down the next 2 straights. But obviously, yeah, I mean, I feel gutted for Dan. He was absolutely flying, so just to lose it on that third to last bend, it's. But for me, obviously, it's great for the championship.
So there was no contact. It was just a spin because of the pressure you were applying, and credit to you for that.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. No contact. I think he just went out wide like I did on lap 5 or something. He did the same thing, but back end came out and sent him across the track. And yeah, to be honest, I didn't even realise it was the last lap flag. So that was just a bonus coming over the checker flag and taking the win. That's perfect for the championship as well.
It's another win, and I owe you this as well. Congratulations. That's adding to a growing collection for you.
Cheers. Sorry, thank you very much.
Well done. We'll move forward now to Ryan Garrett, who of course also gains a position. Unfortunately, though, after the bad luck for Daniel. So Ryan, mixed emotions for you, I suppose. Yeah. Tell us about it.
Yeah, just gutted for my brother, really. He had first lead in the race and then just lost it on the last corner. But you know, I'm happy I got second, so yeah.
I mean, how much of a view of Daniel's moment did you have?
Pretty much all of it. Right. So I was concentrating on him the whole last corner. I was like, oh no, but you know, I knew it was coming onto the last lap, so you just have to kind of get your head down and crack on. No, he's a competitor at the end of the day. So yeah.
Exactly, your brother's out of the car, but it's just another driver, I suppose, when you get into the car. Were the conditions changing a lot through the race?
Very much so, yeah. I found a lot slippier towards the end. We started with a dry line and ended with a wet line, basically. So, yeah, is what it is.
There's more races, and Daniel can get back on the saddle.
Yeah, well, we start next to each other on the next race, so...
That's going to end very well, I have a feeling. We've just about got time to have a chat to Martin, I reckon. Yeah, Martin, how was that for you? I suppose you were looking at 4th place for so long, and a podium it is.
Yeah, like I say, I see poor Dan going off on that last corner. He only had to hold it for a couple more corners, but he'll get there. It was good driving by him. He was quickest than the top 3, 4 of us, I think, by far. He just made that one silly mistake, and he'll learn from it and go again.
Did you all know that was the last lap?
Nope, no idea. No last lap boards, but you can't really blame the officials because obviously we had the red flag, so they're just trying to fit us in as best they can. So.
And then it just becomes, it should have been 15 minutes, and then they have to chisel a bit of time off, I suppose.
Yeah, to be honest, I think we were all pretty much sat in the positions where we were. We got another 5 or 6 laps, it would have stayed the same, obviously apart from the mistakes. But yeah, that was, without going silly and putting the cars in danger, that was about it I think we had.
Well done, Martin. 3rd place it is. Martin West finishing in 3rd. And we move forward now with the guest category, which is the Castle Combe Racing Cup for the Mighty Minis Racing Championship.
Yes, and it's the first time we've had the Mighty Minis on the programme with the 750 Motor Club. Very welcome addition to the programme. Let's have a look at how they line up then. On pole position, it's the number 1 car of Ian Slark, and beside him will be number 11, that's Nev Kirkpatrick. The second row is number 10 on the inside, that's David Kirkpatrick, and Mark Ditchburn, number 19. And then Steve Rideout in 5th place, number 7, and Stuart Coombs at number 8 is 6th. Then we have a gap before we have the Mighty Mini cars. The first of those is number 4, Mark Price, and beside him is number 45, Dan Smith. The second row is number 9, Graham Shepherd, and 93, Sam Slater is alongside. The next row, 36, Darren Nightingale, and number 6, Paul Hollett. And then completing the grid, we've got Susie Inch, number 12, and James Jenkins, number 32, and Ollie Samways, number 58, and Laura Harris, number 30, making it 16 cars on the grid for this CCRC Mighty Mini Championship race. Well, I'm delighted to say that alongside me in the commentary box for this one, we've got the Mighty Mini's regular series commentator, Craig Cook, beside me. Craig, good to have you with us in the box, and I'm guessing you must be really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, in the commentary earlier on, just listening to you guys, it's rain, and it's more rain. But just speaking to the guys in the paddock and the ladies, and they're sort of I'm in an hour about tyre choice, because as we've seen recently, it's been very, very wet throughout during the day. But now you can see it's starting again to sort of rain, and then it's been off and on. And tyre choice has been very, very difficult, especially for the Mighty Minis. A couple of drivers have changed. I think Steve Rideout changed his tyres to a slightly less wetter tyre because they're road tyres for the Mighty Minis. The Supers have got the 48R tyre, and again, a slightly grippier tyre. So it'll be interesting to see what happens on the track today.
Yeah, it certainly will. And of course, this is the second event of the season for the Mighty Mini Championship. First meeting was at Coombe a month or so ago, wasn't it? And we had different winners in both races, in both categories there as well. So I think it was Stuart Coombs and Nev Kirkpatrick winning a race apiece in the Supers. Yeah, again, it's another one of those tracks that we love. We love Castle Coombe, and then coming to Pembrey, action-packed as normal. But Nevin was amazing that day. Just a slight mistake at Tower, which we noticed, caused a lot of problems for Ian Slark, who managed to make a great save through Tower, and Stuart come through to take the win. But Stuart was the fastest driver there, 2 fastest laps in both races. And just to mention, Mark Price in the Mighty Minis, also fastest laps in both, and was fastest in qualifying for the Mighties, with Ian Slark pole today for the Supers. Yeah, and at Coombe in the Mighty Minis, again the win shared there is Darren Nightingale, who starts I think 5th today within that category, and Graham Shepherd, who starts 3rd today within the Mighties, which is the more standard specification of cars. So it looks like a really wide open field, actually, doesn't it, for in both the Supers and the Mighties? Yeah, I mean, if the rain comes down, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what these Mighties could do, because they might actually close over. You can see some of the guys with lights on, some of them have got the wipers on. We did actually lose James Jenkins' front his main wiper literally flew off on the start finish straight, and collected by Mark Price, who actually quite enjoyed it, and I think he managed to find another one in the back of the van to give him a chance today. Yeah, might struggle without that, depending on how the weather goes. Right, 5-second board is being shown then, so we watch for the lights from our commentary box. We can see they are on now. And they go out, and away we go then, and it's a pretty even start from the two on the front row. It might even be the best start there from the driver on the outside, which is the very experienced Nev Kirkpatrick. It is Nev, number 11, that's got into the lead of the race there, from Ian Slark in 2nd. Then it's David Kirkpatrick in 3rd place as they go down to Hatchets for the first time, but Ian Slark squeezes back through on the inside, and David Kirkpatrick might get through on the inside as well. So we've got the first 6 cars, the Supers, already starting to make a bit of a break away from the rest, but they are having a real ding-dong fight, aren't they, Craig, as they come out of Spitfire through to Benny for the first time. Yeah, fantastic job by all of the drivers. They literally must have listened to everything we were saying earlier. Just make it through the first corner and then crack on as normal. But yeah, great start from Ian Slark. Great opening lap as well from Nevin Kirkpatrick, and Dave also sitting behind his brother there, looking for an inside move through the right hand up. Yeah, didn't quite get it done. Yeah, that's the centre S's there, and heading down to Brooklands Hairpin for the first time. It's a 20-minute race, this, so a bit longer than some of the races that we've had already. We've had lots of red flags and early checkers already, so hopefully it will go the full distance. There is the Mighty Mini class battle, though, and is that Price that's ahead of that at the minute? Yeah, so it's Mark Price just in front of Dan Smith there. And watch out for Dan, he's looking very, very quick. Obviously, didn't finish both races at Castle Coombe, which is a real shame, but he got the radiator fixed, he got the HT leads
stuck together with some cable ties, and he looks very, very fast as they're coming through the Honda curve there, and it looks absolutely sensational. He's in the toe now, he's on the back of Mark Price. Can he get this done? We're on with him now, down the inside. Is he going to have a look? He's got a little bit of chrome bumper hanging off the back there. He's in the water on the right hand side, hard on the brakes through Hatchets. Is he going to get that done through the hairpin? Yes, he does. Great move there.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're just looking, there we are, but there's the confirmation. There's Smith getting through on the inside of Hatchet's hairpin. You can see that bumper just dragging slightly behind the car. I wonder if the officials will take note of that and might give him potentially the black and orange meatball flag. Say, hang on, you've got bits hanging off your car, you need to come in and get that taken off. He'll be really hoping, if he even knows about it, that is not what he sees next time he crosses the finish line, because he's just made a great move to get the lead of the race away from number 4 Mark Price then. And then in the next position in that class, it is Graham Shepherd, isn't it? The winner from Castle Combe.
Yes, it is. You can see Graham, again, very quick driver. Had his first race win at Castle Combe a month ago, and looking very quick. He's now back on these guys as they come through Brooklands there, and back on the power as they come through Carters. And looks at Darren Nightingale's made a bit of a contention there. He's now getting on the back of Graham Shepherd as well, so it could be a 4-car battle for the lead. Oh, and also Sam Slater there, who's the indoor karting champion at Bristol. He's now on the back of this as well, so watch out for Sam Slater, who's making a move with fastest lap going to Dave Kirkpatrick in the Supers.
Yeah, he's still there in 3rd place, but looking out of our commentary box window, he's putting a lot of pressure on his brother for 2nd place overall. We're sticking with the Mighty Minis for the moment though, and looking at this battle for 4th place, which is just flagged up between Darren Nightingale, Daz, which is whiter than white, ahead of Sam Slater as they are heading down into Hatchet's hairpin. You can see the novice cross there on the back of Sam Slater's car. So he's a relative newcomer to racing, whereas Darren's got a bit more experience under his belt.
Yeah, he was very confident, Darren. He absolutely enjoyed himself last time out for rounds 1 and 2. And with Sam Slater behind him. And again, this is great experience for Sam to sit on the back of someone that is very experienced in Darren Nightingale. So we'll see what he can do, and you know, we might get a little bit cheeky and have a little pass at some point.
Behind them, a couple of seconds behind them, is Susie Inch in 12th place, and then it's the 6 car next up, which is Paul Hollett, a little bit further back. As we're watching them make their way through the Brooklands hairpin, these 1.3 Mighty Minis having a really good scrap. What kind of lap times are they doing there? The Mighties are lapping in this sort of 122s, the Supers in about the 116, so there's about 6 seconds a lap difference between the 2 different categories.
Yeah, and it looks like also the rain's sort of holding out, isn't it? So hopefully we'll stay like that, but Ian Slark has just gone faster yet again. There we go, 116.21 there. So awesome stuff as a side-by-side battle for the lead between Dave and Nev Kirkpatrick. I don't know what's happening there, but it looks like it's getting a bit interesting at the back of the pack of the Mighties, which is really good to see. And it's great to see Laura Harris. She's been out for 4 years of Mighty Minis, and she's now back and she's up with the guys. It's absolutely fantastic. Great job.
There's the 93 car. That's Sam Slater trying to find the way past Darren Nightingale down there at Hatchet's on lap 4 of the race. Well, or has he? Because he's then got the right-hander next. But it's the left-hand sweep at DeBenny, so if he can keep the car there, he might sweep from the inside. Yes, he has done it.
Beautiful.
Nice move from Sam Slater.
Beautiful job by Sam. Just made the car sit where he wanted it to sit. Made sure he had the inside line. Darren, great bit of respect there as well. Great etiquette, and gave him the room. Great job by Sam. Good job.
Yeah, very nicely done indeed. James Jenkins, I can tell you, is the car at the back in 16th position at the moment. Susie Inch is going to come under attack here from Paul Hollett there in the number 6 car, so that's for 12th position. There's James Jenkins, just mentioned him, just behind Laura Harris there in the number 30 car. The overall leaders are just buzzing past our commentary box window, and it's going to be an attack on for the lead there, I think, as we are watching the battle for the... Here we are, it's the battle for the lead here, down at the hairpin. It's Nev Kirkpatrick to the outside line of number 1, Ian Slark. Couldn't make it through there, though. Steve Rideout's just in the best lap of the race from 4th position, Craig.
Amazing. Yeah, it was a bit of a confusion. Oh, somebody just going off on the grass as come up with Hondas there. Luckily, he managed to sort that out. But yeah, Steve Rideout is he's been around. He's been around a long time. He knows how to drive a Mini, and also racing the Mini 7s last week at Combe. So he's had a little bit of practice. Let's see if he can close up with these guys. Still plenty of time to do so, but they're battling at the front. Ian Slark's still in the lead from Kirkpatrick, Nevin that is, and Dave Kirkpatrick, his brother, just behind him. So that's a little bit of interest there. Brothers.
Absolutely, Dave Kirkpatrick with that very striking Union flag livery sort of draped over the top of the car, isn't it? It looks absolutely fantastic. So you can certainly spot Dave Kirkpatrick. These three are about 4 seconds clear of everyone else. We're going to get a change, are we? Oh, great move at Carter's that.
Wow.
By Nev Kirkpatrick. That's a very fast part of the circuit. Now they're on the brakes to go through the 90-degree right-hander at Honda to end the lap. They're coming through to complete lap number 5. Someone's getting the driving standards flag. It's the number 93 cars. That's Sam Slater from the Mighty Minis who's getting the driving standards flag. So we'll keep an eye out, see if there's any further changes with that. But we've had that change for the lead then, Nev Kirkpatrick. That's a great move, wasn't it?
It was absolutely beautiful, wasn't it? He literally pinned it, got it on the inside, made sure he had just enough room, a little bit of paint. Never mind. We don't mind that, do we?
We won't worry about that
That's
too
all right.
much. Right, as we're watching then those three leaders turning their way through to Benny, this sweeping left-hander just behind our commentary position, passing the crossing where cars and pedestrians have to cross the circuit to get into and out of the paddock. Then it's the right-hander at Senna S's. Nev Kirkpatrick here has got into the lead, and I sense that he's starting to make a little bit of a break here, is he, from Ian Slark. A few car lengths between them, and David Kirkpatrick's just starting to drop off a little bit, the top two as well.
Yeah, I think the track's starting to come to him now. Nevin was very, very fast in qualifying. He was getting that car sideways. It was great to watch. Doesn't mean it's fast,
no,
but he had a lot of confidence in the car going around the corners, and as you can see, as he's coming around now, going a lot quicker this time round. Stuart Coombs is struggling at the moment. Not expecting that from Stuart. Obviously, fastest lap round Coombs for race 1 and 2, but he's still there. He's got Mark Ditchburn just in front, who had to pull the front end of his car out after an accident with Ian Slark in qualifying, and that ended his qualifying quite rapidly. But Stuart looking for a pass down here, but not quite there, and Ditchburn managing to hold that 5th place.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? So Stuart has gone from a winner at the last meeting to sort of 6th in the final of the Super Mighty Minis in the race here today. So he'll be a bit disappointed, I should think, with how this weekend's going so far. So this is the fight for 5th and 6th overall, and 5th and 6th in Super Mighty Minis as well. I can see out of our window the Mighty Minis are heading down into Hatchett's Hairpin, and they are pretty much side by side. Is it going to be Mark Price or Dan Smith?
Yeah, he's gone wide there, hasn't he? Gone really, really wide coming into Hatchett's there, Ian, and you can see Shepherd's got it. Shepherd's got 2nd place, and now that's put Mark Price right back into 3rd place, and Dan's looking very comfortable at the front there. He was under pressure, but a little mistake there from Pricey, and Mr. Shepherd has gone into 2nd.
Yeah, so Graham Shepherd winner at Castle Combe in one of the 2 races there. Darren Nightingale it was who had the other win, and a bit like Stuart Coombs. I mean, Nightingale is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in his class, so again he's a bit further back than he would have liked to have been. Nev Kirkpatrick's just done the best lap of the race, 1:15.68 now.
Impressive stuff, yeah. I mean, like I said, he was just going to get faster and faster now, is Nev, and it's a shame because Emily's not here. Sports day with the kids,
okay.
But 3rd and 4th for the children, so we'll be very, very happy with that. I got that information directly from Emily, so good luck to her. And but Nevin is definitely starting to make an increase, isn't he? But still, the Mighty Minis at the moment, still Dan in front of Shep. But again, Mark Price has got on the back of this. He's not giving up, is he? 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, still half the race left, isn't there? So no shortage of time in this race for Mark Price to try and strike back after that moment down at Hatchett's Hairpin on the previous lap.
Yeah.
So they're on the brakes now for Hatchett's on this lap. This is lap 8 of the race. Price bit later goes a lot deeper into the corner, trying to get a better cut back on the exit, but I'm not sure that's really working out for him.
Yeah.
Just at the moment.
I mean, it was a very interesting line, but maybe it's starting to get dry there. Maybe he's seen something that nobody else has seen, and we might see that develop with the 9.5 minutes to go. And it looks very, very interesting. But he has definitely closed up on Shepherd now, hasn't he? And he's looking for that again. Another interesting line, going a lot wider this time. Yeah. Might get a cut back here, but again, look at Shepherd's wheels. They were literally full lock left. It was absolutely brilliant as they come through the Senna S's. Brilliant.
Yep, so heading out of Senna down towards the Brooklands Hairpin. These 3 cars battling for the lead in the Mighty Minis. Super Mighty Minis, it's Nev Kirkpatrick about 2nd in front of Ian Slark, so it's 11 from 1 and 10 out front. 45, 9 and 4, your top 3 in the Mighty Minis part of the race. They are heading away to the right-hand flick at Carter. And actually, Smith's getting away now a little bit, isn't he? So all of a sudden there's a bit of a gap open up between first and second in the Mighties.
Yeah, it looked like there was a little bit... Oh, Shepherd just a little bit wide there and a little bit skittish as he comes off the exit of Honda's, but that's given Mark the opportunity on the left-hand side, but we're with the leaders at the moment, and Slark is... Well, you see Dave is now closing up on Slarky now, and there is Steve Rideout in fourth. Now, he's just come out of nowhere. I know, yes, he's 4 seconds behind the leader, but I'll tell you what, they're all in the same shot, and that means something with 8 minutes to go.
And a great battle just coming past our comms box. This is for 12th overall. Ollie Samways has got to the front of that group. Ollie, former Racing Sports Specials with the 750 Motor Club. This is the battle we're looking at now, and number 6, which is Paul Hollett, brakes a little bit too late. He got ahead of a couple of the cars, and he's dropped right back behind them again because he just outbraked himself there, and I think he's gone basically to second to last position now. He's fallen behind James Jenkins. I think Laura Harris, is he behind Laura as well? Possibly not, but it is Ollie Samways there in the 58 car.
Yeah, Ollie's new driver. Yeah, Ollie's a new driver for this week, using one of the Octane Racing cars, the 58 driver, and he's got a bit of a background as well, racing the BR SEC. Was it the Club and Cup, and
yes,
for the MR2s. He's a very good driver. He's very consistent. Owns Road and Race Safety, so we'll be seeing some more of him, I'm pretty sure. And there's a nice little... that's a little bit aggressive there, wasn't it? But, Sheps managed to... Oh, there was a little bump there with Darren Nightingale. He went a little bit skittish going through Honda Curve, lost the back, but looks like Darren saved him there, Ian.
Yeah, it looks like it. So they're heading down to the hairpin again. Yes, there's certainly some damage, I think, to the front of the Daz Nightingale car, number 37. Shepherd back through on the inside. It's Sam Slater that sort of made his way up, but he's now got a 5-second penalty on his time, Sam Slater, in the number 93 car, 9th on the road. That'll be for exceeding track limits, and that probably, in its own right, suggests that the conditions are improving if people are now having the confidence to push a little bit too far in Sam's case.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit too confident, bless him, but it was great. The birthday boy as well. It was his birthday this week. Out on Facebook, telling everyone to wish him happy birthday if they didn't. I hope he got sunburned. So that was a really nice little message. But yeah, it's confidence now building up. 6 minutes to go. Track drying. It's on, isn't it?
Yeah, see what he can make of the race. So we're watching there, Graham Shepherd and then Daz Nightingale. So they are 10th and 11th on the road, but Nightingale carries more speed out of Brooklands that time. So as they head to the fast, flat-out right-hander at Carter's, can Nightingale go around the outside of him? Yes, he can. Beautiful. Sweeps through.
Beautifully done, yeah. Mistake there from Shepherd. Got stuck in the mud, quite literally. And in goes Nightingale for that position. But it looks like there's a big gap there between... who are we? Dan Smith and Pricey, but there's another battle going on here.
You've now got the leaders, the Super Mighty Mini leaders, in amongst the back group of the Mighty. So Nev Kirkpatrick is trying to pick his way past Susie Inch and also past Ollie Samways as well. He's done that at Honda.
Oh, wow.
So he's got through, nicely scythed his way through there. Ian Slark's got something, I think it's one of the stickers that's come
yes.
loose, sort of flapping in the breeze there as he comes across the start and finish line. There you can see David Kirkpatrick, he's cleared Susie Inch as well. Susie trying to get back up the inside of Ollie Samways here for position 12, that would be, and she's done it nicely, done Susie, up there at Hatchett's Hairpin.
Oh, she did fantastic in qualifying. The confidence was beaming when I went and saw her in the paddock. She was really happy. Nice pat on the back as well. But yeah, she's leading this pack at the moment. Samways is just behind her, and you can see Jenkins has now got into this mix as well. So it's great to see those guys. But at the moment, still Nevin holding. But Ian Slark did a fantastic job going through Honda Curve there, because that could have changed everything, but he got such a good exit.
It was really a decisive moment of the race, wasn't it? It's only going to happen once when they sort of have to deal with that traffic, and Nev Kirkpatrick dealt with it very well. As to be fair, Ian and David Kirkpatrick, also Ian Slark that is, and David Kirkpatrick also dealt with it nicely. They're all still there, pretty equidistant as they come through Carter's again. Just less than 5 minutes to go now, so probably going to be, I think, 4 more laps to go at the end of this one to make it a 16-lap race.
Yeah, and there we go. Ian Slark's gone off the track, and he's going to save it. Oh, that's a very good save again from Ian Slark. Absolutely fantastic save from Ian Slark, but that's given Dave the opportunity now to go down the outside into the braking zone at Hatchett's Hairpin, and he's got second. Nevin there is still first, but fastest lap to David after that there.
Yeah, big moment. You would have seen the pit wall looming large, and it had been very keen to keep out of that. of course. Because that would have been a heavy hit had he gone off, but no, Ian used all of his many years of Mighty Mini or Super Mighty Mini racing experience and got it back into a straight line, albeit he did lose that position, but still 4 minutes to try and get that back. There's the Mighty Minis, that battle for 12th overall again involving Susie Inge and Ollie Samways. I think they've probably swapped positions again actually. Mark Ditchburn we just saw go through shot there, he's in 5th place overall in the Super Mighty Mini part of the race. There's Samways, and it's Samways now with Jenkins behind, isn't it? Because Susie Inch is ahead of him now.
Yeah, Susie's doing a good job. You can see Laura Harris is still on this path. I'm really impressed with Laura. She was a little bit underconfident, but a little mistake there going into Brooklands there. I'm not too sure who that was
Susie
there.
Inch,
was it
yeah,
Susie Inch? Yeah, but I think she's now getting a little bit more confident.
It was a good job actually. She'd got the advantage that she had over this because she's kept the position. We have had a change there because that's the 32 car of Jenkins that's got ahead now of Samways, and Laura Harris is going to go through. So I wonder if Samways has got a problem or just made a mistake there, because all of a sudden he's just lost a little bit of ground.
Yeah, just going to see if we can hear him when he goes past. Sounds okay, but it's great. Again, you can see Ditchburn is now having a little battle here with Stuart Coombs at the back. So Stuart Coombs has got past, and he's going to have a low. He's very late on the brakes. Is he going to try around the outside? Is there grip there? That's going to be a good move. Oh, fantastically done. He's done it. Brilliant.
Yeah, so Ditchburn back ahead to 5th place, and he's going to try and put Laura Harris between himself. And I'm actually just wondering, is there a yellow flag down there? I think there might be, and yes, because the car's yellow flag. So hopefully, from Mark Ditchburn's point of view, that incident was not fallen foul of that. It's the Shepherd car.
I think it's Shepherd, yes.
Shepherd, yes. So he has come to a stop by the looks of it. He was, I think, up in 3rd place in that class at one point in this race, wasn't he? The winner from Castle Kim. He's got going again now.
That's good
news.
Yeah, no red flags yet, which is fantastic. What we wanted. Longest race and no red flags. Fantastic stuff. But still,
well done, Mighty Minis.
Yeah, well done, guys. Absolutely fantastic. And girls.
Absolutely. And it's good to see some female racers on the grid as well. Great to see that. Mighty Minis always had that good gender balance in there. As we're watching Daz Nightingale be lapped now by the race leader Nev Kirkpatrick. So Daz Nightingale, who's 4th within the Mighty Minis. So Kirkpatrick's got past that sort of rear group of Mighty Minis. He's now trying to work himself through the quick cars, which will be slightly more challenging, I should think.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit more interesting now, isn't it? With there's no rain, so obviously the guys are getting a lot faster in the supers, which has made a massive difference. Obviously now they're getting lapped. I mean, it just shows the increased grip that the guys in the supers are getting now.
Yeah, lap times 1:15.63, the best lap for David Kirkpatrick, but not actually seeing too many improvements. The only driver to improve on the last lap was Sam Slater to improve his lap time in the Mighty Minis there. So watching Ian Slark, so he's just got past Nightingale as well. He's in 3rd place overall. He's not been able to get that 2nd place back from Dave Kirkpatrick after he had that big moment at Honda about 3 laps ago.
Yeah, indeed, and he's still pushing, isn't he? He's still trying. He's trying to get on the back of these guys, but it's just not enough. But is there at the front here? Just going to see just change a minute for the Mighty Minis, because it looks like Mark Price actually catching Dan Smith, and it has dropped down slightly, hasn't it? But this battle at the back. Oh, Paul was very wide there. Paul Hollett there. That was interesting.
Mark Price has just done his best lap of the race. Actually,
wow.
1 minute 20.36. He was 0.6 quicker than Dan Smith on that lap. So the gap there has come down to just about 1.2 seconds.
Fantastic job by them, and again these two, Ditchburn and Stuart Coombs, having a great battle as they come over the start-finish straight. Brilliant stuff to see them, and again you can see the guys at the front. This is Nevin and David Kirkpatrick still holding 1st and 2nd with Ian Slark 3rd, Rideout 4th, Ditchburn 5th, and Coombs for the supers in 6th, and that bumper's still hanging off. It's come off a little bit more now, hasn't it?
It has, but it's obviously
it's staying there.
It's well fixed on. That's Dan Smith leading the Mighty Mini, so he's a bit further up the road, isn't he? Because is he going to get lapped by the overall leaders? Because if not, he's going to have one more lap to do at the end of this one. He probably didn't really want another lap to do.
No, he doesn't, because he's been close.
Because he's been caught by Mark Price. The leaders are on their last lap. The clock, as you can see, has counted down to 0 now. So we're going to see Nev Kirkpatrick, I think, come through to take the checker flag very shortly. But we're still going to
get lapped. Yes, if he stays behind them, they might. Oh, he's never going to get it. Is he going to cross the line in time? Yes, they are.
So the checker flag's gone out now. Right, okay. Well, I think have still
They
got
can
another
go.
lap to
Yeah,
go.
sure, they can go. They don't know, do they? They should
Mark
be going.
Price was just ahead, I think, of Nev Kirkpatrick. I think Nev was aware of that checkered flag coming out and thought, I better not interrupt their race, but they do look like they might have slowed.
Dan's realised he's obviously got something going on.
I think now Mark
and now Mark's realised as well. Oh, what a shame.
So the race is over. Nev Kirkpatrick's taken the win by 2.8 seconds from David Kirkpatrick in second, third to Ian Slark, fourth to Stephen Rideout, fifth to Mark Ditchburn, and sixth to Stuart Coombs. I don't know if we can pick up on the mighty mini battle, which is heading around Debenny Bend now. We'll try and pick that up on the cameras if we can. That's between Dan Smith and Mark Price, but I think Smith's probably going to win this, isn't he? Because he was just a bit more cognizant of what was going on, really, with when the checkered flag came out, just as they came up to be lapped by Nev Kirkpatrick.
It was very difficult for the marshal there to literally hang the checkered flag out. It was a very difficult position to be in, with coming up towards the back markers, knowing that he was going to win the race, and Mark and Dan had just thought, okay, yeah, we might as well slow down.
Well, we know Sam Slater was third. Well, but he won't be because he had. Well, actually, he will be because he had the 5-second penalty. But Darren Nightingale was 9 seconds behind. We've still got just waiting to see them coming over the line now. So Dan Smith comes through finally to take the checkered flag and win the mighty mini part of the race. And Mark Price is going to be second. But let's have a look at the overall results then. It was Nev Kirkpatrick that took the victory in number 11 from number 10, David Kirkpatrick, in second place. In third was number 1, that was Ian Slark. Fourth, number 7, Stephen Rideout. Fifth was 19, Mark Ditchburn. And sixth was number 8, Stuart Coombs. That was the super mighty mini result. In the mighty minis, it was a win for number 45, Dan Smith. From number 4, Mark Price in second. Sam Slater will keep hold of third place despite that 5-second penalty. 36, Darren Nightingale will take fourth within that class. Fifth, Susie Inch, number 12. Sixth to James Jenkins. Seventh to Laura Harris. Eighth to Ollie Samways. Ninth to Paul Hollett. And rounding out the top 10 after that, off about 2 or 3 laps from the end, Graham Shepherd. Really entertaining mighty mini race there, Craig.
And one of the only ones that have had no red flags.
Yes.
So that's a congratulations for them as well.
You can come again, I think.
Oh, thanks, mate. I really appreciate
brought
that.
a touch of calm to the action and to the commentary box. You're certainly going to come back, I hope, tomorrow morning for the second of the mighty mini races.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so thank you very much to Craig. We'll hear from you again tomorrow. Let's head down to the pit lane now and hear from Josh Barrett talking to our class winners.
So we're down here in the winners' circle, down here at Pembrey from the first of the Mighty Minis races, and it was Nev Kirkpatrick then that took the victory. Well done, Nev. I'll give you a 750 Motor Club winners' garland.
Thank you very much.
And quite a battle, especially at the start of that one.
Yeah, it was tough. Ian was defending into the hairpin, which was, in the conditions, it's about the only place you can really make a move. But then he had a bit of a slow exit from a corner up there, so I slid up the inside and just kept watching my mirrors and trying to make a gap.
And the conditions today are a bit weird because it's wet, but everybody's saying it's actually quite grippy out there.
It's very grippy. Normally in the wet, minis are all over the shop, but yeah, it's really grippy. Seems to be a feature of Welsh tarmac. Anglesey is the same.
Yeah. So obviously you were able to break away a little bit. They were battling behind, and then you managing that gap from there on in?
Yeah, I was trying to increase it, but I think there were some corners I was quicker and some they were quicker, so as long as there was a gap, it was fine. Just waiting for the checkered flag.
There was a moment where there was a load of the mighty cars all around you, so was that tricky?
Yeah, very, because obviously they're having their own race, so they're not prepared to give up, which is fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, you just got to find your way through and all safe, so no problem.
Possibly a different day tomorrow, hopefully for some drier weather. That would make a very different type of race.
Yeah, well, given today's result, I'm happy for rain tomorrow. Yeah, okay. But yeah, dry's good. We'll see what happens.
Well, congratulations on the win in the Super Mighty Mini. We'll talk to the winner next of the Mighty Minis race, which was Dan Smith. Congratulations, a little bit of damage, but a race win there.
Yeah, really happy with that one. Just held it together, got a bit confusing at the end because we didn't know. I think the Supers finished just behind us. So I thought, let's just do another lap just to be safe. But yeah, really happy with that one.
How did the damage come about?
First corner. I think someone trying to go around the outside at the hairpin, it's never going to work, is it? So yeah, interesting one, that one.
And today you didn't have to worry, I think, you said it right at the end about the faster cars coming through, so you could just run your own race.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to pull away from Mark. He's been doing the championship for a while, so knew I had to try and pull a gap, and got one, and then he started closing up at the end. I got a bit nervous, but yeah, we managed to do it in the end, so happy.
And talking to the other guys as well about the amount of grip out there, which coming into today, I guess you weren't expecting.
It's like being on a dry track. I've never driven this car in the wet or on these tyres, so didn't know what to expect. But yeah, almost like a dry track out there. It's great. Yeah.
Obviously, first time the Mighty Minis have been on the 750 Motor Club live stream, so tell us a bit about the championship and what it's like to be involved in it.
Yeah, so it's only my second race in the championship, but really friendly bunch of people, nice atmosphere and affordable racing, which is what we want. So yeah.
Well, congratulations and looking forward to tomorrow now.
Cheers, thank you.
So I think that's all we've got time for down here in the Mighty Minis paddock, but next up is the Tagiwa Type R Trophy.
Yes, the Tagiwa Type R Trophy coming up next here at Pembrey for the first of their 3 races that they have this weekend. This is how the grid lines up. On pole position, it's the number 130 car of Chris Nyland, who's already been a winner this season, and Joe Jessup, number 28, who's won twice this season, is beside him. The second row is number 20, Ash Moore, and 104, Daniel Chapman. On row 3, long-time 750 Motor Club competitor number 97, Matt Digby, and former Hyundai racer Mark Dickin in the 777 car. Row 4 has Jake Hewlett, winner last time out at Alton Park in number 92, and Connor Murphy, the Irish driver, in 67. On row 5, it's 84, Chris Smith, and 83, William Puskill. On the 6th row, it's 11, which is Joseph McMullen, and number 9, Gavin Johnson. On to row 7, that's where you find the number 27 car of Daniel Bailey and Tim Necklin in number 96. Ursula Jordan has 94, and James Mansell 69 on row 8 of the grid. On the 9th row, it's number 95, which is Samuel Dennis, and number 39, which is Warwick Ellis. And on the 10th row of the grid, it's the number 7 of Jack Thomas. He should make some progress from there, I should think, and 23, Alan Gill, with number 30, Craig Atkinson, completing the grid on row 11. So that's what we have in store. 15-minute race for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, a triple header this weekend here at Pembrey. And should be a great 3 races that we have so far this season. It's Chris Nyland leading the championship on 126 points, but he's only 2 points clear of Jake Hewlett's on 124. But the man that's won twice, Joe Jessup, has 99. He was a retirement from the second of the race at Alton Park, and that's why, despite those 2 victories, one of which he gained in the Clerk of the Courses office after the race at Croft, one of which he earned on the road, he's a little bit further down in the standings. In terms of the championship, one of the front runners not here this weekend is Dave Fricker, who's 4th in the championship. Coming into this weekend, well, as you just spotted, Josh Barrett was downstairs doing the interviews, and that means he swapped places, and Johnny Palmer were reunited again.
I know.
In a commentary box together.
Ian, I'm trying to remember the last time you and I were standing next to one another in a box. It's got to be 12 years or something?
Yes,
I know. But it's bringing back great memories.
Absolutely. We've done lots of commentary from the screens before. Now, that I should tell you, Johnny, that was always recorded. This is live. This is going out live.
Right, so we can't wind this back?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's upping the ante somewhat.
It is. It is. We'll do our best to make this coherent and not go back and do several takes at the same thing.
Let's see how we go.
Okay.
I think you'll be fine, because you've done 5 races. I'm coming in cold.
Okay, you've not had a warm-up lap, have you? Unlike the Type R Trophy cars, which
Indeed.
Have that luxury.
I see what you did there. Nice link.
I thought so too. It should be a good race, this. I mean, they're like mini touring cars, these. They're really well presented, by and large, these cars as well. The Tagiwa Type R Trophy races. And it's a very affordable way to go racing. These are the EP3 generation of Honda Civic Type Rs. There's a controlled parts list that you have to put in the car to make it race ready. That costs about £4,000, and you can pick up a car for around about £1,500. So it's a very competitive form and a very cost-effective form of effectively stock in the sense of the word that means, basic stock hatch racing. So we should be in for a good race here. Johnny, I bet you're looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it's intriguing to me. Yes, we've got the championship leader on pole position, but those in 2nd and 3rd in the championship have some work to do, starting on the 3rd and 4th row as they do. And you've explained the story about Joe Jessup, 2 wins, but not yet into the top 4. So a chance here to gather some points back again for his season.
Yeah, absolutely. That non-finish at Alton Park. Now that will, all being well, be a score that he can drop at the end of the year, but he would like to be making some ground up, to be appearing in the sort of top 2 or 3 places in the championship when the championship moves on to Donington Park, as it will do in August. There is the 5-second board being raised then. 15-minute race for the Takiwa Taipar Trophy. We're watching for the lights. They go out now. Away we go. A pretty good start from the two on the front row. And now all of a sudden Chris Nyland is slow through the gears, and that means it's Joe Jessup from the outside of the front row that's going through into the lead. And I think it's the 20 car of Ashmore that's second, but Matt Digby, a great start from him. He goes into the lead. An even better start for Mark Dickin, but he's actually going to leave the circuit. I think he's going to have to pay to get back in. Mark Dickin in the Treble 7 car completely outbraked himself at Hatchett's Hairpin, but very briefly I think he could probably say that he led the race.
Well, Dickin got an incredibly good start from 7th position, 6th place in fact, and he then wasn't sure which side of Daniel Chapman to go. He tried the left, but that was closed off, so then went to the right. I thought I need to up the ante a little bit here and make some places, but unfortunately didn't break in time for Hatchett, so has lost a bagload of positions and hard work to do from this point on.
Yeah, and Mark Dickin was second last time out at Alton Park when we were on the full international circuit there, so we'll see what he can do. There he is, the Treble 7 car, the Dayglow and Black car. There's Matt Digby in the pole position, driver Chris Nyland. They're side by side. I think that's actually for third. Yes, there's one car that's just miles in front of the rest. That's Joe Jessup, I think, in the number 28 car. Then it's Ash Moore now under pressure from Chris Nyland, and Moore's lost it. Oh, he's got it back again as they go into Honda Curve, but he has lost the position. He's lost a couple of places in back because Matt Digby in the green car has gone through as well.
So many of these drivers are having to be comfortable with front-wheel drive cars that are massively oversteery, particularly in Honda corner, but great car control from the majority. I wonder whether there's a bit of bodywork hanging off the back of Matt Digby's car because of the contact in the final corner. We'll check that. Left side sill, I think, may be loose, but an electric start from Joe Jessup. As you say, he is clear by over 1.5 seconds.
He is indeed, and we're only on the second lap of this race. 15 minutes we have. And there's one car off there, I'm afraid. That's the number 23 car of Alan Gill that's out of the race by the looks of it. So misfortune for Alan, who started on the penultimate row of the grid. Now this is a busy looking bit of tarmac, and that's a very sideways number 84 car. That's Chris Smith, who again gets it back under control. We're talking about in Hot Hatch last season. There's yellow flags there, and that must be where Alan Gill's car has come to a stop. Well, actually there's a very slow car on circuit. Is that Gill's car getting back out into the race, or is that somebody else? We think it is Gill.
Possibly. Difficult to tell from this distance.
No, it's not.
It's not. You're right.
No, it is the Gill car. Beg your pardon. Oh, and it's quite bashed up at the front end, so I think he's going to just head back for the pit lane.
Yeah, clearly been in the wall. Matt Digby, somebody to watch in third position, having just posted the quickest lap of everybody.
That's for the lead all of a sudden. Chris Nyland, it was 1.67 seconds that gap at the end of lap 1. It was 0.37 seconds at the end of lap 2. So you've got Chris Nyland now with Joe Jessup, but a bit further back, some side-by-side action. That's Jake Hewlett, who you said at the start, he needed to work his way through from a relatively disappointing qualifying position.
Yeah, but what's happened therefore to Joe Jessup? Because 1.5 second advantage becomes 0.37 in the space of 1 and a bit miles. So has he had a slight error somewhere? Jessup being reeled in by the championship leader Christopher Nyland. Also good scrapping a little further back for Jake Hewlett, second in the championship, trying to keep his Civic nice and wide because he has behind him Chris Smith. So that's actually a place he's just gained. Jake up to 6th place then ahead of Chris Smith.
Yeah, and Chris Smith has the Daniel Chapman car right behind him as well. That's the 104 car that started 4th on the grid. There is Chapman. He's got through ahead of Smith there. So it's Smith behind Chapman now, and then Moore is the driver that's really been losing out, hasn't he, over the last lap or so. Meanwhile, I can tell you there's a challenge on for second place heading down to Hatchett's Hairpin as well, as Matt Digby is going to try and get past Joe Jessup. Just looking out of our window, I don't think he's done that. We're still watching Daniel Chapman trying to fend off Chris Smith there. But it's Hewlett 4th now, Chapman 5th, and Chris Smith in 6th position. And Smith, that was Ash Moore, sort of all over the curbs on the inside at Hatchett's Hairpin.
Yeah, saves you a bit of real estate time, but actually the bumping and boring over the curbing probably ultimately loses you a bit of time. Very sideways for the race leader, Nyland. Can he get it back again? He's surely not going to get the switch back, no. So we'll lose the lead, but I think we'll cling on to 3rd position. So Joe Jessup got through, Matt Digby got through, but what about the recovery, Ian?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, it was lucky that he had sort of 5 seconds in hand over fourth position Jake Hewlett. It was even probably luckier that no one managed to make contact with him there as the car was sort of bucking around there in all different directions, it seemed to me. Very lucky that neither Joe Jessup nor Matt Digby, as they were coming through, connected with him. Big moment, I think, there for Chris Nyland. We'll see if he can come back from that. The former Ford XR racer. As now we've got the next group of cars on screen with Jake Hewlett now at the head of that group in fourth place, Daniel Chapman fifth, and Chris Smith in sixth. Hewlett, who's won a race, as I say, at Alton Park this season, he'll be keen to just break away from this battle, I think.
So those positional changes confirmed on our scoring tower, top left of your screen, as Jessup now leads from Digby, but a real gang of cars here involving Daniel Chapman, Chris Smith, Ash Moore's in there in the number 20 car as well, and this collection is going to take a bit of sorting out as they head for the crossing. First and second are together again though, Jessup in the white, red and blue car being chased down by Matt Digby.
Yellow flags waving there, and that's because the 23 car of Alan Gill has pulled off into the sort of back entrance of the paddock, but he's probably found the gate closed because there's a race going on. So he's not able to go through there at the moment. So, right, Jake Hewlett has done what he didn't want to do, which is lose a position to Daniel Chapman, who's got his way back into fourth. But he might lose another one here, Hewlett, as well. The newcomer to racing, the fibre engineer by occupation. Is going to lose a place to Chris Smith here. So Chris Smith goes sixth. This is not such a happy race for Jake Hewlett as some of the events he's had so far this season. He's led on at least a couple of occasions this season, as one of them, I think, Ashmore, big moment for him on the way into Honda. But just to finish off what I was saying about Jake Hewlett, lots of experience in sim racing. Probably finding things very different in these difficult conditions in real life.
Noticed that Conor Murphy had to get out of the gas, the Irishman, in the Dayglow yellow car because of that moment for Ashmore up ahead, and across the line Murphy not able to gain a spot. But yeah, Hewlett's not quite got the speed of those cars behind him. So Chris Smith with the faster race car, I would say, but needs to try and find a way by to the outside as they exit Dibeni and head now for the crossing, possibly throwing the car ahead a bit of a dummy as he got squirreled his way up the inside. No, he's about to lose a spot, in fact, to Ashmore. So Chris Smith down to 7th.
He is indeed. And just to see, Mark Dickin, who we saw go straight on the first corner, he's back to 10th place now. Is he going to make any more progress, though? He is not lapping as quickly as the cars in front of him as Jake Hewlett. Big moment for him up at Brooklands, and that's going to lose him more places. Ashmore and Chris Smith, who lost a place to previously, go through, and he might also lose out to Conor Murphy in the 67 car as well. He's not quite done so yet. I think he's just going to avoid that. But Hewlett now down to 7th.
I wonder whether this is tyres. I was having a look at the MRF tyres before we got racing today, and big off now, and a red flag.
Yeah, red flag is
for
out.
That is the 94 car that has had an incident, which is Ursula Jordan.
Oh, and it's just where that other car had stopped on the crossing as well. So I don't know if possibly she made contact with that car. But the race being stopped now, we'd had almost exactly half of the race when the red flags had come out. So we'll wait and see if we're going to get a restart. We'll keep an eye on what's going on. All the drivers being instructed to slow down and stop, but we'll see whether we're going to get a restart or not, because we'd only got 7 minutes or so of the race left to go when the red flags came out. But Ursula Jordan certainly involved in that. She looked to be out of the car though, which was good news.
Not a nice situation when you've got a car that's stranded, and obviously that being covered initially by yellow flags. Then when everyone's seen it, the yellow flags are tending to be withdrawn, quite rightly. But then, of course, if you have your own independent moment, and we've seen that a few times already today, coming round the left-hander at Dibeni and towards the crossing, then if you lose the car, you can often head towards the scene of somebody else's accident in the stranded machine.
Right, we've had some cars come down the pit lane. Now, where they are sent next probably tells us what's going to happen. And they are being sent back out onto the circuit fix. I think we're probably going to get a restart for this race at some point, assuming there's time in the timetable. We are a little bit behind, I think, after early instance, probably about 10 minutes behind, I think, when that race started. So we just need to see how long this recovery work and repair work is going to take before the race gets back underway, just to see if there is time for it to get underway before we have to move on to our remaining 3 races on the programme this afternoon here at Pembrey. So there we can see the scene. We've got the 750 Motor Club rescue vehicle there. We've got the Pembrey recovery truck, and Ursula Jordan's car being attended to by the officials. Well, I think what we've proved here, that it's not just Josh Barrett when he's standing next to me that's causing all these problems and red flags. You're just as capable of it as he is. I think we'll have to have Craig come back and do some more races at the rate we're going, because that's the only race that's sort of passed trouble-free so far.
And for an extended duration as well, as he made the point several times. 20-minute race and ran through it without an issue. Yeah, it's tricky here. I mean, I remember covering a lot of race meetings 10 or so years ago, and if you get a wet day, of which there are quite a few in South Wales, I think it's fair to say, this track is fairly abrasive. It drains quite well, though, but the problem is if cars go off the track and return to it, they bring some dirt on as well. And also, I mean, having a word with Finn Broom from the Classic Stock Hatch earlier on about his incident, which happened at the crossing, and he said, I just got a little bit of a wiggle on, I dropped the rear right onto the grass, and then when you hit the turf, it actually just sucks you in.
Yeah.
Because on the edge of the road, the grass is downhill. It's absolutely sodden because of the amount of rainfall we've had today.
Yeah.
Actually, a nice week leading up to this race meeting. But he said, I just couldn't gather the car up. It was straight to the scene of where the tyre wall was, and did a reasonable amount of damage to the front right of his car. But they're confident, the family, of fixing that tonight and turning the car out for tomorrow.
Well, that's good news, at least, that we'll hopefully see that car out tomorrow. But you're absolutely right. Once you get onto the grass, really, there's not a lot stopping you, is there? So
you actually pick up speed, bizarrely, in certain areas.
Absolutely, because it is just so slippery out there. So you can see the cars have been stopped there at Honda, and that is while the officials work out what they're going to do about all of this. And then we're going to have a 5-minute race. Josh Barrett has run upstairs to tell us. I'll tell you what. Do you want a 5-minute race? It's absolutely horrible out there now. The rain is coming down diagonally. It is absolutely grim. Yes, we've certainly had some wet days here at Pembrey that we've been together at before, Johnny, at this particular circuit. And it's not the circuit that's got the most shelter either, it must be said. And it can be a grim day for all involved. And so many thanks to those that are still out there in it all day, namely the marshals. They're doing an absolutely brilliant job in pretty awful conditions. Hopefully things will be better tomorrow. As I was saying earlier on, if we're going to have a wet day of a race meeting, it's better to have it on the Saturday and the dry day on the Sunday, so when you're driving home, you're not sort of sitting there in your soaking wet clothes and just generally feeling miserable about life. It's much better to hopefully get this rain out of the way today and be better tomorrow. I'm going to check the weather app now, though.
I think you should.
Saying that, I was blithely saying, "Oh, it's going to be fine tomorrow," and I don't know that's true.
When I checked 2 days ago, the icon for today was one of those dark clouds with lots and lots of raindrops beneath it, whereas tomorrow is a white cloud with fewer raindrops.
It's a white cloud with no raindrops at all at any point in the day. And indeed, at 5 o'clock on Monday morning, the sun's going to come out for the
just in time for us all to be at home already.
Yes, well, I would hope so, certainly. by then, but yeah, only sort of 1% chance of rain, 2% chance of rain during tomorrow. So we're getting it out of the way today here at Pembrey.
I think it was Pete Morgan who told me earlier on that actually he would prefer fully deluged conditions, though. They're easier to judge than the halfway house when you've got all of that grease and potentially oil, just murk on the top of the road surface, which can alter from corner to corner. If you know it's a nice clean but wet surface, then that's easier to judge. And I was trying to make the point earlier on as well, before we had unfortunately the incident that brought the red flags out. These cars are on pretty much a road legal MRF tyre, but they're of different ages. So some of them have nice grooves that the police would very much like on the road, on the public road. Some are almost down to a slick. So perhaps an intermediate, and you just wonder whether. I was questioning whether Jake Hewlett might be on slightly older tyres. That's the reason why he didn't seem to have as much grip as those 3 cars behind him. I'm only guessing here, but the MRF tyre is built in a very durable way for you to get possibly not a full season out of them, but maybe a half season.
It's interesting because Josh has just pointed out it was pretty, relatively dry when they went to the assembly area. So if you've got an older set and you've got a newer set, you're going to put the newer set on, which is a bit more slick-like. Now, you want as deep grooves as deep as possible, don't you, really, to clear the water away, because it really is, full wet conditions, very much so out there now. And so what your choice might have been initially is now probably going to be the wrong one. They are bringing the cars forward onto the grid. Yep, we can see that they're going to line them up. It'll be a new grid, of course, because we'd had 5 laps completed by everybody when the red flags went out. And the fastest lap in that time had gone to Chris Nyland, which was 1:10.77, which is actually done after that big moment that he'd had at Debeny, sort of a couple of laps earlier. I think it's just the lap before actually he set the fastest lap. So it certainly hadn't put Chris Nyland off setting a good time. I suspect the times now might go out a bit again from that. Nyland's time in qualifying was a 1:10.61, so quite similar to what he's done in this race, but I think the track now will be a good deal wetter, so I think there will be a drop-off in that time, but perhaps not by that much. So we've got Skiwa Type R trophy cars. They're sitting there on the grid. They're going to get a 5-minute restart just as soon as A, the circuit's clear, and B, the grid is complete. Pole position there being for this sort of restart, then going to be held by Joe Jessup, as he was leading at the time of the red flag. He's 42 years, I think. He was 6th in the championship last year, which was his first season of racing. He works in the financial services business, and he's in the DH Racing, Danny Hobson Racing prepared car. Alongside him is number 97, Matt Digby, who's 39 years of age. He prepares his own Honda Civic Type R, the business manager from Uxbridge, who probably 10 years or so ago, when Johnny was last with us in 750 Motor Club commentary boxes, Matt was probably a front runner in Stock Hatch at that point in time.
I remember.
Winning races in that, and he's dabbled in various different things in the intervening period, has Matt Digby. He's been in Clios, certainly, and he's also done some, I think,
mod sports
racing as well. Yeah, his father was a renowned mod sports racer as well. So Matt's got a lot of racing history behind him. Then you've got Chris Nyland in the 130 car, the driver had that big moment at Debeny. He's been racing since 2011 on and off, 35 years of age, from Oldham, and being from the northwest, he made his debut in the Ford XR Challenge, which historically has been local to Alton Park, but now spreads its wheels a little bit further around the country. We're getting another green flag lap for these cars to allow them to see what the conditions are like. Chris Nyland in one of the Motion Motorsport prepared cars, and then I think next to him on the grid is going to be Daniel Chapman, I think, next up in the 104 car, the driver from Malton, and he had a poor initial start of that race, but came back nicely to get back up to 4th position. So let's have a look, Johnny, as they go round on this green flag. Like what these conditions are like. It's certainly looking a lot wetter at Hatchett's than it has been earlier on in the afternoon now.
Yeah, I would favour the higher line, if you like, the outside line at Hatchett's, because all the water is collecting right by the curb. We've seen one or two actually just straight line that curb as well, which is not necessarily advisable. Creeping through shot there is one of the middle order cars I noticed with only one headlight working, which it's pretty dark out there as well. I mean, the naked eye is absolutely fine, but I noticed when I was doing one or two interviews earlier on today that it felt like it was about 6 o'clock in the evening because the cloud cover had gathered once again. But a day like this is so tricky to work out, when you're likely to be on track for your race, particularly with the delays that we had earlier on once racing began, and then tyre choice, because with cars like these, you can't change your tyres during the red flag. No. You're stuck with whatever you selected in the assembly area or prior to getting to the assembly area, and one or two might want to take that decision again.
Yeah, if they've got their time again. Interesting to see what Mark Dickin does off the start this time. He started 6th for race 1, was sort of first going into Hatchett's, but then he went on and on and on, right into the runoff area, nearly ventured onto the airport runway, I think, here at Pembrey. But he did get back into the race, and he was 10th when the red flags came out. That's where he's going to start for the restart. So we'll see if he sort of repeats that feat, or will he have learnt from his mistake there. Dickin third in the championship coming into this weekend, so I think he'll be keen to get a good result out of all of this. There you can see the number 69 car. That's James Mansell, 32 years of age, and he races to raise awareness for the Crohn's and Colitis Society as well, as part of his racing. 96 is in the pit lane, which is Tim Netland's car, so possibly he's decided he doesn't fancy it, or there's a problem with his car. There he is, just beneath our commentary position. But there's the 5-second board. Race about to get underway then. The lights go on and out they go. And who makes the best start this time? It looks like a pretty good start by Matt Digby from the outside of the front row. Of course, it is a staggered grid here, so he's got to make up several yards, but he's alongside the 28 car of Joe Jessup as they head down to Hatchett's for the first time. But it's going to be Jessup who takes a bit of curb on the inside line that holds the lead. Digby in second and Nyland in third place. It looks like amongst the leading few, they're more or less in order.
I was right about Matt Digby's left side sill, though. That's trying to depart from the car as quickly as it can. Chris Nyland's a little bit wide there coming out of DeBenny. Visibility is going to be a massive problem in the midfield here as well. Joe Jessup will be very grateful that he had pole position then in the restarted grid, and he's starting to romp away a little bit from Matt Digby. I also noticed a very good start from Jake Hewlett from 6th position. Let's see how he gets going, though, once we get to race pace.
And there is Mark Dickin, who didn't make the same exhibition of himself as he did at the original start. Chris Smith there, throwing the car around the Brooklands hairpin, not particularly effectively. He loses a position there to, I think that was Daniel Chapman in the 104 car. Yes, it was Chapman that's got up ahead of him. Chris Smith losing that place. They're heading to Honda at the end of the first lap of what's only going to be probably they might squeeze 5 laps out of this. A 5-minute race anyway. The end of lap 1, it's Joe Jessup leading, Matt Digby second, and Chris Nyland in third position.
And in the spray is Christopher Nyland, then championship leader, looking for a way by Matt Digby. He's not going to be close enough this time into Hatchett, and also not far away in the blue car, blue and black for Daniel Chapman in car 104, almost side by side, and that's a place gained, I reckon, by Mark Dickin. No, he was just ahead of Conor Murphy as they crossed the line, but confirmed now for Dickin, who started the initial start in 6th position, lost ground, but is gaining it back again.
Okay, 3 minutes to go. Oh, that's Nyland off at the same part of the circuit as he was in big strife on a couple of laps ago. But a bigger problem for Daniel Chapman, who's been off into the barriers, and he's got quite a lot of damage to the front of his car. There's Dickin and Hewlett now disputing 7th position. It's actually going to be 6th, isn't it, with Chapman having gone off the road, and Hewlett duking it out there on the inside line to fend Dickin off.
Lots of grip, I thought, out on the outside of Brooklands hairpin there. It's called a hairpin, but nothing like one. But then he hit the curb and the dirt, did Mark Dickin, and lost even more ground. And another red flag, I'm afraid to say.
Another race stoppage. And that time, yes, the checker flag is going out. So I think that will be a verdict on the one lap that we had for the restart there. So one of those rare beasts, a race declared at one lap, I think. I can see the fire tender heading down, and also the medical car heading out there. So hopefully the driver involved is okay. But that just looked like quite a heavy hit there, Johnny.
It's another incident where you run a bit wide on the approach to the crossing, and Daniel Chapman just can't get the car back again. All the momentum is sending you off to the right-hand side where the tyre wall is, and that's actually a longer run than Finn Groom had earlier on. Close to where the cafeteria is. I saw that in the background, the car with lots of front end damage, and just keep our fingers crossed that Honda is repairable overnight, because that's the business end of the car.
Let's have a look at the results. Now, this isn't official because this is showing the position after 2 laps, and we think it'll go back to 1 lap, but let's run down these anyway. Joe Jessup 28 from 97, Matt Digby, Chris Nyland 130, and that would be in a different order if it went back the previous lap, wouldn't it, I think. Chris Nyland 4th, Chris Smith 4th in 84, Ashmore 5th in number 20, 6th number 92 Jake Hewlett, 7th to 777 Mark Dickin, then Conor Murphy, Joe McMullen and Jack Thomas running out the top 10, which is a good performance from Jack. He started, I think, the original race 19th. Daniel Bailey, 27, was 11th. Then James Mansell, William Puttergill, Sam Dennis, Matthew Duffel, Warwick Ellis, and then Dan Chapman, who obviously had that incident on the second lap. We lost Craig Atkinson and Tim Necklin as well. So a great shame that's how that race has finished. Two red flags, but really demanding conditions for the Type R Trophy drivers there, Johnny.
It's so tricky. I mean, they were changing all the time. The rain actually intensified during the red flag, and yes, everyone was given another formation lap, but you can't really know how much grip is there or not there at slower speeds. And you've picked your tyre half an hour, 45 minutes ago. You've just got to live with that situation, and it's so easy to have an incident like we saw for Daniel Chapman, to run wide like Mark Dickin did in the initial phase of the race. And Joe Jessup has done an incredibly good job to get a third win of the season.
Yeah, he certainly has. 2 more races tomorrow for these cars. Hopefully some of the ones that have been damaged today will be repaired, but there's some with reasonably heavy damage, so we'll have to see if we do get anything close to the full complement of 21 cars that we had qualify for this race, for races 2 and 3 tomorrow. The drivers are just coming down the pit lane now, I can tell you, underneath our commentary position, so shortly we should be able to hear from our top 3 drivers. I think we'll have plenty of time to hear from them with Josh Barrett, because it's going to be a little while, I think, before this incident is cleared and the cars can be released out for the next race of the day, which is the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. I don't think I'd want to be a historic 750 Formula driver right now, because it doesn't look like my kind of conditions, really, in sort of those historic and obviously open top cars as well. And then the next cars after that also have no roof. That's the Sports 1000s, the RLM Racing Sports 1000s. And we've got the K-Tech Racing Clear Sport Championship as well coming up. But let's head down to the pit lane now, and Josh Barrett is there.
So we're down in a very wet Pembrey pit lane now after that eventful Tigir R Type R Trophy race. But it was Joe Jessup who took another win this season in what is a closely fought championship this year. Well done, Joe. A very difficult race. I'll let you grab your door open and then you can stay in there. I'll give you a winner's garland. You can. That was a difficult race because we had 2 parts, 3 parts to it, and 2 parts to it, but another red flag as well, and some sideways moments out there.
It's really slippy. It was actually not too bad first couple of laps. Then after the red flag, it was raining pretty hard, so lots of standing water on the track. So I hope everybody's okay. But really pleased with the performance.
And I guess it was just making sure you don't go over the limit during the course of that race, because you saw plenty of others had done.
That's right. I mean, it's you're sort of on the edge quite a bit. So, I mean, quali this morning, there was actually quite a bit of grip on the track, even though it was wet. But that time there, second time after the restart, it was really, really slippy.
It's been a pretty nice season you had so far. You've had that win at Crofting, a win at Alton, now win here as well.
Yeah, no, delighted with the season so far. I think it's got off to a cracking start. Obviously at Alton, we had a problem with the car in the second race. We had that problem again yesterday in testing, but we managed to fix it. So yeah, delighted with the win.
And a busy weekend this weekend, 3 races.
Yeah, it's quite tiring this weekend.
Hopefully some dry weather tomorrow. Well done on your win. Second place was to Matt Doobie. We'll let the drivers stay in their car so they don't get soaked as well. Matt, second place, that was all a good result for you.
Yeah, it was, I was really hoping that wouldn't restart again, but it did, and it only lasted a lap, so that's cool.
Yeah. And in that first start, you had one go at trying to get round the outside for the lead, I saw.
Yeah, you got to try anyway, especially in these conditions at this circuit as well.
And how are you finding the Civic? You've had a few different cars over the last few years now.
I'm actually enjoying this one the most, I think, at the moment, yeah.
And how's that sort of compared? Because I guess the cars are sort of like newer versions of what Stock Hatch was back in the day.
Yeah, obviously they run the diff, and you've got a lot more adjustability on these than any other car I've driven before, so it's really good to have a mess around with it.
And obviously the rules are quite tight, and the racing is so close because of it.
Yeah, and that's what I like about it. Everything's the same. It should technically be just the driver.
Yeah. Are you enjoying these wet conditions?
Yeah, actually, because I didn't get to test yesterday. I was hoping it would rain today, so hopefully it continues like it.
Well, we'll see. Well done in second place. Third was Chris, who's got out the car. Chris, I saw you had a big old spin at one point. The start as well didn't go quite to plan either.
No, that didn't. No, that kept me entertained. But well done to these 2 chaps for avoiding me, definitely. But yeah, no, it wasn't a great race. I bodged up the start, jumped out of first gear, struggled to get second. Everybody went past. So I thought, right, so get my head down. And then, up to that point, it was a good race. Obviously, I know there's a red flag, so I do hope everybody's okay. But yeah, and we've got to be happy with third, I suppose, for the championship. But yeah, a bit of a scrappy race. It wasn't really what I wanted, so.
Like you say, the points have come, so it's not the sort of the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world, no, but you know, you're in a championship fight with these guys, and I did have the lead at one point, and I should have just got my head down and went, but it is what it is. Still had fun out there. It's very, very tricky. It was grippy, but interchangeable conditions, so we were just changing every lap, and I think we've gone a little bit wrong way with the setup, so yeah, it didn't.
I guess you talk about the grip, lots of people have been talking about it. I guess when it, though, like you say, now it's getting a lot wetter. If you think you've got the grip there and then suddenly haven't, it get quite difficult.
Well, yeah, I mean, this morning in qualifying, it felt like a really, really grippy circuit. As soon as I went out on that first few laps there, it was really loose, the car was all over, the circuit seems to have changed. And then, obviously, when we had the rain and then it dried out and then more rain, obviously, every time you come through a corner, you're on the limit anyway. A little bit over the limit with me, but yeah, like I say, well done for them to avoid him, but it was a good race overall.
Looks drier for tomorrow, hopefully. Are you looking forward to those races?
Yeah, looking forward to them. We've obviously got 2 races tomorrow. I think one's a reverse grid as well, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it, see what happens.
You talk about the reverse grid here. Some drivers telling me not that easy to overtake. Do you think that's going to be quite difficult then?
It'll be more difficult in the dry, because obviously it's quite a fast-flowing circuit. But I suppose if you can try and put people off the line and just make the moves, but yeah, I'll try and do it without contact.
Well done on third place. Still some barrier repairs going on behind us, but we have got cars heading to the grid for our next race, which is time to go historic racing at Pembrey with the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Championship.
Yes, the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series up next. Let's give you the grid for this one. We should have 16 cars, all being well. Tim Roebuck on pole position in his number 18 Austin 7, alongside John Village, number 29, on the outside of the front row. Second row is number 2, Nigel Howard, and 7, that's Graham Wilson. Timothy Sage, 42, in the Mallock, on the inside of row 3, next to number 1, Gregan Thruston. On the fourth row of the grid, that's where we find Trevor Slatter, number 72, and Lyndon Thruston in 23. Simon Gallen in 61 on the fifth row of the grid, next to number 22, Charlie Plain Jones. Then it's James Miles in 11, and John Ingram in number 19. On to row 7, that's 20, Ian Grant, and 27, Richard Pryor, with number 6, Richard Verheyden, and 69, Mike Pickup, rounding out the field. So, historic 750 Formula Series, the cars on the grid. First time we've seen them on the Alpha live stream for this season. They had a couple of races at Alton Park back in May. One was a conventional scratch race and one was the handicap race. Christian Pedersen it was that won the scratch race. He's not here today, but John Village won the handicap race in his eponymous Village V2, which is a recreation of the car that he raced in 750 Formula back in the 1970s. So be interesting to see what he can do from the outside of the front row today. The car on pole position of number 18, Tim Roebuck. That's a Class AS car, so a supercharged Austin 7 for him. And that's the ex-John Miles car. John Miles, the former Lotus Formula 1 driver and late 750 Motor Club vice president. Second row of the grid on the inside, you've got number 2. That's Nigel Howard in the Centaur Mark 14 for the driver from Wiltshire. And beside him is number 7, Graham Wilson, in the Time 3B that has been in a number of different hands over the years, including that of Anthony Reid, British touring car driver, Le Mans driver. He had a go in that car at Anglesey a few years ago. So that's the way the first couple of rows line up. As Josh alluded to, I think there is still a little bit of barrier repair work being done before these cars are released for their race, and normally these cars aren't ones that like being sat on the grid for too long, so hopefully they won't be detained for too much longer. So we'll wait for them to be released for their 15-minute race in just a few moments, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the qualifying times, and there is about a second difference between Timothy Roebuck's Austin 7 Special and John Village's Village V2. Conditions were different when they qualified, though, a little earlier on, so they'll need to just get kind of a grip of the state of play right now. Pace car is just reversing into shot, though, so that suggests we're maybe not too far away from the start.
Well, I think there's still this barrier repair work going on, so I wonder if they're going to be taken round behind the safety car for a green flag lap, because normally these cars wouldn't have a green flag lap, or are they even going to have a safety car start? That would be an interesting late decision. Josh is heading downstairs to race control to find out exactly what is going on. and he will relay that information to us. But obviously, with that delay, for that barrier repair work following the Type R Trophy race, it is going to be just a few moments before we get any sort of full speed racing action underway in this Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. It is just a series of races rather than a point scoring championship, and it's one of the most cost effective ways you can get into historic motorsport in the UK. Rebranded a couple of years ago now. It caters for Austin Sevens, and Austin Sevens were the basis of the creation of the 750 Motor Club back in the late 1930s, just before World War II, because they were, even at that time in 1939, relatively available at a relatively cheap price for drivers who didn't have that much money. And that was the base of the 750 Motor Club. So it's appropriate, as they near their centenary, that we have them well represented on the grid, and also the historic 750 Formula type cars from pre-1974 and those built to the same regulations. They're also on the grid. They're in Class C. I can see the safety car board is being shown, so I'm just going to find out exactly what the situation is with the start of this race. Okay, so what's happening here is we're effectively starting the race behind the safety car, Johnny. So a bit of perhaps a common sense decision, and a decision that the officials have taken in the interests of safety. It also means that the cars aren't sitting on the grid, which is good, because they don't like sitting on the grid for too long. But also it means that the drivers do get more of a chance to get a sighter of this circuit and the conditions, because we may well find that they are a bit wetter than they were for practice this morning.
The problem is, it's still raining, of course, but what cars moving around the circuit do is displace a little bit of that standing water, and we've got hopefully all 16 out there, so that will provide just an opportunity for some of the key corners to be a tad drier, and I'm really talking in minuscule equations here, but yeah, more of a case of getting some reference points and for drivers to work out whether you can still take the natural apex of these corners or whether the wider line is the more sensible option.
So that is the number 18 car of Timothy Roebuck then, who qualified on pole position with that 1:24.55 this morning. Very respectable lap time indeed in the conditions. The lap record for the category overall is a 1:15.40 for Peter Chattin, that in a Class C car. Almost exactly 9 years ago. And the lap record for Class A, which at that time I don't think would have included the supercharged Austin 7s, 1:23.86 for Michael Inglis, also set in June 2013. So those are the lap records. Unlikely that we'll see them being attacked too heavily today. That's the 69 car. You can see that's Mike Pickup, drive from Suffolk in his Austin 7 that's being shared this weekend, so he's just doing the one race out of the two that we have, and so this we think is counting as part of the race. Are we going to get something? There's no marshals on the grid, so we'll wait and see what's going on. Safety car is still out there, so it's going to lead them round. So we're going to get right. There's now a board. Is that going to be shown to the drivers as they come past? They're being told to slow down. Okay. They're being told to stop, and do all of the drivers know what's being asked to do here? I think they've got the message. They are going to go 2 by 2 on the grid, so well done them. I think we are going to get a standing start eventually. So presumably all the circuit area is clear. So that's good. We're now getting a 1 minute board, so they've had a lap. So they don't. I suspect we'll have a slightly reduced race distance then from the original 15, but we'll see about that. So very short order, this race will be getting underway. So you've got Timothy Roebuck and John Village, name mostly synonymous with Formula Ford racing, rather than historic 750 Formula, but that was where his roots were in the 1970s. The race gets underway then, and it's a pretty good start from John Village from the outside of the front row, and he's going to, I think, get past that supercharged Austin 7 of Timothy Roebuck. Yes, he does, as they head up towards Hatchett's for the first time. Also a good start for number 7 there. That's the Graham Wilson car, the Time 3B, and down the inside of everybody goes number 2, Nigel Howard. He started on the inside of the second half of the grid. He's also got past the pole position man. He might well be fourth place. In fact, I think he's 4th place by the time they head through Spitfires.
You can have all this power from a supercharged car, but if you can't lay it down on the asphalt in these greasy and fully wet conditions, it's not much use to you. So Timothy Roebuck suddenly finds himself down in 4th position. Great little move there from Westbury's Nigel Howard up the inside in the Centaur Mark 14, and he's nibbling away here at the lead as well, with John Village under pressure as they come out of the Senna S's and down towards the Brooklands hairpin.
Yeah, for the first time in this race then. So you've got the 3 historic 750 Formula type cars together from Class C. I think all of these running the Reliant 850cc engine, of course. Turning their way out of Brooklands then towards that right out kink at Carter's Curve. And then there's Honda, the right-hander, which will be at the end of the lap. Anyway, here they go through Honda, and not the quickest cars that we'll see this weekend. Have we seen a change for second there, though, possibly, Johnny, as they came through Honda? Yes, I think we have. Graham Wilson's got through.
Yeah, Wilson up to 2nd position in the time 3B, and now Nigel Howard's under pressure from the car that was in pole position, but he's managed, of course, to gather some of that speed up through Honda and attempt to overtake Nigel Howard, but again, needing to brake much earlier than Nigel's Centaur, so the red car can stay ahead just about. And in 5th position, making good progress, is Trevor Slatter in a 2nd Centaur. That's the Mark 11.
Okay, so grim conditions still for these historic 750 Formula drivers, but they're doing their best to put on a good show for us here on the Alpha live stream. John Village it is leading then, Graham Wilson 2nd, Nigel Howard 3rd, Timothy Roebuck 4th, and then Trevor Slatter in 5th position. And in 6th place it's the number 42 car of that's the 1 litre Mallock of of Tim Sage. And but watching for the moment that car that was on pole position, leading the supercharged Austin 7 class, leading the non-supercharged Austin 7 class at the moment. You can see they're in 10th place overall, the pale blue square on the timing tower. That's number 22, Charlie Plain Jones. He's ahead there. Going through shot there briefly was number 27. That's Richard Pryor. He was winning races last season, but he's yet to do so this year. Had a 3rd in the first race at Alton Park.
So race leader is to a certain degree scampering away. John Village clearly very much liking these conditions with how many minutes gone. I think we maybe had a minute or 2 taken away from the original 15, and no surprise that John getting a good lap time there as well. It's going to be side by side into Hatchett's at the start of the next lap though, as around the outside Timothy Roebuck attempts an overtake on Nigel Howard, and it's the outside inside trick maybe on the run to Spitfires. That supercharged car with a little bit more power, but again it's about getting it down onto the road surface.
Yeah, John Village 2.43 seconds ahead at the start of this lap. I think he might even be pulling away a little bit further as they work lap 3 of the race now. So getting away from Graham Wilson in 2nd position. We'll get an update on that in a second. There's the 4th place car going through, 2nd and 3rd just ahead of him. Background, you saw a brief shot of that sort of Dayglow highlighter that always reminds me of that. Trevor Slatter in 5th place, number 72. Which is the Centaur Mark 11, just in shot there. There it is. And then in 6th place, that is now Richard Pryor. So Richard Pryor's made up a position on this lap. There's Tim Sage, who he's got ahead of. Actually made up quite a few seconds. I think Tim Sage must have made a mistake at some point on this lap to fall behind Richard Pryor.
Yeah, so Sage trying to gain at least one of those positions back again. Nice little gaggle heading through the right-hander at Brooklands now and onto Speedway Straight, containing Lyndon Thruston. So ahead of him is Charlie Plain Jones in the Austin 7 Cowley Special.
And Lyndon Stallis just overtaking him there. That's Gregory Thruston going through on the inside in number 1. That's the Rawson Special, a long time campaign by Don Rawson, of course. So he's now got through ahead of Son Lyndon, who these days is very much the prime mover behind the historic 750 Formula Series, and has really helped to get increasing numbers of cars on the grid over the years. Looks like Greg Thruston's making up another place there, so he's going past James Miles in the number 11 car, and so that is up into the top 10 now for Greg Thruston as they head into the hairpin.
Good momentum being gained towards the end of the lap there through Carter's Curve and into Honda. And a bit of a job there for James Miles to hustle his 7 special through the first corner.
Roebuck now up to third place. He's got ahead of Nigel Howard there. So Timothy Roebuck in number 18 now goes to third. Oh, they've caught John Village. He was 2.6 seconds ahead at the start of the lap. Where's that all disappeared to?
Well, he was attacking Brooklands from a peculiar angle, so I just wonder whether he overcooked it slightly on the run into the centre S's, maybe a trip to the grass. Scampering away again now, but definitely that lead came well and truly down to Graham Wilson in the chasing time 3B, and he's bringing Nigel Howard and Timothy Roebuck with him. But again, now the 850cc, so the Reliant-engined Graham Wilson car, stretching its legs away from this battle for third.
Yeah, just looking at the lap times, that's 3 laps completed, isn't it? And Richard Pryor in 6th place has done the best lap of the race now, 124.87. Do we get a change there for second? No, we don't. We don't. So it's Graham Wilson holding on to second place in number 7 from number 18, Timothy Roebuck. We do, of course, need to just keep an eye out to see if there's a checker flag appearing a little bit earlier than we might expect in this race as well. And John Village just started to ease away a little bit again from the next one. Not helped, I don't think, in their pursuit by falling over one another, Graham Wilson and Timothy Roebuck there.
Yeah, good point you make. Nigel Howard trying to gather that ground back again on Timothy Roebuck in third. Roebuck maybe to the inside. There was a gap there, but couldn't quite make use of it. And now Nigel Howard is all over the back of the supercharged Austin 7 Special. Again, they're condensing to some degree. I wonder whether John Village's car isn't just too happy through the centre S's and Brooklands hairpin, but because once more the gap appeared to come down, at least visually. Second position still in the hands of Graham Wilson, who will be mindful of Timothy Roebuck's progress because it is able to eat up the mileage through Honda and out the other side. The supercharged car much quicker in this final part of the lap and the run towards Hatchets at turn 1.
Absolutely, and he's carried very good speed. And out of Honda has Timothy Roebuck in that number 18 supercharged Austin 7, the back marker that they are going past as well. I think that's the John Ingram car at number 19. Yes, it is, for the 77-year-old from Whitney and the ex-Nigel Arthur. And they all sort of squeeze down the inside. But Richard Pryor seems to be very much coming into the equation here as well in that number 27 car in 5th position. So he's certainly one to watch. We've really got actually the top 6 cars only separated by less than 5 seconds at the end of 5 laps, which is really, really quite competitive.
Yeah, the JGS 3 in the hands of Richard Pryor has certainly had a fastest lap to this point, and yeah, still holds on to it with a 124.87.
It's just there behind Nigel Howard now, so so he's ahead of Travis Slatter, and Slatter's gone with him as well. So really tight here. So not a lot, as I say, covering those first 6 cars. There's Wilson heading out of Brooklands hairpin, with Timothy Roebuck just in behind him in that number 18 car, sort of a long way clear of Simon Gallen, who's now second of the supercharged Austin 7s, in 8th place overall. Charlie Plain Jones leading the conventionally aspirated Austin 7s in 9th. That's Nigel Howard, number 2 in the Centaur Mark 14, the red car, just going through shot. Well, we're going to get at least one more lap. No sign of the checkered flag. That's good news because it's a good race going on here.
One thing that strikes me is the difference in eye line, because Timothy Roebuck virtually sitting on top of his Austin 7 Special. You look at Richard Pryor, he's so close to the ground, he's virtually lying down in that JGS. And when you get behind other cars, particularly in the spray, it's going to be very difficult to judge whether he's got the space and the gaps to go through. I mean, he'll be well used to that JGS these days. But having to pick his moments carefully, he does have a bit more speed than Nigel Howard, I would say. And Howard now looking for a way up the inside at the crossing of Timothy Roebuck and gets it.
Nicely done. That sort of came out of nowhere, didn't it, really? But good move from Nigel Howard. Richard Pryor thought about following him through as well there. But now heading through the right-hander at Senna. And then it's down to the Brooklands hairpin, that tight right-hander. So Roebuck, who'd been attacking for second for so long in this race, now back down to 4th position. And question is, can he cling on to that in the closing stage? I think we're going to get at least one more lap at the end of this one. Just looking at the finish line marshal, just to see he's not holding a checkered flag, which he isn't at the moment. So I think we're good for at least one more lap at the end of this, Johnny.
Okay, so through the quick right-hander at Carter's Curve, approaching Honda, which again is fast on the approach, but you need to just balance the car between accelerator and brake, dance it through, really, the right-hander. And there's a fair bit of mud that's been chucked onto the road there through the course of this race and earlier ones in the day. Again, a good exit for the JGS in the hands of Richard Pryor, getting a run maybe on Roebuck, heading for Hatchett's corner, and Roebuck's going to have to give him the space, I think, later on the brakes maybe for the JGS. And yes, over the curve, get a face full of water. That's what I mean about the very low driving position for Richard Pryor.
It's pretty like sitting in a bath right now, isn't it? It's probably full of water, that car. Very fast bath, though, which is the main thing. And he's got ahead of Tim Roebuck now, up into 4th position. Slatter lost a lot of time on that lap, didn't he? So he's made a mistake somewhere, I think, in the orange Centaur. So this now the fight for second. Graham Wilson and Nigel Howard, number 7 and number 2, the time and the Centaur. The checker flag can see is being prepared, so it might be that we get that this time. John Village is 2.3 seconds ahead. Is he going to be the man to bring it home?
Not long to go now, and some, again, shuffling potentially of the order. Nigel Howard's going to be under pressure late in the day from Richard Pryor's JGS. Timothy Roebuck in the battle as well, but Roebuck allows those two cars through, so it's going to be 5th place probably, as the JGS almost got up the inside of Nigel Howard in the very closing stages.
Yeah, the leader is going to come through, and yes, the checker flag is made ready, so it's going to be John Village then that comes home to win in number 29. It's his second victory of the season. Almost a dead heat there, a little bit further back. We'll just wait for the screen to update itself. It was certainly second Graham Wilson, but then beyond that, well, there was just a 10th of a second for 3rd place between Richard Pryor, number 27. So he stole it, Johnny, right at the end.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
From number 2, Nigel Howard. Timothy Roebuck, 5th in number 18, winning his class. And Trevor Slatter, 6th place overall as well. Simon Gallen made it up to 7th place overall in the end in the number 61 car. In fact, he's just about to come through your shot now. There he is, because he's just taken the checkered flag. 8th place goes the way of Tim Sage, then Greg Thurston, and then it should be Charlie Plain-Jones, I think, to win his. In fact, Charlie Plain-Jones has got ahead of Greg and Thurston on the last lap as well. They've had a nice little scrap, and Greg and Thurston's the next car you will see, acknowledging the checkered flag. There he is, and he takes the Class A victory. So, horrible conditions, but nevertheless a really entertaining race there, Johnny.
They all put a brave face on it, didn't they, and said, well, this is what we've got to race in,
yes,
so let's try and have a good time. And they really did, because John Village, you thought that it was his race to lose at certain points, and then they would creep into Brooklands, and all of a sudden that big gap of 2 or 3 seconds had completely been whittled away. Really good scrapping from Richard Pryor to gain those spots as well during the race with the fastest lap.
Yeah, confirmation of the result. John Village in the Village V2, winning the race, number 29, from number 7, Graham Wilson in 2nd. That was the time 3B. 3rd place went to number 27, Richard Pryor in the DNC. 4th, number 2, Nigel Howard, Centaur. In 5th place, number 18, the class winner, Tim Roebuck in his Austin 7 Special. And 6th was 72, Trevor Slatter. 7th, number 61, Simon Gallen. 8th was 42, Timothy Sage. Sneaking into 9th place and the class win for Class A at the end, number 22, Charlie Plain-Jones, and rounding out the top 10. That was number 1, Greg and Thurston. 11th, James Miles. 12th, Linton Thurston, losing out to his dad. Oh dear, oh dear. 13th to number 6, Richard Verheyden. 14th was Mike Pickup, 69. And then problems along the way for John Ingram and Ian Grant. But a good field of cars. Hopefully we'll see them all back out tomorrow for their second race of the weekend, which is going to happen at 10:45 in the morning. 2 more races left to come this afternoon here at Pembrey. Sports 1000 up next, the first of their triple header weekend, and then the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, I should say, to round out the not the weekend but the day, with another 15 races to come for you tomorrow, and you'll see those all on Alpha Live from 9 o'clock in the morning. Don't forget, Johnny, bright and early. Right, let's head down to Josh Barrett once again in the pit lane.
So we're down here in, again, an ever soggier Pembrey pit lane, but we've got another race winner, and that was John Village. So let's grab a word with John. Well done on your race victory there, John. I'll give you your winner's garland. Yeah, let you take your helmet off and then we can grab a word. We've also got our class winners down here, Tim Roebuck and Charlie Plain Jones. And we'll see how many we can grab a word with. But tricky conditions out there, John. And
dreadful.
And is this your first time you've raced here, perhaps?
It's the first time I've ever raced here, yeah.
What do you think of the circuit?
Difficult when you don't know it.
But you managed to build a gap at the start and sort of maintain that?
Yeah, I was just focusing on maintaining a gap and not going OTT.
Did you used to run cars here, come testing here at all?
I did, yeah. We used to run Vauxhall Juniors and Vauxhall Lotus.
Yeah.
The last time I came here, I flew in with Surtees to test the A1 Grand Prix cars that we were running.
They're pretty quick round here, I should think.
They were indeed.
Hopefully drier tomorrow and that'll be more enjoyable, I guess.
It will indeed.
I'll give you one as Garland, well done. Add that to your collection. The AS class went to Timothy Roebuck, who was well stuck in with the Class C card. Well done, Tim. We spoke yesterday and you were right involved there, right at the overall front order.
Yes, yeah, John managed to get the jump on me off the line. I got too much wheel spin off the line, and then Lyndon came, Lyndon and I think Graham came piling through as well. By the time I could get the car stopped for the hairpin, and I tried to get back past. Well, I got back past Lyndon and was trying to get past Graham, but then my visor started to fog up, and I just gave it up in the end. It was.
Well, thanks, Tim. I think we're going to have to stop you there because the next car's already onto the grid. So on to the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship next here at Pembrey.
Let's take a look at the grid for the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship. It is 88 Richard Webb on pole position and 1 Ryan Yarrow beside him. 2 Michael Roots and 14 Paul Smith on the second row. 63 Colin Chapman and 8 Dan Clues on row 3. 72 Jonathan McGill and 21 Phil Hutchins on the fourth row. Paul Rogers in 43 and James Foley in 71 on row 5. Then row 6 is number 9 Ian Hutchinson and 44 Carl Austin. Row 7, 33 Daniel Ashby and 11 Paul Sawyer, and a couple starting at the back of interest. 24 Richard Miles, his first appearance of the season. He didn't manage to get the car out in qualifying. It was only finished this morning, so he's done some laps at lunchtime behind the pace car. So we'll see Rich come through from the back of the grid, I'm sure, because he's fairly quick. And the other car at the back is number 85 David Watson, and that's a sort of development car. It's not part of the championship. It's an MK built car, the RLM Cup 200 as it's known, and we'll perhaps tell you a little bit more about that during the course of the weekend. This weekend for the Sports 1000 it's a slightly different format. Usually they have 2 20-minute races. This weekend they have 3 15-minute races for their money. The 30-second board has been shown. 15-minute race then ahead of us. 5-second board now goes up. There you can see the pole position car, number 88, Richard Webb, who's swept all before him this season. The revs rise and the race gets underway, but not for number 2, I'm afraid. That is Michael Roots, who does not get away at all. It looks like they've all thankfully managed to avoid him. He does now move away, but that was a worrying moment for Michael Roots. But he is away now. That's Colin Chapman in the 63 car. But what's going on up front? Well, it's Ryan Yarrow, the reigning champion, in car number 1 that's leading the way. But for how long? It's only taken until Spitfires for number 82, Richard Webb, to make his way through into the lead. And he has won all 4 races so far this season. And it must be said, by a very convincing margin. Is he going to continue to do that? I can see that the car that starts at the back, David Watson's car, that's also made up several places already during the course of this weekend. But that's not part of the championship. Here we can see Ryan Yarrow under pressure from Paul Smith down at the hairpin.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to get through. So good little move there from Paul Smith in the Mattel SSRD. Still neck and neck though, leaving and heading towards the quick right-hander at Carter's Curve. One is going to have to give way to the other, as now heading towards Honda at the end of the lap. Ryan Yarrow's going to be picked off by Paul Smith as well. And yeah, that place is confirmed as they come out of the final corner and whip across the line. It's been a cracking opening lap though for Richard Webb in his Spire.
And look at the spray that these cars kick out as well. You'll see that better on some of the shots, but not a bad first lap that from Paul Smith. He started 4th up to 2nd. He's got a fresh engine in that car for this weekend. The 4-time Formula V champion, of course, Paul Smith. Been racing on and off in Sports 1000 for the past couple of seasons in this Mittel that's been developed by him and his, in particular his father as well, over the course of recent seasons. There's the reigning champion, number 1, Ryan Yarrow, another driver who's developed his car, which is an ex-Billy Oldbone driven chassis, and hence that's now got the Y designation at the end of its name to indicate the development work that he has done.
Exiting the first corner, or rather the Brooklands corner, I should say. Oh, very, very much straight on there and into the tyres for Jonathan McGill in his Spire GT3. So easy to get it wrong there at Brooklands. You approach at high speed, and if he's caught a bit of standing water, that's just sent him straight on and into the tyre wall. Certainly yellow flags, and possibly something more serious to come, Ian.
Yep. New fastest lap, 106.12. Lap record for these cars in the drive course, 58.97 for Matthew Higginson 9 years ago. He was a multiple Sports 1000 champion, or RGB as it was known then as well. But 2 laps completed, and Richard Webb 1.7 seconds the advantage. Paul Smith nearly mapped his lap time on the previous lap. That car from the back that we told you about, 85 David Watson, that's the MK Indy, that's already up to 6th position. So it's absolutely flying. He's been lapping in the 109s, so about 3 seconds slower than the front cars, but in a similar pace to the cars immediately ahead of him. There it is now, the MK Indy.
Yeah, did a 109.860 in qualifying, but then was automatically put to the back of the grid because it's in the invitation class. We always expected it to come through. It doesn't lap quite as quickly as the Richard Webb or the Ryan Yarrow car, but these changeable conditions could change that.
Well, look at this as well for the lead now, because Richard Webb has had some time taken out of his lead. Now it's down to 6 tenths per second because Paul Smith has done the best lap of the race, a 105.83, and we've not seen Richard Webb under this kind of threat so far this season. Richard Webb in the Spire GT3S. He's the director of RLM, the championship sponsors as well. He's been in lots of different types of things as well as Sports 1000 down the years, including he took part in that race last year, I think it was, in which we had the sons of Hunt and Lauder racing in the same race. Meanwhile, we've got a safety car here at Pembrey, Johnny, and that I think is because of the Jonathan McGill car that is off up there at Brooklands.
I think it has to be, yeah, for the Doncaster driver in the Spire GT3, nosed into the barriers, and because these cars are very svelte, they have a low-slung front splitter, there's a danger that car could have gone underneath the tyres, so they need to make sure that Jonathan's okay and that the car can be recovered. Still racing to the safety car though. Richard Webb and Paul Smith will see the boards as they come out of Honda and just about slow down, although at different speeds, Ian.
Now Richard Webb's weaving around trying to keep some heat in the tyres. I'm not quite sure how advisable that was at that particular point in time. But anyway, he's done it, and he's obviously heading the field as they are behind the safety car. It's a caution period. It's a 15-minute race, of course. These laps behind the safety car will count. There's no provision for laps to be added on at the end of the race. Unlike, say, the British Touring Car Championship, where up to 3 laps can be added on at the end. So these will all count behind the safety car. It's just going to be a question of how quickly that Jonathan McGill car can be recovered from its resting place in the tyre barriers up there at Brooklands, where it ended on the second lap of the race. I think we might have lost Carl Austin as well in the number 44 car. Oh no, he's just come through actually to complete his he's a lap down, it seems to me. So he came into the pits, I think. So that's what's happened with Carl Austin. So he's out there, but he had a pit visit. That's what I was just wondering what had gone on. But the other 12 drivers have all completed the full 4 laps so far.
Yeah, so Carl isn't going to make that lap back up again, unfortunately for him, and the safety car actually won't help, but there'll be no waved by cars. We'll just run with this position. Richard Webb and Paul Smith, they were pretty much as close as they are behind the safety car anyway, so that's not altered the leading margin. What it does do is bring Ryan Yarrow potentially back into the mix, and also Dan Klaus in his Mittel, the second Mittel in the sequence.
So I think Carl Austin's back into the pit lane as well.
Okay.
So certainly not going to make that lap up, not in the pit lane. So yellow flags are waving. Safety car is out. And there is Carlos. Oh, I think he just wanted to keep dry, basically, appears to be the situation. Looks like Thomas Langford down there, the race day coordinator for the 750 Motor Club Sports 1000s is there. There is Jonathan McGill's car being towed at a jaunty angle behind the recovery vehicle. I'm not quite. I think there is runoff area at Brooklands, isn't there, on the old runway, perimeter road, or whatever part of the airfield it was. So hopefully that's now in a position of safety and probably have one more lap there forward, I think, behind the safety car. And you can see they're all weaving around now. I don't know how effective this really is in these conditions.
No, I think it's more of a case of kind of mentally you think I'm ready and poised to get going again, but all you're doing is dropping the tyre into cold water on the left and right hand side of the track, and wet weather tyres tend to be of the harder compound, slightly more durable, so more difficult to work as well. And you've always got to be careful as you're slowing down for a safety car, that you made the point not to start the weaving too early, because there could easily be a car that is, although you're not supposed to, overlapping you and slowing down accordingly. Thankfully, that recovery didn't turn into what we had at the Nürburgring for the 24 hours a couple of weeks ago, which was actually a BMW being recovered, thinking he was going a lot further than he was backwards, didn't put on the brakes and actually ran into the 4x4 that was recovering.
Oh.
So there was contact between the intervention vehicle and the race car.
Right.
Not advisable.
Not good.
For McGill, yes, he was testing the very tension of that towing strop, but no contact made.
Good. That's what we like. So we're going to have David Watson. Interesting to see how that car does. That MK Indy, it's got sort of 1.3 litres. All the Sports 1000 cars have. You've guessed it, a 1000cc Superbike engine to aspirate them. What I've not had a chance to tell you about actually is what's going on in the championship here. I've said that Richard Webb had won all 4 races so far, so you probably don't need a maths degree to work out that he's in the lead of the championship by quite considerable margin. Ryan Yarrow second on 95 points coming into this weekend. Colin Chapman third on 87. Paul Rogers 84. So 2 long-time racers in Sports 1000 RGB there. And Paul Smith 5th on 82 points coming into this weekend. I think we are about to... No, we're not about to go racing again. I'll sit down again then, because the safety car lights are still on at the moment. So at least one more lap behind the safety car, which is probably only going to leave time for about 4 or 5 laps, I would think. Once we are able to get back underway.
I'm impressed on our scoring tower that we're getting lap times for the safety car as well, though. Down in 15th position, even though it technically leads the race.
Yes.
Be interesting to monitor that for the rest of the safety car period. As you say, hopefully it's not going to be for too much longer. 9 minutes and change that we've just had. So we will hopefully get the full quota of 15 minutes. But this is frustrating because, I mean, these are very fast cars. And obviously everyone associated with the championship has turned up wanting to get as many racing laps in as possible. Stronger chance tomorrow, we hope.
I would think so. I mean, they are, in dry conditions, very fast cars. I mean, these are giving equivalent performance really to British Touring Car Championship cars, something like that in terms of their lap times, but for an absolute tiny fraction of the cost of doing something like BTCC or sort of some GT cars, which will be lapping in a similar kind of lap time as well. So it's tremendous bang for your buck, Sports 1000. But there are some very sophisticated cars out there now, the Spires and the Mattels, which dominate on this grid. Some very rapid machinery, and this is a championship that really has evolved from its roots over the years as a road-going bike engine sports car championship it was originally. Safety car lights are out, and Richard Webb is wasting no time in getting his race back underway. Already up to speed through Honda, takes the green flag now with just over 5 minutes of the race left to go. Can Paul Smith go with him as he was doing before the safety car came out?
Phenomenal speed again through Honda, helped of course that these cars are so aero dependent with that invisible hand pushing the cars down onto the road. They were side by side into Hatchets and now towards Spitfires, but still Richard Webb with the lead.
I wonder if Richard Webb might need to be careful with that line through the hairpin, though, because he was certainly using some of the green painted bit on the inside, and if he does that too often, maybe that's something that the officials will want to have a look at. We'll see about that. So Richard Webb, number 88, is that leads. Number 14, Paul Smith in second place. So you've got the Spire leading, the Mattel in second place, and there is a gap back actually, and it's opened up quite quickly, hasn't it, to third place, which we think is still Ryan Yarrow, but we'll try and confirm that in a moment.
Interesting braking from Paul Smith there. He had to have 2 applications into Brooklands hairpin, one to sufficiently slow the car, and then I think a little dab to balance it on the approach into that tricky right-hander, which is wanting you really to go left at Brooklands. It's slightly off camber, and as Jonathan McGill demonstrated a little earlier on, it's so easy to make a mistake on the approach. Across the line at top speed is Dan Clues, and Colin Chapman not very far away either. Lead us back to the first corner.
Absolutely right. There's David Watson in the number 85 car, the invitation class car, so it's not counting for points. So the next car behind him actually is Michael Roots, who had that disastrous start, stalled on the grid and couldn't get away, but he's fought back to 7th place now, as you'd expect, as one of the quicker drivers in the championship. Michael Roots had a couple of second place finishes already this season, but here's Paul Smith, 5th in the championship, 1 second, 1 4th, 1 6th so far this season for him, only finishing in even numbered positions so far this year. He'd be very keen to finish in an odd numbered position today, and I don't mean 3rd.
Richard Webb obviously so comfortable with, on occasion, his car being sideways. He was on the exit of Brooklands there. There's a lot of standing water gathering in amongst the curbs, as another place is gained there by Michael Roots as after that car stalled on the grid. So that was that possibly Paul Rogers that he managed to squeeze by, and up to 7th position.
So just under 3 minutes of this race left to go then. Richard Webb is leading by 1.49 seconds now. There he is. Paul Smith, number 14, in 2nd spot. And then it should be Ryan Yarrow in 3rd, the double champion from the last 2 years, Ryan Yarrow. And 4th, Dan Clues, the driver that switched over from F1000. He's still racing in F1000 as well. But watching here, Richard Webb looking to make it 5 wins out of 5 at the start of this season, as we will go past the halfway mark of the season this weekend as well. Rounds 5, 6 and 7 out of 12, I think it is, this season will be taking place this weekend.
It was actually David Watson, this car, that lost a bit of ground to Michael Roots. So the MK Indy running in the invitational class. Blistering qualifying pace, a 109.8 produced by David's car, but he had to start from the back of the grid and is now right in the middle in 7th position. There's Michael Roots in the number 2, and behind him now will be the 43 car of Paul Rogers, another Spire GT3S this time.
Rich Miles, I thought he might make a bit more progress up from 9th, but of course this is his first sort of competitive session he's had in the car. He's up to 9th place from the back of the grid, didn't get the car finished in time ready for qualifying, so really he's still shaking it down in this race. I was watching number 2 then, Michael Roots. He's ahead of Colin Chapman now, who says on his commentator sheet that he started racing either 1997 or 1999. He can't remember which, but definitely wasn't 1998.
Okay, that clearly makes sense to him. They must have had other commitments during the year of 1998, but it's fascinating you can't pin it down between 3 years. Anyway, there'll be a story there, I'm sure. The MK Indy may be coming fighting back again with Colin Chapman just ahead. So this is the dice for 6th position. David Watson's invitational class car.
As the checkered flag goes out a little bit early, and it's gone to Richard Webb, therefore, who does a 104.97 on the final lap, so he takes the victory by 1.38 seconds from Paul Smith in 2nd position. Ryan Yarrow takes 3rd. Dan Clues getting across the line now. There you can see him in number 8 in 4th position. 5th place is going to get the way of number 2, Michael Roots. And 6th, it is going to be Colin Chapman, number 63, that holds on there. Ahead of David Watson, then it's Paul Rogers and Richard Miles 8th and 9th, and I think then Phil Hutchins, yes it is Phil Hutchins in the 21 Mattel, rounding out the top 10, but the checker flag just catching us a little bit off guard there. It was about 1.86 seconds early according to the timekeepers, but we'll let them off that in the circumstance, I think.
Yeah.
That sort of slightly early appearance of the checkered flag.
I thought there was longer on the clock than that, about 45 seconds.
Well,
but
yeah, we'll go by what the official timekeepers are telling us, and
Fair enough.
they say there was a little bit under 15 minutes elapsed in that race. I don't think it was going to probably change the sort of order in the top 3 or 4 places, if I'm honest with you. Nevertheless, despite the sort of mid-race safety car, we had some good entertainment in that race, and it's always impressive watching these cars, in any conditions, any circuit. Let's just have a quick look at those results then. Richard Webb it was that took the win in number 88 from number 14, Paul Smith in second place, 1.38 seconds behind the winner. Third place went the way of number 1, that was Ryan Yarrow. In fourth place, number 8, Dan Clues. Michael Ruitz was 5th after that disastrous start to the race. That's car number 2. 6th, number 63, Colin Chapman. Then it was the invitation class car number 85, David Watson. That was pretty rapid. 8th, number 43, Paul Rogers. 9th on the back of the grid, number 24, Rich Miles. Running out the top 10 was 21, Phil Hutchins. Further back, Ian Hutchinson and Daniel Ashby were the only other finishers, I think, 9th and in 9 and 33. Carl Austin was in the pits, Jonathan McGill was in the tyres, and the safety car was shown 15th on the timing screen there, but it only did about 3 laps. So that's the end of the RLM Sports 1000 Championship race. 2 more races for them tomorrow. They have their first after lunch at 1:25 and they have their second and final race of the weekend at 5 o'clock. So that's Sports 1000. Just the one more race to go this afternoon. That's for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. 2 different shapes of Clio now in that. Be interesting to see how they compare around the soggy 1.5 miles of Pembrey. Let's head down to the pit lane for the penultimate time today, and we'll hear from Josh Barrett with our winners.
So we're down here with our race winners from the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship, and it was Mr. RLM himself that took the win once again, Richard Webb. So let's interrupt Richard's conversation. Richard, well done on your another win. I'll give you a soggy garland. Well done. That race was a bit harder than some of the others.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the conditions out there were tricky to say the least. We're struggling with the front end a little bit on our car, and knowing that we had Paul right behind us. It was pretty nerve-wracking, so it was that balance between keep pushing enough to stay out front. Obviously, when you're right at the front, you've got the advantage, you haven't got the spray. So I think Paul was sort of hindered by that a little bit, but to bring home another win was absolutely brilliant. So.
And the cars obviously had development this year. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so we've just been working with the car all year again with Paul and the guys at Spire and Team Grey Motorsport, and again, it's just been absolutely superb. You always want more. We'll just see what we can do again tomorrow.
Well done on the win. Second place for Paul Smith. Paul, that was good, wasn't it, being right up there with Richard?
Yeah, it makes a change to give him a bit of a run for his money. But I think it was actually quicker than him, but you just could not see anything at all. But yeah, no, it was good. Good race.
It was a lot better than perhaps we were expecting an hour or so ago. So did you have to do some set changes just for the race?
Yeah, so we changed. Well, we're always changing things, you know what we're like. So made some changes. Seemed to be positive, obviously, because we're a bit more nearer the front. But it's just carry on for tomorrow.
The front wheel drive cars here, saying in the wet here, it's pretty grippy. Is that a bit of a different case for you guys?
No, I'd say. I think our lap times in the wet are not, horrendously miles off the dry. So if you get the car set up right, it's pretty good to drive in the rain.
Is that sort of something you've got to adjust your brain to perhaps at the beginning of the day when you maybe weren't expecting that?
No, you just follow a rain camera and just go as fast as he can go, and then hope you stay on the track. So.
Well done in second, and good luck for tomorrow. And then in third place was Ryan. Ryan, a good start to that one. You almost got Richard at the start there.
Yeah, I got a good start and then just bogged it out of that corner. And obviously we all wanted to lead, and I did a good job at the first bit. And then, as soon as I was kind of following someone, I just couldn't see where I was going, and I bottled it, to be honest. The car was brilliant. It's me that's the problem. It was bad enough following one, and then Paul came past, and basically I just had to completely back off. Because I just could not see where I was going at all following 2 cars. So to be honest, I'm glad that I'm just hearing the cars in one piece.
And hopefully tomorrow will be dry, and then it will be a little bit different.
Yeah. To be honest, I like the wet, but it's one thing. Yeah, it's one thing driving around on your own and it's fun. But then that was just, I just couldn't wait for that to end. To be honest.
Well done getting home in third place. So that completes our top 3 from the Sports 1000s. Up next, we have our final race of the day, which is for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship.
Yep, the 9th and final race of the day for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. This is the grid, and it is the 197-200 cars that are at the front, really. So 53, Owen Rosser, and 55, Justin Griffiths, are on the front row. And it's number 12, Spencer Stevenson, and 21, David Walsh. 77, Andrew Harding, and 111, Nick Harrison, are on the third row of the grid. I have to go back to row 4 to find the first of the 182s. That's the reigning champion, number 1, Jack Dwayne. Beside him is number 40, Scott Edgar. On row 5, it's number 30, Darren Ransom, and number 15, Alex Hawkins. 33, Nick Brady, and Chris Keir in number 22 on the outside of row 6. Row 7 is 7, Stephen Richardson, and 4, Tim Bentley. The 8th row, 48, Charles Shelburne, and 49, Tom Stevenson Joyce. Olivier Algieri in number 38, and Andy Bennett, 65, on the 9th row. Row 10 is 47, Ben Swift, and 56, Carl Lawrence, with Chris Page, 31, and Gareth Tansey, number 26, rounding out the field. That is the way it's going to line up. So I think it is pretty much a clean split, with the Class B 197s lining up on the first 3 rows of the grid, and then the 182s behind them. Not how it was planned necessarily, it's just how the lap times have fallen. A 108.32 for Owen Rosser on pole position, and then the fastest of the 182s, a 110.22, so nearly 2 seconds a lap slower, was Jack Dwayne in the first of the 182s that starts 7th on the grid. This is the green flag lap ahead of the 15-minute race for these cars. The 197's a new addition for 2022. The 182's have been racing for several years now. So the new generation of cars, the idea is that they will be sort of pace matched the 182s, and there's not a lot in it, as you've seen, but as it happens this weekend, it is the 197-200s that have got the advantage. Points are scored within the individual classes rather than on overall finishing positions. And so we've had overall wins so far this season for Scott Edgar and Chris Keir at Croft, and Andrew Harding winning both races at Silverstone on the national circuit. And it was the case at Silverstone that Jack Dwayne won the 182 classes in both races. So points-wise, that means we've got Jack Dwayne leading on 136 points from Scott Edgar, second on 123 points. Then the first of the Class B cars, Nick Harrison, 120 points. Christopher Keir, then fourth overall with 115 points from Class A. And then Tim Bentley on 104 and Nick Brady on 102. So some good racing in prospect here from the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. A nice, decent-sized grid of cars, more than 20 cars on the grid for this 15-minute race. It is still raining, not as heavily as it has been over the course of the last hour or so. Owen Rosser sort of nearly overshooting his grid position as he came back to line up on the grid, but he just about got the car stopped in time, and we are all set for this 15-minute race. Red car of Rosser, number 53, on the front row. White and blue, 55 next to him. That's Justin Griffiths, a driver that switched across from the 182s. Then it's Spencer Stevenson, who's come straight into the 197-200s, number 12. That's the black car on the inside of the second row of the grid. And then next to him, it's the David Walsh car. It's a sort of silvery grey number 21 car, and that's one of a couple that have got the winglets on the back of the grid. First, the 182s, that's the black and blue car of Jack Dwayne, number 1, the ex-Don de Graaf car, and then 40 besides him is Scott Edgar in the white, red and black 182. As the race gets underway then, let's see how these first few corners pan out. Good start from the outside of the front row by number 55. Justin Griffiths. Owen Rosser from pole position has dropped back to third place already. It's number 12 Spencer Stevenson that's gone through, and 21 also making a good start. That's David Walsh as well, trying to go around the outside of Rosser. Oh, there's a spinner including the reigning champion Jack Dwayne, but it's the last of the 197s that started all that. Nick Harrison in his 197 has come to a halt. I think he made contact with Jack Dwayne there, so that's bitter misfortune for Jack Dwayne. There's a red flag and a red light. There is a car that has gone off on the left-hand side of the road.
Andrew Harding, I think, 77. That's the one that got a big old biff at the first corner.
And Olivier Algieri in the number 38 car is the driver that stopped at Hatchett's on the left-hand side of the circuit. So he must have lost it, I think, on the way into the corner. The former kart racer, Algieri, 19 years of age, had lots of success in karting, but unfortunately not a very good start to this particular race. But it was very messy down there at the hairpin on the first lap, wasn't it?
Yeah, Andrew Harding turned in and almost was having his own moment, but then the car behind, which I haven't identified yet, braked far too late and just drilled the Andrew Harding car.
Yeah, Jack Dwayne, we think that was.
Right, so Jack Dwayne leading Class A in the older cars. You might say he had nowhere to go, but he was never going to make the corner anyway, I didn't think. And in the end, a very banana-shaped Andrew Harding, who pulled off onto the grass on the inside of the circuit to drive us right through Spitfires and Dibeni. He's been brave enough, actually, Andrew, to rejoin the circuit and come around, but it might be just straight to the pit lane because that will be handling horrendously, steering from the rear.
You can see it's sort of crabbing
Majorly, yeah.
And that's potentially a major upset for Jack Dwayne as well. See if he's going to be back into the race in the number 1 car, reigning champion. And he was sort of, I think, keen to show a clean pair of heels at the 197s. That wasn't to be because they've proved a little bit quicker in the wet around this Pembrey layout, as they were at Silverstone when they locked out the podium as well. But at Croft at the start of the year, it was a bit more evenly matched. I think they were probably at the overall pace, the 197s, but actually it was 182 cars that came through to win both races at the North Yorkshire circuit. So, red flag hang out. There is that car down the pit lane. It is the 77 car of Harding, and Jack Dwayne is following him down the pit lane. Harding, a driver that switched from the 182s. He's got a big biff in the driver's side, hasn't he? A huge dent in his door, and Jack Dwayne following him into the paddock. Let's hope that's all conducted in good nature.
As I say, I don't think the 77 of Andrew Harding was in great shape anywhere. I need to see that again to be sure, but it looked like because he caught some standing water, he was having a half spin, and then Jack Dwayne, who started behind him, the same side of the grid. So this is the car in 5th on the grid, followed by the car in 7th, and Dwayne, with quite some force, made me think that he was out of control, almost a bit like Mark Dickin was in the earlier part of the day. And unfortunately, it was Harding standing in his way. But I was wondering whether Andrew was going to get around Hatchett's anyway. But the incident involving Algieri presumably happened in the aftermath then.
Yeah, we didn't really see that, did we? We didn't see what happened there.
But put Olivier on the grass, and there are a number of rescue units in attendance there, so that's the reason why we won't be able to start the race particularly quickly again, but it will be a full restart, which puts Owain Rosser back on the front row, and he will hope for a much better start.
I think that was Scott Edgar we just saw going through shot there. Yes, it was. So he's managed to get involved in all of that, and he's being sent up the pit lane exit and out of the race. Interesting to see. We think it's pretty cold in our commentary box here, but there's Owen Rosser fanning himself, presumably to keep cool in the car.
Yeah.
I noticed as well, his car looked quite steamed up when he was on the grid as well, and misting up on a day like today is going to be a big problem for the drivers as well.
Well, these engines will run pretty hot, and there won't be much insulation in the cockpit, so you're getting all that heat from what are these 1600 cc or
2 litre
2 litre Clios. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of heat that even on a first lap, there's a formation lap and a racing lap. So yes, and then you've got a warm body inside a pretty cold car on the external, so steaming up's a problem.
And everything's a bit moist, so that's just going to make that worse and worse, isn't it? So there we go. So K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, new name for this season to reflect the fact that we have the new shape of car in there as well. And it's good to have them on the grid, but so they have gone a little bit faster than the 182s that have been the bedrock of the championship for so many years.
I have had a chance to see the Turn 1 incident again, and Andrew Harding doing entirely as he should. He wasn't in his own moment, so I'll take that back. He was turning in, and then all of a sudden Jack Dwayne, who was braking in the wrong place, or he'd misjudged the level of grip, but it was him basically T-boning, catching over the right rear wheel arch, the rear of Harding's car, and pitching him into a spin, and then everybody else has to stop to avoid the incident. And I think Olivier Algieri's just got caught up in that, which has spat him out to the left-hand side, ending up on the grass.
Looks like Algieri his car is now back on the road. It's been sort of pulled back onto the road up there at Hatchet. So I think we're probably getting closer to a restart for this race here, the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. Let's have another look at what happened at the start now.
See how these first few corners pan out. Good start from the outside of the front row by number 55. Justin Griffith's own Rosser from pole position has dropped back to third place already.
Further back, you'll see the Dwayne car. We can't see that in shot at the moment, but they're arriving at the hairpin now. That is Scott Edgar. And there we go. That's Jack Dwayne. I think he must have been. He was certainly over the curb. But there's Algieri going off to the left. But Dwayne was certainly off over the curb, if not over the grass on the way into the corner, it looked like to me.
Well out of control. Now, what I don't know is whether he got a shove from behind, which sent him into Harding.
He couldn't have made a very good start because he was further back than his grid position suggested as well,
going
into all of that.
Yeah, Harding, to give you the picture, was in 5th position, and we just saw, and then Jack Dwayne immediately behind on the right-hand side of the grid in 7th. But I think you're right that he'd lost 1 or maybe 2 places and was trying, of course, to retain the lead for the Class A cars. So it's so tough having done your installation lap to try and work out where the moisture is, where the grip is. But that's not the racing line where Jack was. It's well over to the right, and the standing water has had a chance to accumulate. But Algieri, I think in an effort to avoid everything, departed stage left and ends up way off the track. And I don't know whether he then made contact with the tyres in addition, but the sight of the rescue units and a number of them a few moments ago being down there just to check that he's okay. Clearly Andrew and Jack were in a fit state to drive their cars back. But Andrew Harding, that's going to take a fair bit of panel beating to knock that 77 car back into shape.
Yeah, it certainly will.
The good news is, of course, all these are front-wheel drive, so it's not the business end of the car. A lot of people say the rear wheels are simply to keep the back bumper off the ground on these cars. It does a little bit more than that, but I take the point.
Yeah. Okay, so we still have this hiatus while we are waiting for the circuit to be cleared, but I don't think we're going to be able to, unfortunately, get the race back underway today because we're running out of time. There's a little bit too much work to be done in order to have time for the race before the end of the sort of allowed time here at Pembrey, the curfew here today. So, unfortunately, the first of the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship races relatively short-lived. It didn't really get much beyond the first corner, and there's not going to be time to restart the race, so that's a sad way to finish proceedings today, Johnny.
Oh yeah, horrible that, because nice big grid of cars, 22 of them, and I really fancied that to be a close fight. It was a little too close, unfortunately, into the first corner, but if you love your Clio racing, there will be more of it tomorrow, so make sure you head back to Alpha Live for Sunday here at Pembrey. Disappointing, yes. I suppose the theme was set, really, after our lunch break and our first race, where we had a red flag, and it's never really found its rhythm today. I think it's entirely down to the weather and just the nature of this track.
Yeah, absolutely. Great shame. Tomorrow's races for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship are at 10 to 2 and at 25 past 5 in the afternoon. So that's tomorrow. Tomorrow's racing action, and tomorrow is just chock full of racing for you. We've got all the practice and qualifying out of the way today, so we're underway bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. That's their second and final race of the weekend, so they can head back home and be back for lunch probably in their case. But we've also got all of the other categories that you've seen today. They all have at least one race, if not two, as in some cases, and we also have the 2 races in tomorrow for the Gashocks 116 Trophy. There's a sort of fun race in the morning, a 20-minute sprint, and the regular 90-minute endurance race for the Gashocks 116 Trophy is tomorrow afternoon at 3:15. So the 116s are the additions to the cars that you've seen today, and hopefully we'll see more of the Clios tomorrow as well. So we'll wrap things up here then on Alpha Live at the moment. So thank you very much to all of the marshals here. They've done tremendous work in really horrible conditions today. We couldn't do it without them, so we're really grateful to them. Thanks also to all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club and everyone who works so hard behind the scenes to make these events possible. Don't forget, join us tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock on the Alpha Live stream. But for now, from Craig Cook, Josh Barrett, Johnny Palmer and myself, Ian Saman, on behalf of everyone at the BARC here at Pembrey Circuit and the 750 Motor Club and Alpha Live, it's a very good night.